Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome, yes. So, Nightmare. The rules have already been up on the screen for quite some time, by the way, so I don't feel like I need to do anything with those. Let's take those off of there. Today we're going to be starting the Nightmare leg of the Solo Self-Found Players 8 Paladin run. So let's have fun with that. I have recently, obviously, finished the normal difficulty portion, and I've also finished the, well, the normal difficulty farming. There really wasn't a lot left to do in normal difficulty. I needed to move on to Nightmare, so I think I ended up at like level 41, 42 or something like that, which is par for the course for a Players 8 run. Actually, I probably could have ended normal difficulty a little bit higher if I farmed. Around like 45 is actually a pretty decent ending point for normal, but 41 is fine. My character's pretty strong. I've had some good luck, and we'll go over my equipment real quick. Just mowed the lawn earlier. Took a shower. Hopped on here. Feeling good. Feeling clean. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. So far, I've managed to get myself a crush flange. I actually found 2 of these, which I was surprised with, which is absolutely excellent for my build because I'm running a smiter / Fist of the Heavens, a hybrid known as the North Star Smiter, not to be confused with a Fist of the Heavens Smiter hybrid, which is a whole other thing. This is a character which has the emphasis on the smite portion of the build, not the Fist of the Heavens portion of the build, and that'll become more readily apparent later. I have managed to make myself a stealth. I got myself a little magic find helmet. I also found a Biggin's bonnet, which I may sub in, depending on how difficult things go. I did find myself a Rondash, which had 2 sockets in it and some resistances already, which I upgraded. So I actually upgraded this to the Nightmare version so I could get some more smite damage. Smite damage is one of my primary concerns right now, and so I really do need the smite damage. In fact, I might switch over to the Infernal Cranium. I do like that 20% damage taken goes to mana. And I also got myself a decent little faster cast ring, a pretty decent rare belt with 24% faster hit recovery. Mantled heal, 6% mana heal, although I'm not actually using the mana leech. I am using the life to replenish life and the regenerate mana. And I managed to find myself a Sanders Taboo, which was a pretty good find, as well as a Nokuzen Relic, which will give me plenty of fire resistance. My mercenary is using a Nadir, a Greyform Quilted Armor, which was a really epic find. A very, very, very nice find. I'm probably going to end up upgrading that to the Nightmare version because it's a lifesteal armor. And unless I find like a Bone Flesh or something, or a better lifesteal armor for my mercenary, it's probably going to be the main armor that my mercenary is going to use pretty much the entire time I level up. Mainly because it is a lifesteal armor. And it also has some pretty good resistances on it, too. He's also using an Amp Polearm, which is helping me tremendously in the category of dealing with the non-demon and non-undead types, which is nice. I definitely like having a little bit of Amp in play, especially when I come across those evil monsters that that vex me so. Mainly the beasties. Beastie boy's gonna make some noise, make some noise, make some noise. Beastie boy's gonna make some noise. Yes, we have something to do. So I have saved up pretty much every single item that I can find, specifically for the purposes of selling them later on for high amounts of gold. And now that I am in Nightmare difficulty, I am going to unload. I have a large number of items, specifically for selling. I got 30k, 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 30k. That's right, 30k in the bank bank. 30k in the tank tank tank. 30k in the bank bank. 30k in the tank tank tank. We will make some money today. I have a lot of 30k in the bank banks. I'm about to make me like half a mil right here. 30k, 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 30k. And my patience paid off too, because I hung on to all this stuff for many, many acts and one whole difficulty just so I could sell all these doojanks at 30k a pop, which I won't be able to reach that 35k in the bank until later. But I can reach the 30k in the bank right now. And that should get me a pretty hefty paycheck between all this. Can't even hold it all. Look at that gold falling on the floor like I'm a bot. Alright, we're going to store this up in the tab here because I don't want to accidentally die and lose any of this. Not that I haven't died yet, actually. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't think I've died yet. So this has been a deathless run so far. And that gives me what? I got 117,000. 1,177,000 there, and I also have 146,000 there. So I'm sitting pretty. I can probably get rid of some of these other items too. I don't need this lifesteal polearm anymore. I might still want to hang on to that. I don't need this gemmed longbow anymore. I might still want to hang on to that. I got Cleglaw's Tooth, which if I find the gloves could be an interesting one. I don't need that anymore. I don't think I need these anymore. How my resistance is looking? Pretty good except for lightning. Lightning's the only one that's kind of low. We can get rid of those. I have no intention of using any of these elemental damage charms because they don't transfer through smite, so they're absolutely useless to me. So we'll get rid of those too.
I am overburdened.
Haven't been on this YouTube account in a while. Good to see your channel and of course love stream. Well, hello there, People's Weekend. Wondering how much of your time you spend between DW. What's DW? And D3. I don't play D3 anymore. I used to play D3 back in the day. Not really my cup of tea, personally. I just never really. I spent thousands of hours in Diablo 3 back in the day, and it just
I am overburdened.
I don't really know how to put it other than I feel like I wasted my time. I mean, I guess it's good that I got the experience, and the experience helped me to understand that I didn't like that kind of a game. But the experience was, yeah. At least when people ask me what my opinion is on Diablo 3, I can at least give them an appropriate answer. I just be like, well, I don't really like that. I did not like that at all. I do not like that, Sam. I am. I do not like that green eggs and ham. I think the main problem that I had with Diablo 3, and this is something I think a lot of you will agree with me on, is that the game for the most part felt like a solo adventure. When I played with other people on Diablo 3, it felt like I was playing alone. I couldn't share any items with them. I couldn't get excited about the stuff that they found. More often than not, even if I did find something for them, like on the eternal realm, you could share items if you found them with somebody else. They would often find the item anyway because the drop rate on the items was so ridiculously crazy that it was like loot pinata game. And it just didn't really feel like a game that you had fun playing with other people. And I tried. Me and my brother tried to play together quite a lot, and I think even we realized at some point that it was just kind of meh. Like we weren't really playing together so much as we just happened to be playing in the same game, and it didn't really make a whole lot of sense. But when you play Diablo 3 with somebody else, you start to get that feeling, and you start to understand. It's like you're playing by yourself, even when you're online. They got the game so isolated and so locked down to the point where literally you can't trade with anybody. I mean, you can't really do anything with anybody else. Most of the builds are so self-sufficient that it doesn't even feel like group play is even really all that important. I mean, they took away the auras, they took away like enchant, they took away all the stuff that made it fun to play with somebody else. Like in Diablo 2, even if you don't feel like you're useful, like as a paladin, you're still supplying an aura to the entire group, and the group is going faster or is tankier or whatever because you're there, right? Just your simple just your presence on the battlefield makes a difference. Never really felt like that with Diablo 3. Never really felt like that. And I never felt like my presence on the battlefield was needed or important in any way, shape, or form for the most part. Hmm. Pew. Okay. I need some open wounds, but I don't think I'm high enough level to gamble myself a mesh belt yet. Let me look up and see what the TC class is for a mesh belt. Alright, mesh belt. I said belt, not blet. Says 43. So I am too low level at this particular point to gamble a mesh belt. I'm only 41, so I'm going to have to wait a little while before I gamble a mesh belt. I could possibly get it with the whole plus minus system, but there's a very good chance that I won't. So I might as well just wait, and we'll just do that in a little bit.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
Ah, you non-undead, non-demon, you. 3 sockets, spear. Let's go get my skill point, shall we? Boom, boom. Oh, prayer merc is the play. Prayer merc is the play. That is the correct play. That is the best in slot is prayer merc. It has to do with the way that this particular character functions. There's a lack of mana steal in this character because of the smite, and to counteract the lack of mana steal, you have to use an insight polearm. There's no option. So the correct play for this character is a prayer merc, because the prayer merc gives you the regeneration, which again, also because I'm using a smite, I don't have any form of life leech, and the chances of me getting hold of a Drax or or other such life tap equipment, with the exception of a life tap wand, which could come in handy, but is hardly going to be useful on the long term. I need some form of passive regen that is not associated with life leech, because I'm not going to have any life leech. So prayer/meditation is the correct play. I wouldn't matter even if the Paladin did have hunger, because it doesn't help me. I'm not building attack rating. I'm not building anything that would allow me to utilize a melee ability. Smite doesn't require attack rating. Smite doesn't require me to actually build a melee character properly. It's one of the beautiful things about Smite. So all I have to do is focus on the damage output and the additional effects that go with Smite, like for instance open wounds, crushing blow, maybe even a little bit of proccing effects depending on how my character goes. But essentially I'm not worried so much about the the melee side of things, and because I'm not building the melee side of things, that's where things get interesting. So that allows me leeway to build more into what I'm actually interested in, which is the damage proportions of it. And hopefully by the time I'm done, my character will have some pretty good damage. Let's get our skill point though, so that we can put some more points in. Yeah, see, yeah. Spiked shield of 2-socketedness, which sucks. A great sword. Completely useless to me. It wasn't even worth the scroll I used to identify it. It's not even worth money to take back to town. It might be worth the, if I take it back to town, it might be worth the scroll. Might be worth the scroll. Yeah, the mana cost on prayer probably should be removed, but at the same time... The, Oh, Squiddy's in here. What's up, Squiddy?
Dude, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
Good, good.
Doing
Yeah,
some solo stuff. Found Paladin.
I saw, yeah. Seems to be going well.
I got some doojanks.
Got some little doojanks.
I got a couple doojanks.
Yeah, I'm doing a solo playthrough of BG3 right now. It's pretty tough.
BG3.
Yeah.
You're doing a what playthrough?
Solo?
Oh, yeah. It's a fun game. What character did you end up picking?
Yeah. I'm making a half-orc swords bard. And I'm probably going to multi-class into... Oh, I need to mute myself on stream. It's so weird. I'm probably gonna multi-class into rogue and fighter and maybe wizard, so I can learn some spells, some extra spells.
So there is the orc has a I think it's like a trait that he can, like a passive thing that gives him ×3 on his crits or something.
Yeah, melee crits.
So early on in the game, I'm not sure if you've already passed this point or not, but you find the Grimforge. Have you already found the Grimforge?
Yeah, this is my second playthrough.
Ah, well, the weapons that you can make from the Grimforge have guaranteed criticals.
Yeah, I grabbed the scimitar.
So you could probably leverage that with your ×3 crits on your orc, and then you know, like lean into the crit damage.
Yeah, if you I get some fun spells, but if I can get something like Hold Person, guarantees crits from melee hits within 3 meters. So if I can hold someone, I can get 3 times crit damage on that. If they're asleep, you get guaranteed crits as well. So yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had.
I was having a lot of fun with a throwing build. So there's this item that you get later on. It's a dwarven warhammer, and I totally want to try the build around this thing. So it basically is it's a warhammer that automatically returns to your hand when you throw it. And then there's this ring that you find pretty early on in the game. It's called the Fling Ring or something like that, and it gives you an extra 1d4 damage whenever you throw anything. And then there's also a pair of gloves called like the Kenishis. I can't remember the exact name of it, but they also give you an additional 1d4 whenever you throw something. And so you combine it all together, and you get an additional like 1d8, and then you also get
Like a 2d8, right? Well,
well, it's either 2d4 or
2d4, yeah.
something like that. But you get that on top of the throwing, right? But then the Dwarven Warhammer also has a racial passive, which if it's a dwarf that's throwing it, he also gets an additional damage depending on the size of the creature that he's throwing the hammer at. So if he's throwing the hammer at like a dragon or something, he gets like a huge bonus because it's apparently, you know, like some sort of dwarven thing. And I actually really wanted to like make a dwarven thrower. Just like choose all the passes for throwing and then just find him that hammer. And apparently there's also a Kevin was telling me about this one. There's a trident. It's a throwing trident that apparently when you throw it, it has like an AoE effect. So he can have both. He can have both of those essentially, and he can have the throwing trident, and he can have the throwing hammer. And the throwing hammer just comes right back to you every single time you throw it. So you just throw it at somebody, it hits them in the head, kadonk, for like 34 damage, and then it just comes right back to your hand, and it's hilarious. You can just keep chucking it over and over again.
Like Mjolnir.
Pretty much, and with all the additional damage that you can put out, you know, like add to the throwing items, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And then there's also these items that appear every now and then throughout the game, especially when you do the Bale part of this story. There's the daggers that have like a huge bonus damage if the player, or if the monster that you're throwing the item at has like 50% health or lower. So I would just hang on to those, and whenever the monster was at 50% health or lower, I would just throw one of those daggers because I had like 30 of them. And I would just chuck the little Bale daggers at them that did the huge additional bonus damage when they were at half health.
Yeah, I'm doing a co-op campaign with Bob and his friend right now. and I'm playing a half orc paladin, and I lean hard into the throwing thing.
But
Yeah,
there's so many fun little builds in that game, though. Like, there's this one I really wanted to try out, but I never really got around to it. It has to do with electrical charges. And so there's a pair of boots that basically, whenever you have electrical charges, it electrifies the water that you're standing in.
yeah.
And then on top of that, there's also a helmet that gives it so that anytime you have electrical charges, you get temporary hit points. And then there's an armor. It's called like the Jolty Vest or whatever, and that also apparently gives you other effects. And there's all these little items that have to do with like when you have electrical charges. And then you could set up like a wizard or something like that with all that equipment, and then also have him casting all the lightning spells.
Yeah. Now, I think one of the highest damage builds I saw was an evocation wizard, because the lightning charges apply to each of your magic missiles. So if you're firing off like a level 5 magic missile, you shoot 7. Because your evocation, your magic missiles do extra damage. So you're firing off like 7 magic missiles that all do more damage and have the lightning charges. And you get all the buffs like the extra AC, extra hit points, like you actually turn into kind of a god.
I mean, it's pretty crazy how good the building of the characters are in that game. Just how cool you can make a character relatively easily with just looking at the equipment and being like, that's kind of nice. All right, that would work really good. I mean, there's an armor in the game that gives you a full AC bonus for your dexterity, and it's kind of ridiculous. There's actually 2 of them. One is the Yuan-Ti, which you can get relatively early. And then there's another one later on, which is like almost like I think it's a legendary or an extremely rare one or whatever. It's like the pink color, whatever that is.
Yeah.
And that one is even better than Yuan-Ti, and it has like 19 AC class and gives you full dexterity bonus to your armor. So you put that on a medium armor class character, and they got like 24 AC class. If you just put like full dexterity, and you don't even bother to throw strength on the character, and you just put that armor on them, and then they're literally like 24 AC class, and then you throw the gauntlets of the Hill Giant on them, and then they're running 23 strength, 18 dex, and then and then you throw on the amulet, that one amulet that sets your Constitution to like 20 or something, and now you got 23 strength, 18 dex, and freaking like 20 Constitution, and you're just like a god.
Yeah, that was almost what my first character looked like. It was a sorcerer paladin, basically just smite everything. And yeah, I was using the Legacy of the Masters, the plus damage plus to hit, instead of the ogre gloves.
Did you get Raphael's armor too?
The full Hell Dusk, I think.
He has an armor that literally, it's a heavy armor with really high AC class, but it literally says on the armor, it says when you wear this armor, you are now proficient in heavy armor.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a minute.
What?
I'm not gonna put this on my fighter. No, this is gonna go on. I'll just put this on Gale. I just put it on Gale, and Gale's like a wizard over there. He's got like light armor proficiency at best. Like, he'd rather prefer to wear a robe, and he's over here just, like, rocking the heaviest armor. He went from, like 16 AC class to, like, 25 AC class as soon as I put the armor. I'm like, okay, all right, my wizard now is tankier than my tank. All right, let's go. I don't even care.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
I'm pretty sure I had that armor on Asterion, actually.
I was so disappointed though, because I rescued Orpheus, and I had looked ahead just a little bit, and I tried not to cheese anything, but I did find out that Orpheus was a monk, right? So I was kind of excited, and I was like, I'll get that monk set and I'll put it on him. There's a monk set that I'm not sure if you've seen it, but it's like you don't really know it's a set, but if you go around the game enough, you start to see pieces of it everywhere. There's like a helmet. It's called like the bone something.
Yeah.
It's like a bone. It's like the bone helmet, and then there's like the bone gloves, and then there's the bone armor, and then apparently it's like made for the monk, and like you put all the pieces on a monk, and it turns him into like the monk god. And and I had collected all the pieces, and I was so excited to put it on Orpheus, and then it was like, you can't equip anything to him.
Yeah, no, you only get him for the last like 20 minutes.
He wasn't even really all that amazing, to be honest.
Oh, he sucked. I
He
was
was,
so disappointed.
I mean, you know what I was disappointed in? I was disappointed in the Emperor. He's all like, let's stop the Elder
Yeah.
Brain. And then I was like, all right, let's stop the Elder Brain, but we're going to use Orpheus to do it. And he's like, well, I'm out. Peace, guys. I'm like, what? He's like, I'm with the enemy now. I'm like, I thought you were against the enemy. He's like, well, not anymore. You wouldn't let me eat Orpheus's brain. That thing was tasty, too.
Did you do Will's quest line and get to the worm?
I don't think I ever got that far because I rescued Will from the demon another way. There was like some sort of thing that happened. I think she was stuck in a pod or something. I don't even remember. And I think I negotiated to have Will released from his contract, and she agreed to it. But then she said that she wasn't going to release Will from his contract for like 6 months or something. I'm like,
fine print.
He's like, fine print. I don't have to do it for 6 months. So 6 months later, I'll get it done. And then Will's father dies, and she comes back, and she's like, well, I could resurrect your dad for you if you re-sign the contract. And I left his dad dead. Sorry, Dad.
Yeah.
But I wasn't going to put him back under the contract just to res his father, and that was the end of that contract. So she didn't have any more control over him at that point.
Yeah. There's the advisor, the girl in the purple robe. That's his father's advisor, like one of the flaming fists. I forget her name. But she'll come to you as well and give you some more interesting tidbits. So it does get a little bit deeper. Like there's one more boss after that sequence.
Oh, I know there's stuff I missed, like the Iron Throne. I totally didn't even get to go down into the Iron Throne. I don't know what happened, but I tried to go down there, and Gortash stops me, right, and he blows the whole place up. And so I was like, okay, so I can't go down there. I reloaded the save and went back, and then I killed Gortash, so I went and killed his punk butt. And then I tried to go back down in the Iron Throne, and it was already blown up. And I'm like, okay, I guess he had like a James Bond heart monitor on or something. And I guess when I killed him, it just automatically triggered the self-destruct.
Yeah, I know. If you kill Gortash early, a bunch of things break. I found out.
I didn't kill him early. I waited a long time.
Yeah, I killed him early because I wanted to not have him interfere with my other things. But then I ended up having to reload because all of the Steel Watchers just immediately hostile you on sight in the city, and I was like, okay.
The only part of the game that I really had any trouble with, because all the quests were pretty self-explanatory. I followed the plot lines and everything and did what I was supposed to do. But Orin's quest line was really just I did not like her quest line, and also it was a pain in the butt to figure out where to go.
Yeah.
It was just a pain in the butt, and then I had to look up some stuff. So, cause you know how you don't want to look up something, but you're stuck, and so you try and look up like a thread. And you find a thread, and then you pull the thread until it comes out. And it was like no matter what I did, I just couldn't find the right thread to pull that would lead me toward her. So I ended up having to look up everything, and then even after I looked up everything, I still couldn't find her stupid butt. Yeah. They're like, go here and do this, and I'm like, doesn't work.
Yeah, the sewers were pretty annoying. Yeah. There was also some hidden treasure down there that I missed, and I was like, whatever.
And I still never found every piece of Dribbles the clown. Still never found every piece of Dribbles. I got his foot, I got his torso, I got his pelvis, I got his head, I got a hand, why? Why do I need every piece?
He's everywhere.
It's like little pieces of him all over. What is she gonna do? Put him back together and reanimate him or something? Because she apparently needs every single piece. I tried to go up to her several times. I'm like, yep, I got his head now. I was like, we're pretty sure he's dead, and she just doesn't even. She doesn't even care. I can't even turn him in. They're heavy as all get out too. I don't want to carry around the 20-pound pieces of Dribbles. I'm like, and the more pieces I found of them, the heavier it got. And I'm just like, can I just unload the pieces as I find them, please? Can we just put them on a table somewhere and like line up the pieces so I know which ones are missing?
Yeah, right.
Because
Have to scroll through pages of inventory because they don't line up next to each other either when you sort it.
I'm pretty sure this is Dribbles the Clown, but I'm not sure.
He's wearing a clown outfit. He has Dribbles tattooed on every orifice. Yep. Yeah, I'm doing a no companions run right now, and I've been working on it for a couple days. I just got to the crash. It's very tough.
I would imagine so. I mean, it's not. It's just everybody else gets a turn. Everybody gets a turn. So it's like half the time I'd be in a battle where there'd be way too many monsters or way too many people, and it would just be like, okay, I was sitting here looking at my watch, like, all right, I mean, well, this guy.
I guess I'll go get a drink of water.
Come back, they're still going. Some guy's stuck on something, like he's like. Well, I had this one battle where literally there were so many people, and one of the rangers or archer, like NPCs that was attacking me was trying to run away or something, but there was a door in between me and him, and he's sitting here trying to open the door, and the door's locked, and he can't get through it, and he just won't give up, and it just goes, and you could see the little locked thing appear above his head every single time he tries to open the door, and it's just going lock, 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 and it won't stop, and he just keeps trying to click on the door for like 30, 40, 60 locks, and then finally after like 60 locked attempts of opening the door, his turn ends, right? And then we go back all the way back around to his turn again. Lock, 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 lock. For like 4 turns in a row, he just tries to open this door, and he won't stop trying to open the door. Just wasting my time, and I'm just literally just watching this guy go lock, 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 lock. All right, if you're not getting through, buddy, I don't think you're picking it. What do you got, a nat 1?
Yeah. No, there were times in my campaign too where I would literally just like, okay, this guy is like AI is broken or whatever like that, for example. So I would send someone out on a solo mission to hunt that one guy down because it was holding up the entire fight.
No, it's just and they do. The NPCs they'll just hold up the whole fight. I had one guy jump off a cliff and somehow survived, and he got stuck in the wall down there, and he was just, and every single time it'd come back around to his turn, and he would just stand there and stare at us awkwardly for like 60 seconds until I guess some sort of timeout feature happened, and then it would go on to the next turn. But
Step bro, I'm stuck in the wall.
I mean, I had so many fun things happen though during my playthrough. Did you meet the little blue jay at the on the way to the temple, the one that tells you about the mean eagles that stole his nest?
Oh, you know what? I walked past it, but I didn't do the whole talk with animals thing. I should have.
Oh, you definitely should, because it's hilarious. So anyway, this blue jay, he's flapping up and down, and he's mad, right? So I go and talk to him, and he tells me about these eagles that are up on top of the building that booted him off the building. Basically, his nest is up there, and they stole it from him. And he wants me to go talk to them. And I was like, all right. I'll go talk to him. I'll see if I can get your nest back. And he goes, no. He goes, you're not gonna. He goes, you can't just talk to him. He goes, you're gonna have to kill him. And I'm like, what? he's like, and then he goes, not that you could.
Oh, okay, Blue Jay, challenge accepted.
So anyway, I go up there and I talk to the eagles, right? And I'm talking to these eagles, and the first thing they do is they're jerks right off the bat. So the first thing they do is they're like, get off our roof, like get off our roof, f you, get off our roof. This is our roof. He goes, this doesn't belong. Roof doesn't belong to you. Get off our roof. And I'm like, really? Because I heard you stole it from the Blue Jay. And then they're like, oh, you accuse us of stealing? Get behind me, Jeffrey. And she's like talking to her baby eagle. And they're monstrous eagles. They're huge. They're like freaking, they could carry me away. And they start fighting me, right? And I don't want to kill the eagles just because they stole the Blue Jay's nest. So I go around and I knock out all the eagles. You know, you can do like the passive knockout thing.
Yeah.
So I knocked out all 6 giant mega eagles. Took me forever, like 20 minutes to do this. And I was proud of myself because I didn't kill the eagles. I mean, it made me feel good inside, right? And then all of a sudden I see eagle has died, 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 eagle has died. I'm like, what the freaking hell? And I turn around and the blue jay is there, mercilessly slaughtering every eagle, just going around, just slitting their throats in their sleep, just dead, dead, dead. And he comes up to me and he's like, thanks for getting my nest back. And I'm like, all right, Freddy Krueger bird.
I'm gonna leave now and not ever come back. Try never take a nap on this roof.
It's freaking blue jay, man. Slit your throat in your sleep. And then as a meme, I decided to what's his name, the horrible charlatan, the Volo. Volo, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
So Volo gets this idea in his head that he's going to like get your parasite out.
Fix your problem.
Yeah, he's gonna fix it. And he's talking about sticking a needle in your eye, like in between your eye and your eye socket, and jamming it in there and like hooking onto the hooking onto the parasite and ripping it out. And I'm like, this is a terrible idea. And I decided that for the memes, I was just gonna save it and then go through it and see what happens. And sure enough, like he halfway through, he's like, I need a bigger implement, and he pulls out an ice pick, and he jams the ice pick in there, and my character's going like zzz, zzz. And he rips the ice pick out. My eye comes out with it and falls in the mud, and it's just like sinks into the mud. So I'm like, I got no eye left. And I'm like, I'm dying laughing because I knew it was a bad idea, right? And this just confirmed it. And he's like, oh, you didn't need that old jelly eye anyway. And I'm like, what? It's like, you ripped my damn eye out. He's like, well, I feel partly responsible. I'm like, partly responsible. So he goes, here, have this magical eye. This one's better than your old jelly eye anyway. And I'm like, wait, what? He legit hands me a magical eye that has the ability to see invisible creatures. It has true sight. He hands me a true sight eye, and I'm like, what the freaking?
It's one of the best, like,
never would have done it.
Game.
But I never would have done it had it not been just as a meme for the stream. Meme for the stream. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of my favorite sequences, or whatever you want to call it, like cutscenes if you want.
The music for the Raphael fight was amazing too.
Yeah. When he starts singing his own boss music, it's like, oh yeah, this is for real now. Which he says it's a game of cat and mouse, and now we are in fact facing the fox, or however, he puts it so poetically. And then you beat his ass, and you save Hope, and you get like one of the best gloves in the game, and the best armor.
Oh yeah. I don't know. Kicked his butt. You got a lot of good stuff going down there.
Yeah, the House of Hope is definitely a must.
It's totally something you can avoid too. Like, you don't even have to go down there. So I feel bad for the people that don't go down there. You guys are.
I would never make a deal with the devil, or whatever, right?
Boy, you find a lot of good information down there too. Apparently he's responsible for what was it? He is responsible for the Gith overthrowing the brain in the first place. According to what he, in one of the books, I can't remember which book it is, but it's one of the books that you find in the House of Hope, says something along the lines of that he made a deal with Orpheus for the power to overthrow the Gith, or the Mind Flayers. So the power that Prince Orpheus has came from Raphael.
That's also why he has the Orphic hammer or whatever, the only hammer that can free him.
Yeah, I mean, he set everything up. He set everything up in advance. It was one big giant ploy.
Yeah, to take the nether crown. And then the thieves, the hell thieves, went and nicked it out from under him. But honestly, that was probably pre-planned as well. That way, it didn't like, you know, make him look worse in the other eyes of the demons, or however they politicize down there. I don't know how demons, what the upper echelons of demon society are like.
Not really sure I want to know. I mean,
So
judging from that other guy that was in Raphael's bed, he wanted to. I don't know what he wanted to do to me. I was a little scared. I'll be perfectly honest. I was a little scared of him.
Maybe my dark urge will find out. I've somehow managed to spare most of my companions so far.
Spell the mystery of these
Spare? What do you mean?
Like most of the, when you're playing as the dark urge, the like, basically the I don't know. You already beat the game. You have a playthrough out, so it's not so bad if I spoil things.
The evil character?
Yeah, like the Bale spawn, right? Or ball spawn, or whatever.
Yeah, I heard you can become the bull spawn and you can turn into the chosen thing or whatever. And I heard something about that.
Yeah, so that's, and I chose that as my origin character for my solo playthrough, just so I could kind of, from an RP standpoint, justify just mindless killing. But you get unique dialogue options as that. For example, when you first meet Gale, right? He's like trapped in the rock, and one of your one of your options is to like rip off his arm and then trap him in the rock. So yeah, and that's how you can kill Gale right off of the bat.
I only killed one character. I killed Shadowheart.
Uh,
She was probably one of the most evil characters. I know that there's a redemption arc that you can go through with her. Like if you really try and you get like all the lovey kisses and make her like you, which is very difficult, by the way, because Shadowheart like disapproves of everything you do. I swear there was nothing I ever did where it wasn't immediately right after Shadowheart disapproves. I'm like, oh great, I see, yeah, because you know.
why does she even stay around? Leave.
Somebody actually made a comment about her. They were like, why do you even keep Shadowheart around? And they're like, how else am I going to have somebody disapprove with everything I ever do? Anyway, if you can manage to get enough approval rating with her, which I don't even know if it's even possible without being an evil character, because I swear she wants you to be evil. She worships Shar, which is one of the most evil gods in creation. It's literally the god who opposed the creation of the sun and wants the sun destroyed because reasons, knowing full well that destroying the sun would also destroy all life on the planet. She doesn't care though. She's like, yeah, get rid of it.
I mean, you can see her effect on the land when you go into Act 2, right? The Shadowlands. That's her ideal world.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is he is literally like one of the most evil gods in the world, and here's Shadowheart, like her bosom buddy. They're legit like bosom buddies. And if you can manage to build up enough rep with her, eventually it gets to the point where you can convert her to like a worshiper of Saloon or something. But man, it is so obnoxious dealing with her the entire time. And it got to the point where she was fighting with Lizelle, and then Lizelle challenged her to a duel or whatever, and then she accepts, right? And then tries to slit her throat in her sleep. And I was like, she's not really gonna do it, is she? Oh no, she really slits her throat. Like she legit actually slits her throat, blood everywhere. Like she don't care. And that was when I killed her. I was like, you know what? I'm not dealing with this the entire time. I am not dealing with this the whole time. This is just too much. She's evil. She's so evil. Even when you get to I hear that even when you get to the part where you have to rescue Dame Aelin, and she finds out that Dame Aelin is a person, and also that she's a good person, not a bad person, that she's like, yeah, kill her. And you basically have to like talk her out of killing her.
Yo. It's like this is what my whole life has been about, becoming a dark justiciar and killing the whatever of Selûne that she is.
Well, the funny thing is I feel like
Daughter of Selûne.
you know how evil Asterion is? I mean, he's just like straight up evil. The whole time he wants to do everything evil. Even when the rite of profane ascension happens, he's like, yeah, I'll just take his place and we'll kill everybody. We'll still kill everybody. He's like, and then I can be the whore, you know? Like, and I'm like, no, Asterion, no. And you know how evil he is, right? I felt Shadowheart was even more evil than Asterion. Like Asterion was like out in the open evil, and frickin' Shadowheart was like the kind of evil person who is his evil in the background, like Mr. Burns, like giggling, like like kill him. I mean, no, we shouldn't kill them. Definitely kill him.
Isn't one of her first lines when you like, if you actually talk to her? Oh yeah, it's right after Raphael comes. You talk to her about like, should we make the deal or not? And she like tries to get you to question yourself, and then she's like, yeah, I'm a master in manipulation, lying, and deceit.
Well, and the funny thing is people who tried to. So this is hilarious for those of you who may be trying to romance Shadowheart. So if you try to romance Shadowheart and you do not convert her to Selûne, she won't actually get with you. It's so the Shar religion. If you follow the Shar religion books and stuff like that in the game and you read them, they actually tell you very specifically that that basically romance is not allowed within the Shar religion, and there is no such thing basically as like marriage or anything between a worshiper of Shar and even another worshiper of Shar, because she's literally the lady of nothing. She's the lady of you basically don't get anything. So even if you do romance her, if you keep her as a Shar worshiper, you basically just have nothing with her. You still get nothing, even if all that work for nothing. She literally tells you at one point, she's like, I know you love me, but you know, she's like, I know you love me, but we can't be together because reasons. And you're like, wait a minute. But like, I helped you become the Dark Justiciary. And she's like, yeah, well, you know, now that I am in with my goddess, you know, we can't be together anymore.
You can lick my boot.
You can lick my boot. How about that? I'm a boot licker. You can be my official boot licker. I'll put it in writing. I don't know. I'm so glad I killed her. Everybody else is like, why? I'm like, oh my god, she's horrible. She's like, Lizelle disagreed with a lot of stuff I did too, but eventually it got to the point where she was agreeing with everything that I was doing. It was weird. At first she didn't like me, and I don't know what happened, but she switched pretty quickly, and I don't know at what point she switched, but all of a sudden she was agreeing with everything I was doing. Shadowheart though, never. It's just like everything I did, it was always disagreement. And Asterion used to he would not disagree with me, but he would always agree with any action that I did that was evil, and it was like my barometer of whether or not I was doing something that was wrong. Nope. Because if Asterion agreed with me, I knew it was wrong. Whoops. I'm like, whoops, reload.
I spared an evil child or something. Better go back.
Oh, yep, this is definitely the wrong choice.
I love Asterion's quest line. It's so good. The Cazador fight was kind of I found it a little bit on.
It was not really that great.
Whatever.
You know what fight was the hardest for me? The hardest in the entire game? It was the fight with the Shar Temple worshippers inside of the not the Shar Temple, but the mock Shar Temple, the one that was set up like in the basement of one of the houses or whatever.
Okay.
So they
Draconia?
all they did was spam darkness on me, and
Yeah.
darkness is one of the worst mechanics in that game because you can't do anything in it. You can't throw items through it, which is really weird to me. I don't understand why you can't like throw a hammer through it. You can't fire bows through it. You can't cast spells through it. You can't like heal through it. It's like a wall that's not a wall, but it makes everything blind within it. You can, yeah. The only thing you can do pretty much is walk through it. But the thing is that entire fight long, all they did was spam darkness on me every single time they had an opening. It was like it was the worst fight because the whole entire fight took place in permanent darkness, and I had no ability to do anything. People in chat were like, "Why don't you use this?" And I'm like, "I can't." They're like, "Why don't you do this?" I'm like, "I can't." "Why don't you shoot your bow?" "I can't."
Apparently, there is a ring of Eversight which allows you to see in darkness, which I didn't find.
I mean, immune to blindness is definitely a thing, but just being immune to blindness doesn't change anything. You can still melee and stuff in the darkness.
Yeah.
But you have to go straight up to the target, and that's all you can do. You can't do anything else. So you're straight up at a disadvantage if you rely on ranged attacks, if you rely on spells, if you rely on you can't even heal. Like you can't even if you like bring your healer directly behind the person and like within touching distance, you can heal, and that's about it. So you're just the only thing you can basically do in that fight is melee. So my melees were the main damage, and they were pretty much dishing out all the damage that entire fight long. My spellcaster was completely useless. The only thing he did that was useful the entire time was he bought me some time by using the Dome of Invulnerability, because I was stuck in such a bad situation that I just couldn't get out of what they were doing to me. So I literally used the Dome of Invulnerability, and I just sat there and just like went through like 4 or 5 turns and just healed all my guys up. And then once the Dome of Invulnerability left, then it was pretty much just me
back to darkness.
Back to darkness, and I'm like, I mean, I was even still stuck in darkness while I was in the Dome of Invulnerability. So.
And on top of it, right, once all the spellcasters in that fight are done concentrating and are, past their darkness, then they just start bone chilling you.
Yes, the bone chill. I almost forgot to mention. So I kept trying to heal my mage, right? My mage was constantly under assault. I don't know why they were picking on the mage, because he couldn't do anything in the darkness. But they were just picking on him constantly, right? And I couldn't heal him because they kept bone chilling him. And so he was stuck in a permanent bone chill. And then, to my unrelenting surprise, the bone chill persisted after they were on the ground. So when they would get knocked down, they couldn't you couldn't res them back up because the bone chill would prevent them from gaining any HP. So if they were on the ground with bone chill, you could not res them. You had to wait. You had to wait until the bone chill would leave the target before you could res them.
Yeah, no, bone chill. That fight was definitely pretty horrible.
That was the worst fight I think in the entire game. It's just bar none, because all they did was spam darkness and bone chill, 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 and they would focus the bone chills on one particular person too, whoever they wanted to die, and it worked too.
Yeah, that's it. Is it possible to learn this power? Not from a Jedi.
I did finally kill them all, though. It took me some time, but I had to do was I had to stretch out the group and fight them in the stairwell. So I basically kept running backwards and like misty stepping backwards as far as I possibly could until I finally got Gale out of the darkness. And once he was out of the darkness, I basically just set up, like grease, cloud kill, like everything at the edge of the darkness, because I couldn't cast because you can't cast into the darkness either, right?
Yeah,
you can only cast at the edge of the darkness. Yeah, or through it. So you can only cast at the edge of the darkness. So I casted it at the edge of the darkness, and then when they came to kill Gale, because they were so intent on killing Gale, that I just kept moving. I just kept moving him backwards.
This guy dies.
I basically used him as a bait lure, and made them all run through the cloud kill and the grease and all the other stuff. Speaking of which, one of the best spells in the game, by the way, as far as like additional damage, is Ice Wall. So Ice Wall makes a wall of ice, right? And then when the wall of ice is broken, it leaves behind a ice cloud. And anytime a monster or player or even one of your own team members moves through the ice cloud, they take damage, and it's pretty hefty damage. It's like anywhere between like 10 to 20 ice damage for moving through the cloud. And I used it in that fight. I put a nice wall up like right at the beginning, and it was the only thing that saved me because the archers and the spellcasters kept like, because you know how the AI in the game has this tendency to run forward, cast a spell, and then run back to prevent you from being able to counter. Well, they kept running. They kept running through the ice wall to cast the spell, and then back through the ice wall to get away. And they ended up killing a lot of the spellcasters. Ended up killing themselves on the wall. It was hilarious.
That's pretty good. Yeah. So what I did, and I don't know if it's a bug or something, but I had my Shadowheart respect into a Tempest Cleric. So like the storm stuff. You get like lightning spells and ice spells as the cleric. And I don't know if it's a bug or just an oversight, but Ice Storm, the AoE like.
Well, there's Sleet and there's Ice Storm, and they're both pretty good.
Yeah. So.
Did you ever find the staff, the Morning Frost?
Oh yeah.
So if you tie that with the ice spells, you get additional damage. And then there's also a pair of gloves that gives encrusted with frost whenever you deal frost damage. So you you put all those together and you just get massive amounts of ice damage.
Yeah, you can make a really cool storm cleric.
Yeah, and you use the ice. Sorcerer. You use the ice storm. You use the sleet spell. The sleet spell's pretty good too. And then also the ice wall. And then the Ray of Frost. There's a whole lot of really good ice spells in that one, and you combine it with the Morning Frost and those gloves, it's amazing.
Yeah. So, but I don't know why, but casting Ice Storm, not Sleet Storm, Ice Storm, when you're under the effect of Sanctuary, doesn't break the Sanctuary spell, right? So when
doesn't break the concentration.
It doesn't break. So.
I had a lot of trouble with that because I could never really tell what would break the concentration and what wouldn't.
So to break their concentration, they either have to make a saving throw, or I think if you're knocked prone, you automatically break your concentration.
Well, what I mean is like
slip.
What I mean is like say you cast the sleet spell, right? So the sleet spell is it requires concentration. Then there's other spells that for some reason, some of them, like say you cast magic missiles. Magic missiles wouldn't break concentration. So it wouldn't stop the sleet spell from being active. But then there were other spells that didn't really seem to specify whether or not they would break concentration or not, but they would. And then there were some that seemed to say that they would break concentration, but then they wouldn't. And I could never really get a firm grasp on which ones would break the concentration of the spell that he was actively casting and which ones wouldn't. It was weird.
Yeah. I had some trouble with that as well. Like, I had to really start paying attention to which spells, and like through trial and error, I figured it out as well. But Sanctuary is not a concentration spell. It's a level 1 cleric spell, and whichever entity the cleric has Sanctuary on cannot be targeted by enemies directly. So it's like enemies can't target them to attack them with melee or cast spells. They're still affected by AoE, and it's not a concentration spell. However, the cleric is not supposed to be able to do damage. They can only, it's like they cast Sanctuary on themselves and then they become a heal bot. But for some reason,
I heard there's a pretty ridiculous Sanctuary build. I mean, cleric build that does lots of damage. Something about like the divine. There's because I've seen a couple. I saw a couple of the clerics do it. It's some sort of divine warrior that they can summon, and then there was also a there was a couple other spells that were really high damage output spells. It was like a whole damage spec for the cleric.
Yeah. So with if you go Storm Sorcerer, you get some really cool. You go like Draconic, Lightning Dragon, Storm Sorcerer. and then you go Storm Cleric because Storm Clerics can channel their divinity to have max. They can use their channel divinity, which is an action, kind of like superiority dice for a battle master fighter or whatever, but it increases their lightning damage for that one attack to maximum, no matter what it is. Like,
Quiddy's a D&D nerd.
I'm a bit of a D&D nerd.
Did you play all the
I
old
played
games?
a lot of yeah. I was playing the old games up until release.
Like, when I mean old games, I mean like Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Icewind Dale, Icewind Dale 2, Neverwinter Nights 1, Neverwinter Nights 2, all the expansions, even some of the more odd ones.
But yeah, I love Icewind Dale. I love BG 1 and 2.
Icewind Dale has a special place in my heart because I remember playing that one as a kid and I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. I didn't like Planescape Torment as much.
It's definitely an odd one. I like the story on it, but the combat on it is kind of weird.
Yeah, the gameplay it didn't feel as good as the other.
All right, so let me test you to see how much of a D&D player you are, and how many CRPGs, how much of a CRPG player you are. All right, have you played the Shadowrun CRPGs?
I have not played the Shadowrun CRPGs.
So D&D kind of had like an offshoot at one point, and there was a Dungeons and Dragons Shadowrun like offshoot kind of a game series, and the Shadowrun is a really cool game series. It basically, I can tell you the whole series in like a minute here. So basically, how it works is magic kind of like leaves the world slowly. It's like a wave, you know, like a wave form. And as the magic leaves the world, all the magical creatures cease to be magical creatures, right? So how the story works is basically the reason why all the magical creatures don't exist right now is because the waveform is at its lowest, right? So the magic has kind of like gone from the world, but the magic starts to return slowly, because as a waveform goes down, it also eventually comes back up, right? So in like the year 20, I think it's like 2040 or something like that, the magic starts to return slowly, and it incrementally returns to the point where all of the magical creatures become magical creatures again. So the elves turn back into elves, the dwarves turn back into dwarves, the orcs turn back into orcs, and so forth and so on, even though they were people at one point, and the dragons turn back into dragons. And it turns out that the dragons were aware that they were dragons the entire time, and like the big corporations and stuff that are constantly amassing massive amounts of wealth. Turns out that they were run by dragons the entire time. They never stopped accumulating wealth.
Of course.
Well, the Shadowrun series is basically just a D&D game, but it's in the future. You have all the same characters. You got the elves and the dwarves and the freaking half orcs and all that other characters, and you represent a different kind of like existence within the world. So they call them sinless, which is system identification numbers. So you are people that are within the world that have no system identification numbers because you've chosen not to participate in the dragons schemes, essentially. Because if you have a sin, then you're part of like the working class or whatever, and the dragons know who you are, they know where you live, you have like a bank account and all that other stuff. So you're outside the world, right? And you're what's called shadow runners. So the shadow runners are sinless beings within the world that try to exist without having to be part of the system. Well, you end up going on missions, fighting dragons, all sorts of things, just like you would in any other D&D campaign, except it's more in the modern day, right? Yeah. Well, they came out with a couple games. It was a little while ago. It's called Shadowrun Returns, and they're CRPGs, and they play literally just like Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
Yeah, awesome. Shadowrun's Returns was the first one, and then the second one is Dragonfall. Yes, Dragonfall.
Okay.
And then I don't know if they came out with a third one, but they're really good CRPGs. So if you, after you're finished with, doing your million run-throughs of Baldur's Gate and you get bored, you actually really might enjoy the Shadowrun series because they are straight up CRPGs just like any other kind of CRPG. Obviously, there's some guns in there and other things because it's more of a modern day. But there's also a really interesting thing with the game because magic is in the game, right? But there's also technology. Well, in the game, they approach this very interestingly. So if you, let's say you get your arm cut off and you replace it with a robotic arm, right? You have now lost part of your magical power, essentially. So for every part of your body that you replace with a robotic part, you lose part of your soul or like your connection to the magical realm. And if you replace too many parts of your body with mechanical parts, you basically lose almost all of your magical potential. So it's like it's a trade-off. So you can have mechanical parts, but you're losing access to the parts of you that make you essentially.
Yeah,
And there's even an existence of a couple people within the world. It's a very interesting thing is that they replaced too many parts. And they lose their soul. So their entire essence is essentially disconnected from their body at that point, and their body just simply is a robot. It's no longer a human. It's no longer a being. It's no longer an intelligent life form. It's just a robot.
An operating system.
Yeah, that now exists separate from the essence of the being. It's pretty cool. And realistically, you could replace a couple parts and still be a caster, but you can't replace too many.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, yeah. And I imagine you get some cool benefits, like whatever.
Additional constitution for having like a metal chest and stuff like that. I mean, it has the same kind of stats: strength, dex, constitution,
Yeah,
and wisdom,
you get, like-
intelligence. It's straight up D&D. I'm pretty sure if you search for like Shadowrun D&D, I'm pretty sure there actually is a Shadowrun D&D book.
Yeah, they have a rule set or whatever.
Yeah, it's like
Those things.
there's a whole rule set and everything. Yeah, it's right here. See, Shadowrun 6th edition core rulebook, Seattle edition, Shadowrun 20th anniversary edition. They're basically it's just an offshoot of the rule sets. There's a 5th edition right there. Shadowrun 5th edition, which is the same edition that BG3 is running. Yeah, BG3 is running 5th edition.
Yeah.
I absolutely love them though. I have the books too, but none of the books are written by the same author. Just let me just say that they're all written by random authors. But I have a lot of the books, and I've read some of the series, and they're some of them are really good. Some of them are not so good. It depends on the author that wrote the books.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, right. That's cool. Yeah, it's definitely on my list now.
Yeah,
I was looking forward.
I know life the crap out of those games.
Yeah,
I'm a big
Shadowrun
Shadowrun fan. I love Shadowrun.
Just the aesthetic, I love. Like you said, it looks like a Baldur's Gate game, but I mean, it came out the Shadowrun Returns came out in 2013.
Oh yeah,
Looks
it was
like-
a while ago. It's a pretty solid game.
It looks really good, and I love the premise.
Oh yeah, and of course, because it's in the future, there's also cyberspace. So cyberspace takes up a big part of the game as well, which is hacking into computers and stealing information and all of this. And that part is actually very fun. Like you can hack into a computer and you know how like a lot of the times you in D&D games like in Baldur's Gate, you find like a book or something. It's like somebody's journal, right? Well,
Yeah.
in Shadowrun Returns, you hack into a computer and find like an incriminating file on like a bad guy, and you bring it to an organization, and they use it to blackmail the guy, and you end up getting money for it. They'll give you, like, oh yeah, you brought us some blackmail data, and they're like, oh yeah, we can use this. Here's such and such amount of credits for your trouble. Or you can find even cooler information in there. You can shut off security cameras, all sorts of other stuff. I mean, it's fun. It's very fun.
Oh, I'm gonna grab some water. We'll be right back. Also, hey, what's up, Dubs?
Well, that's up, Dabs.
What up?
All right. I need to set up a I need a caster. I need a caster setup, and I need a melee setup. That's what I need.
What are you doing over there on D2, my boy?
Having fun with a solo self-found run.
Nice. Love it.
I didn't really particularly like the Super Nintendo Shadowrun game as much, but it was more of a CRPG than the others. I really liked the Genesis Shadowrun game. That one was great. The Genesis version was really nice. I like that. Do I have a Thul rune? Thul rune. I got an Am rune. Alright, now I have a caster set up and I got a non-caster set up. Alright, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put Holy Bolt on the main click over here.
Not in town.
That way it differentiates between the two.
Good evening.
We were yakking about Baldur's Gate 3.
Nice.
It's a really good game.
What's that, PC?
Yeah.
Right on.
I think it's coming out on the consoles soon.
Right on.
I think so. I don't know when it's coming on the console. I think it's in a couple days. Somebody was telling me the release date for the console version was, I don't know. I think a little while ago they said it was like next week or something.
Right on. Be right back. 1 sec.
So many monsters. Ooh, spicy. Ooh. That boy about to kill me. Run!
The Sisterhood welcomes you.
Pillars of Eternity 1. I thought Pillars of Eternity was a fun game, but man, the stats on that game are really confusing. I would really recommend Chemical that if you haven't already done it, go and look up what every stat does, because the stat system in that game is so confusing. Nothing does what you think it does. Nothing. None of the stats in Pillars in that game literally do anything that you would think. I remember when first time I played through, I was trying to figure out why my tank was dying all the time, and I couldn't figure out why the hell my tank was dying all the time, and turns out I was building all the wrong stats, and I didn't understand how the attributes worked at all. The system of stats in the game is just really weird. Let me give you some examples, because I'm not saying the game is bad. All right, just hear me out. All right, this is just if you use your intuition to try and figure out what the stats do, you're gonna let yourself down. All right, so just look here real quick. Might, which you would assume is physical damage, does not increase physical damage. It increases the healing percentage and your damage output, as well as your fortitude. So your healing, if you have a healer, is tied to your might, which is really kind of strange. It's another little oddity there. Constitution, which you would think is really like just your character's health and endurance. It is endurance, but endurance is something kind of else. It's resistance to short-term injury. How much damage the character can take before they're knocked unconscious. There's a couple different things here, but like dexterity is attack speed, not 2-hit rate, which you would normally think it's like 2-hit rate. Perception ends up being accuracy, which is weird because you would think dexterity would be accuracy, but perception actually ends up being accuracy. Intellect, which you would think would be for your mage, is actually area of effect damage. And duration, which is a little strange. And then resolve, which I didn't even understand at all, ends up being deflection, as you can see here. And deflection is your main stat for defense. So you end up needing lots of resolve on your tank to add to the deflection so that your tank can actually tank properly. Anyway, if you go over the stats and you actually look at what they do, you'll start to realize that you can't use your intuition on what the stats do. You actually have to look up what the stats do and what they add to and which ones you would actually build for each character, because if you don't, you are gonna end up with a character that's built all wrong.
Yeah, I saw you're looking at Pillars of Eternity now.
Somebody was talking about it in chat, and I just wanted to give them the heads up that the stats in that game were completely wrong.
Yeah, like you said, counterintuitive.
They're very, very counterintuitive. It's very difficult to build a character properly in that game just using your intuition. You really have to know what you're doing.
Good game.
But it's a good game, though. It's just, I wish they would have made the stats a little more easy to understand.
It's from the original team the team that made the original Baldur's Gate, right? It's the same guys. I thought. I posted a funny picture in the, I guess I put it in the art photography section, but it was from my solo run. And it's just me against 12 Auntie Ethels.
That fight was such a pain in the butt.
What?
I broke my rules for that, and I brought in Gale to magic missile the illusions. Yeah, dude.
Well, if you can't kill the illusions quickly, she literally just sits there and spams hold person on you, and I'm assuming no matter how good your checks are, she's going to succeed in a hold person
There's
eventually.
12 of them.
And you're just gonna.
I can't save 12 times. That's ridiculous.
You're not gonna save 12 times. It's not gonna happen. She's gonna eventually hit one. The only thing I would recommend is if you get the psionic backlash. If you have that passive for the the tadpole power.
Yeah.
That one actually
so
works really good versus Auntie Ethel, because every single time she uses hold person on you, you can use the psionic backlash, and it will immediately do, like, because you only have to do 1 damage basically. You just do 1 damage to her with the psionic backlash, and it immediately kills all the illusions. So you just let her cast all the spells on you, and she kills all the illusions herself for you with the psionic backlash.
True. Yeah, I grabbed the Luck of the Far Realms first, because that one's so good. Well,
yeah,
psionic backlash is definitely worth it.
I didn't have it the first time I fought Auntie Ethel, but there's the second time you fight her, I did have psionic backlash, and it was such a breeze because she kept doing her little duplication thing, and then she would attack. It doesn't matter who she attacked, because psionic backlash works no matter what, like even if it's not on you. And I would just psionic backlash every time. Yeah. and it would just automatically kill all of her clones for me. It was amazing.
True. Yeah. Yeah. I just grabbed that one. Did you like eat the astral tadpole or whatever,
No,
or open your mind to it?
I squished it. I squished it.
You get some really stupid powers.
I squished it.
Tree bristles
Squished it.
with
The Emperor. So there's a whole thing in there about the, and I was talking about this on stream one day, is that Withers comes to you and he asks you this really odd question. You know, he's like, do illithids have souls? And you know, he goes to. I thought he was trying to get me to realize that illithids did have souls. I thought he was doing like the whole, you know, like you got to be the good guy kind of a thing, and you can't kill the illithids because they technically have souls.
Greater than now.
No, he tells you they don't.
Mm.
He says straight up that they don't have souls, and he's like they are soulless. He goes you're he goes if you did think they had souls, he goes you were wrong.
Yeah, that's funny.
And so I started looking it up, and I looked into the lore of the illithids, and from what I can understand, this is how it works: when a person turns into a illithid, they die. Their soul goes to whatever afterlife they believe in. And that soul no longer resides in the body. It is gone. There is apparently some illithid, something called the illithid leeches or whatever. Apparently it's like a really high form of illithid that do have souls, but no regular illithid has a soul. They basically, none of them actually have a soul, and the original soul that is in their body is always gone. And the soul that actually takes the place of the original soul, if they do gain a new soul, is not the original soul, right? So I started to realize that the Emperor is just not even... He doesn't... Like, he's not the person he was. He doesn't really exist. He's just like a shadow of who he was. And then I started to realize that, well, that pretty much means all the illithid are pretty much evil at this point. They're just evil.
Yeah, they're they're the quintessential original bad guy in D&D. I think. I don't think there were other creatures more evil. I mean, there's dragons and stuff, but even dragons have there are good dragons. There are
good dragons. Yeah, there are good dragons. Well, then that's what made me turn on the Emperor eventually, especially when I tried to talk him into freeing Orpheus, and he just wouldn't listen. And he's like, and at the end, when I'm finally like, all right, well, I'm gonna free Orpheus. It's like, so if you don't want me to free Orpheus, and he's like, well, fine then, you have chosen blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, so I'm immediately the bad guy then, huh? He just turned on me immediately. He's like, then you're my enemy, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait,
oh,
what?
you have chosen death.
What is it? How does it turn? You just what?
You took my candy away, and now I'm mad.
And he tried to hit on me too, and that was really weird. That was really strange. He all of a sudden I appeared in one of his visions or whatever, you know, where he pulls you in, and he's got no shirt on, and I'm like, and he's sitting there like he's hitting on me, and I'm just like, Emperor, come on, buddy, no, Emperor, no, please, no, just down. And he's like, and you can learn deeper, and I'm like, Emperor, I don't want to know anything deeper about you. Okay, we're not doing any deepness. There's no emotional deepness and no physical deepness. I'm sorry. It's not happening, my buddy. You turn him down. I think that's my only complaint about Baldur's Gate 3 is that literally every single character hits on you, and it's really awkward and it's really weird. Like, there was this one conversation I was having with Gale, and I totally blindsided me. Had no clue what was going on, and all of a sudden I'm sitting on a picnic blanket with Gale, and he's looking at me with these loving eyes, and I'm like, whoa, Gale, bro, what's going on? Why are we here? Why am I on a picnic blanket with you? What the hell is happening? We were in camp.
Exactly.
And he's
we were going for some bro time or something, a couple of beers.
No,
do some magic.
No, Gale is ready to. I was like, Gale, I'm not interested in you, buddy. I'm not interested in you that way, buddy. It was in
I'm
every.
pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure Withers even hit on me at one point. Like it's pretty bad. Every single character hits on you, whether you have any interest in them at all or whatever. Like it's just you'll just be having a regular conversation with them about something, and then all of a sudden they're like, and you know what else goes good with a sausage? And I'm like,
No.
Halson, okay, Halson, calm your sausage down, calm the sausage. He's like, oh man, I thought you felt that way about me too. I'm like, no, Halson.
You are literally a bear. Oh my god.
I really wish there was a little checkbox in the beginning that I could have checked and been like I am interested in such and such, females, not bears, no vampire men.
Oh my god.
Because oh my god, I spent the entire game just fighting off every single male character who was hitting on me. Asterion hit on me, Halson hit on me, Gale hit on me. Pretty sure Withers hit on me. Will hit on me at one point. I'm just like, no, stop
Camp
it.
was like one big club.
Cody, what are you whining about?
Oh, you know what? I don't know. I actually didn't even get Minsk in my playthrough, but I don't know if
Minsk
Minsk
didn't hit on me. Minsk didn't. He didn't hit on me. I don't know what happened with that one. I'm glad he didn't though.
Exactly. True bros for life.
So I don't really have a problem with games being open-ended like that, but I will say I feel it cheapens the storytelling.
Yeah.
So if you think about it from this point of view, you ever watch Star Trek? I'm gonna use a Star Trek quote. You ever watch Star Trek?
I've watched a fair amount, not all of it.
So you remember Tuvok, right?
Okay.
Yes, yeah, I remember.
So there was an episode where Tuvok says that every character must inevitably. I can't remember the exact quote. Let me see if I can find it.
So,
Cody, what are you whining about?
Yo.
What are you whining about? A character's actions must flow inexorably from his or her established traits. So it was a quote from one of the things, and this was in him talking about he had made some holodeck program, and everybody was like in love with this holodeck program of how realistic it was, and the thing that bothers me about it is that like you set up a character, right? You set that character up. You make specific traits for that character, whether he's gay, whether he's not gay, whether he's bi, whether he loves donkeys. I don't know. You set that character up a specific way, right? And it gives that character life. But when you flex the character in whatever direction he wants to go, it kind of cheapens the character in the storytelling because now the character's not flowing from his or her traits. Now you're just changing the character to meet whatever traits you want the character to have at that particular moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It definitely seemed out of character for a bunch of them.
It was really abrupt for some of them. Like you would just be having a conversation with one of them, and then all of a sudden they're looking at you longingly, like with lovey-dovey eyes, and you're like, "Whoa, where did this even come from?"
Yeah, for a couple of them, it was totally in character. Like when Karlach comes up to you after the goblin fight or whatever, and she's like, "I want to take you out back behind the barn and like do dirty things."
That's
It
her
was like,
whole.
"Okay,
That's her whole
Karlach."
character. That's her whole character.
Yeah, exactly.
That literally,
Exactly.
she's the bad girl whole character. She cusses half the whole dang time. So yeah, that was totally within her character.
And then Astarion is just like half of the things he says are just flirtatious. So for him, it was in character. But when someone like Will, who's like this,
So that was interesting. It was interesting you mentioned that because Asterion, when he hit on me, even though I wasn't interested, it felt like it was within his character. He felt like to me the kind of character who would go for that kind of stuff. He was like the edgy vampire who does things he probably shouldn't do. And I got the feeling from the very beginning that he was not a straight character. And then that was confirmed later on, by the way, because when you find his original boyfriend in the cell, remember?
Yeah. Exactly.
That was his character. His character was that. And so it felt right for him. But like when Halson hit on you, That one just felt really wrong, and Gale too. That Gale felt really wrong as well, especially after Gale goes through this whole process of telling you how he fell in love with Mistra, the goddess of, the weave, and had made love with Mistra a whole bunch, and then he's like, want a sausage, and you're just like, wait a minute, I thought.
I thought you were
Like,
still pining over the goddess of magic.
Yeah, I thought you were still with the goddess of magic.
No, I agree. Like, some characters don't need a romance either. I can agree with that. Some of the Baldur's Gate characters weren't romanceable, if I recall correctly.
I heard that there's some characters that are romanceable in Baldur's Gate 3 that are not readily apparent. The demon, apparently you can romance that demon.
Oh yeah,
the demoness or
you
whatever.
Can romance Zora.
I think
aren't people doing romance speedruns for Baldur's Gate?
I saw.
Yeah. Like how fast you can make
how
that happen.
fast can you romance? Well, you probably would just have to choose all the options that get you the approval no matter what. even if they were the worst options no demand. Like, here, let me sacrifice this group of peasants. just light this building on fire with orphans in it. Shadowheart approves. Yay!
Nah, I think there's one where it's literally like you recruit them to your camp, you take one long rest, and they're like, "Hey, so you wanna bang?" Literally one night is all it takes. And they're like, "You're the greatest person I've ever met. Let's bang."
You ever play Stardew Valley? It's really hard to romance a character in the first season. Like there's a dance or whatever. It's like a spring dance, and you can dance with one of the characters. Like if you can romance them enough, it is so difficult to romance a character before the first spring dance to actually get. And there are literally whole guides out there on how to romance a character quickly enough so you can have a dance for the first spring dance. That's pretty much what it is.
Alone. Oh my god. Yeah. No, I mean, that makes sense. Like, it's fun to have a challenging romance. I remember in Baldur's Gate 2, some of the romances were so convoluted, though. Like, trying to romance Jaheira to get her special quest and, like, bonus XP and stuff was, like it spanned across 3 acts, and if you didn't talk to this NPC in this specific, like, cutscene or whatever, like, you missed
Jaheira's
the whole
robbing the cradle,
romance
huh?
and it was dead. Yeah. For real.
I'll be right back. I need to figure out what Cody's whining about.
Okay.
Watch, he comes back, he's like, yeah, all my stuff was stolen. My house is gone.
Yeah, Chemical made some good points as well about never trusting beholders. Yeah, those guys are giant one-eyed freaks. Oh, anything fun in D4, dudes? You still alive?
Fireballing it up.
Nice.
My fireballs are. I'm playing basketball now. I'm dribbling. I was about to cuss. I'm dribbling down the court with these fireballs.
Yeah, awesome.
I got that song stuck in my head. We're playing
Just going boom as a fucking necromancer. It's fucking awesome, dog. What the fuck?
Did you just start a necro?
This is trash.
Oh, really? Bubba was loving his.
Who?
Bubba.
Well,
Big
I'm
Bubba
doing
Hubba.
something wrong, obviously, because this is.
Did they just nerf?
I need to see a doctor, man.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
He was just playing Bone Spear and said it was great, but I don't know if it changed. I haven't played
I'm playing
it.
Bone Spear right now. Yeah, I'm level 65. It's fucking ass.
Apparently, you need to stack a ton of movement speed and essence generation.
Essence generation is the key here. Fuck.
Yeah. Oh, people are calling you out for swearing, Dubs. Got to be more,
Oh,
come on.
we're
Do I
streaming.
need to pull out the soap again?
We're streaming.
Yeah.
Are they? Are they all uptight?
Wow.
It is
Oh, people
the
tell me.
terms of service.
Dubs pulled out the naughty words while you were gone.
I see.
had-
People in chat are telling on you guys.
Oh,
Meow,
hey,
meow,
whoa, whoa,
meow's telling.
you guys is an interesting word. Choice of word.
Yeah, we got a bunch.
That would
of,
intend that there's
we
more
got a
than
bunch
one.
of snitches in chat right now.
Snitches. Snitches. Yeah,
Yeah,
stuff-
get in here,
Crazy.
meow.
yeah, get in here, meow.
Oh,
People want to
Oh,
hear
dude,
your weird British voice.
Paladin.
Meow,
It's the
meow,
only time
meow
I've played
voices
Diablo
several
with a
characters
cat
in
before.
Diablo 4. I don't know if you've seen some of the NPCs in Diablo 4 literally have Meow's voice.
What's this?
What, mate? One of the NPCs, literally every single time I go up to sell stuff to him, he's like, what's that calling it? And I'm like, all right, Meow. Take the stuff. Take the stuff, Meow. Stop fighting me every single time.
I didn't know he was a voice actor.
I'm pretty sure it's him.
We don't have any news for season 5, right? Like complete radio silence.
Season what now?
5 of D2R.
What's that?
It was the fourth season. I think started in May, so it's 4 months from May. So whatever that is.
That would be like, it'd be now. But yeah.
4 months from
Well-
May, and I think it was like the middle of whatever 4 months from May is.
All I do know is that
'Cause it
they
was-
shortened the last season to make it like interchange, right?
It was May the 4th. Yeah, May the 4th be with you. I remember. May the 4th be with you.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. It makes sense now. I remember. May the 4th be with you. So 4 months from May the 4th, whatever that is. I guess we'll start getting some information when we start approaching that date.
Yeah.
Ow!
Yeah, and Envious made a good point that they shortened season 3 for the.
So if
Diablo
there's
4.
any delay, I'm gonna be like, "What are you guys doing with your lives?"
Well, they're trying to time out the things so that we have the Diablo 4 not interfering with the Diablo 2 seasons, which I appreciate.
Exactly.
Which I appreciate. But yeah, it would be like September 4th, probably. What is that? May 4th to June 4th, that's 1 month. June 4th to July 4th, that's 2 months. July 4th to August 4th, that's 3 months. And then, yeah, September 4th is 4 months. So we probably should be getting some information about, I would say, 2 weeks in advance. So the 28th or the 21st, maybe. So soon-ish, I guess.
Sorry. Well, I'm about to fight the Inquisitor.
Cody, why are you staring at the door? She ain't coming to get you. You're bad. Kubus the bad dog. He just gets banished to the Shadow Realm all the time. Like, oh, there's Kubus banished to the Shadow Realm again.
The Sword's Bard is an absolute beast. It's crazy.
I don't know, I got punked by one of my own party members. Apparently the way the NPCs play characters and the way that I play characters is just completely different. And
Oh yeah.
I went into that trial, you know, the one that copies your characters and then you gotta fight against your own characters. And frickin' Gale, I don't know what happened or how he ended up being like the god of my party, but I still don't even know how to play him that way. He would just go invisible, like appear somewhere, fire off a fireball at my entire group, annihilating half my group, go back invisible again, disappear again, come back, fire another big spell off, disappear. He fired a fireball off like 6 times, and I was like, I can't even fire a fireball off 6 times. Like, how the hell did he fire a fireball off 6 times? I don't even know what the hell's going on. Like, Gale can't do that. I mean, he just kept he just kept disappearing, firing a fireball, disappearing, firing a fireball. Like, before it was done, like, my entire group was literally just cinders on the ground. I had to reload and target Gale first because otherwise he would just annihilate the entire group.
Yo. Like, wow, wizards are really powerful, apparently.
I must be playing them all wrong.
Yeah, in Baldur's Gate 3.
I haven't tried it yet. I watched a few of the streams.
It's very
The only
good.
Baldur's Gate I ever played was the original.
Well, this is
it's
good. It's
when
good.
I was a little munchkin.
Meow the Munchkin. Is that like one of those Munchkin cats that has very short legs?
I think so. Yes, that waddles.
8 shoutworms. I don't know if I want to reenact a porno.
That's
It's an interesting request.
I still want to do 8 summon necros.
Because 8 shoutbarbs is pretty much just a porno. I mean, if you want, it's pretty much just a porno. All you're gonna hear the entire time is oh, the whole. That's gonna be the whole season. I just spoiled the whole season for you.
Could you imagine 8 leap barbs as well?
Stop it.
I remember Elemist's Warcry Barb.
Oh god. We do need to do another 8-man party. That would be fun.
Yeah, I was just asking
one
about
of these days.
yeah, whenever season 5 comes out, we're obviously all gonna have to.
Yeah. I'm hoping
Go
they bring
nuts.
out some new room words as well. I'd love something that, you know, just like let's the Amazon have an extra Valk or something interesting. Because could you imagine like an like a Valk's on, like an actual summons on?
you
or,
can.
know.
I solo played through on Amazon using
yeah.
my Valkyrie, doing the solo self-found.
Valks are amazing. So imagine having 2 of them.
Right. Or if you could have like a
just-
bow one that would like kind of shoot some crazy stuff.
I think PD2 has that with a with the decoy actually shoots
No,
and kills stuff.
If anything, I'd like to see the Valkyrie and the Iron Golem and I think the Valkyrie and the Iron Golem both, maybe even the Shadow Master, just kind of like open them up so that you can actually see their inventories. I think that would be really cool. And then maybe even allow us, maybe even allow us to equip items on them. Maybe the items get lost when they die, but like put some sort of
Oh my god.
Put some sort of horrible, you know, thing on there, like if you equip your Valkyrie with a bunch of equipment and she dies, and then it's gone forever. But it'd be really neat if they opened up the Valkyrie and like the Iron Golem and the Shadow Master to have equippable items.
We could use all.
Or even just
all
let
the-
us see, what the items are. I think that would be really cool.
I know PD2 allows you to see the Valk's items and like you can respawn it again and again until you get like good blue stuff or good rares. But it doesn't hold uniques, it's just blue and rare, I believe.
No, I mean it would be cool. It would be a use for all those like near misses on those
could you
diamonds.
imagine-
Yeah.
Could you imagine having a Shadow Master and putting like Chaos on it? Whirlwind is Shadow Master or something. That'd be ridiculous.
Well, I'm
Or like
hoping
mosaics
I'm
on
hoping
the
they got
Shadow
some fun
Master.
stuff for us this season. We'll see.
Yeah,
So they have.
Yeah. I don't expect like insane changes, but one thing I do want to see is like Aldrin. I think the biggest thing the biggest thing I want is old uniques that are indestructible to be changed to repair durability. So like you can find like a Ethereal Grandfather or Ethereal Doombringer. Like stuff like that is lacking. I think being ethereal with repair durability would actually make it more useful. and people might choose to give it a bit of fun. I just think there's a lot of old uniques that, because they obviously rehauled, what was the set sword?
Suzabi's?
Yeah, Bull
Or which
Cathos
one?
finally got the knockback.
Oh,
removed.
yeah.
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 So
yeah,
like,
yeah.
if they're willing to change stuff like that, you know, hopefully they're willing to start. Yeah, I don't expect them to be as powerful as Rune Words. You know, that's ridiculous. But I would like some of the old uniques to, like, you could sit there and go, I could use that instead of a grief. You know, yes, it's not as much damage, but it's fun and it's the whole enjoyment of it. Like an ethereal 2-socket, you know, grandfather. That would be amazing.
You know, would be a cool option. I was thinking of is if you're able to put any assortment of runes that would fit into socketed armor, let's say, into the cube, and if it doesn't match a rune word, it'll just make like a totally unique RNG rune word. And the higher the runes are, like maybe there's like a cooler effect threshold that it can have. If it's like a extra higher.
Someone's just got to put like a 6-socket phase blade and put 6 zods in there.
Yeah. Could have one really indestructible sword that does a couple other things.
But I'd also love to see like weird stuff like a words-led rune word that can only be for words-led. Because everyone wants it. And everyone wants that meme. So why not? You know,
It is a cult.
Words Wrath, that's what it would be called.
It's a cult. Words-led rune word is a cult. Come on. We've seen people putting jars and stuff in there.
Yes, we have.
I think that would be
Maniacs.
funny, like some niche weird things, you know, a few modifiers to some of the old uniques, like Tyrael's Might or whatever it is. Tyrael's the blue one.
Yeah,
Really needs a rework because it's the rarest armor in the game, and come on, it's not that great.
It needs plus the skills, is what it needs.
Yeah, or like a lot of people said, it needs flat 1 to teleport.
I'd also like to
I'm
see.
not keen on that personally, but
I'd also like to see rares be able to roll plus the skills.
yeah,
The rare
I
rare
think someone
armors.
else-
I think if rare armors could roll plus the skills, people would be more interested in using them.
yeah.
I also
also
heard
want,
a suggestion of doing resistance rune words, like negative resistance. Large charm.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Oh,
I'd
charms.
love to see.
So like
Yeah,
yeah,
it
minus
was my
5
work charm.
fire, large charm.
Yeah.
Because then that would make large charms like kind of interesting.
I'd love
Yeah,
to see
and
rare
we just
quivers
got-
and bolts
Yeah.
that you can like craft and like maybe get like repair durability arrows with attack speed. Like it doesn't have to be insane, but
There's
just
that-
simple
yeah.
things that give you something where you don't have to go back to town and constantly get more. You know.
Yeah, I made a fully stacked out boson. I'm pretty sure you did too, right? Early
I
in like
did.
either season 1 or 2. Yeah.
I did the explosive arrow sork and I loved it, but running out of bolts did my nutting.
Yeah.
Like it's just so annoying.
I did the fizz boson fully stacked
Yeah.
out, you know, with faith and everything.
And it's just
And
not
it-
as good as it should be for the price.
Yeah. Exactly.
Especially if you do like 3 2020s and like, yeah, it's amazing, but at the same time, compared to something that costs 1/3 or not even that, you know, it gets
Javazon
outperformed
with
by
the
so
Sunder.
much. Yeah. So it's like, I think they need to work on, you know, giving us. I think like maybe a set of unique quivers and unique bolts, like one of each,
Could be fun.
with something funky like 1 to skills, attack speed, and indestructible. Something different, you know, could have Pierce on it, or like nothing overpowered, but and then maybe give us a couple, you know, couple of like rare quivers that we can roll or something different.
Yeah, some affixes like attack
Yeah.
rating or attack speed or something.
Yeah, attack speed, attack rate, and maybe repairs durability,
Yeah,
puncture, or something. Like, it doesn't have to be like ED and this and that. You know, simple little
Yeah,
things
yeah,
like dexterity and resistance
Yeah.
and
Yeah, exactly.
simple stuff.
Because yeah,
You
I
know?
mean the survivability of the
Yeah,
boson is awful. Yeah, life would be great
Yeah,
too.
so like life, resistance, attack speed, life leech, mana leech, and maybe pierce. Like, if you could roll random ones of them on it, it'd be epic.
Yeah, Sang's talking about taking out Enigma. Yeah,
I agree 100%.
I mean it's too late for that.
Yeah, right. That's never
it
happening.
is too late.
With that,
I
it's
I
never
think
happening.
if they want to balance that, they should change Tyrael's to +1 teleport to give people another option because it's such a rare armor.
No.
But yeah, I'd prefer it to have
I don't want
something
more
different.
enigmas.
Like
I don't want more. We want less. You're,
I think
Maybe,
Tyrael's
you're over here. You're over here to give
Tyrael's-
everybody teleport. I'm like, no, I don't want teleport.
I think personally, I think Tyrael's needs 100 ED
I'll go
damage.
I'm gonna go the other way. Let's
And-
take teleport away from the sorceress. How about that?
How about
yeah,
how
okay,
about she can only teleport within line of sight? Like she can still bridge gaps,
No.
but she can't teleport over walls.
No teleport.
It
No,
should be
teleport gone.
teleport should be changed so it's more of a mobility.
That would
It's
be-
more like a 10-second cooldown.
Yeah.
It should
That'd
be
be-
more
yeah,
like D4, where it's
But
more
yeah.
of a get you out of situations.
I
Unless
see.
you got Raymond.
I see teleport as a negative thing for the entire game. I feel like as a whole,
Yeah.
it just negatively affects the game.
Come on,
People
we all
just
love
rush through the
classic.
game and they just go as fast as they possibly can, and then they're bored. And 9 times out of 10, literally, I'll talk to somebody and be like, "Oh, I'm bored. I already leveled up my character. I'm done with the game." And like, yeah, because you got into the hyperspeed jet, the Concorde jet, and you flew around the planet in 1 hour, and then now you're in California and you got your Disneyland stuff, and you're in the motel and you're bored because you finished so quickly. I was like, meanwhile, the road trip over here, they're going to see the biggest ball of yarn.
But you, can
You
also
ain't
see
seen the biggest
problems
ball of yarn.
Mosaic. Like Mosaic, it's too powerful compared to everything else.
And it got even better in season 4.
Like I get that Martial Arts Assassin needed help.
I don't
But
think Mosaic is really that powerful. I'm gonna go the other
You could
direction.
take down
I'm gonna go
everything
the
and
other
anything.
direction. I played Mosaic before they buffed it and after they buffed it, and during
a lot of work, though.
when it was not even really that great. The main downsides of Mosaic is you are extremely and utterly weak to the point of absurdity, and if you do not have your charges, you are dead. Like there are so many
True,
situations
yeah.
where I lost my charges for one reason or another. Maybe I got stunned, maybe I got knocked back or something stupid, or maybe you guys were killing the monsters too fast, or there was the packs of monsters were just a little bit too far apart, or I went into the Ubers and I couldn't build my charges, or I couldn't attack a monster quickly enough to keep my charges up, and as soon as my charges went down, I was dead.
Yeah, and when you don't have your attack, and when you don't have your charges, you still have to,
Gain
work
it.
off of
I
attack
did-
rating.
I
So
did-
you'll miss-
there was this whole thing that
Yeah.
existed with the assassin. So people look at the assassin and they see this big overpowered character, but then they don't see all the times that we literally died while we
I
were
s- I
trying to
still
build our
prefer trap
charges.
assassins.
And
still
Fire
prefer trappers.
Fire Trapson is god tier now.
And we,
Oh, yeah,
we
I
tried
like
so
that.
hard. We would try so hard on the assassin though to mitigate it, to you increase your run walk speed. There were so many different ways we tried to make sure that our charges never fell off, because when our charges did fall off, yeah.
Yeah, trying to get your charges when I made mine, it was annoying. Having to especially if you're using 4 or 5 different things, it was just a nightmare to get them all.
And then
And
repair
then,
costs.
You overclick once. You overclick and you're like, no, it's the wrong one. It's meteors.
Then you have
You
to
gotta
rebuild
build 'em
all
all
the
over again.
charges. You gotta go. You
Yeah.
gotta go deplete them and then rebuild them.
Yeah, you swap
Yeah.
off your mosaics, you get rid of all your charges.
And then you
Yeah,
also
it's kind of
couldn't use any superior equipment either. So you literally could not use any
Yeah.
superior items because you have no armor value. So there was no armor on the character, which meant everything hit you. So you're basically like the Hulk. You're like a raw sponge of a character that literally just gets hit by everything, and the only thing keeping you alive is literally your massive lifesteal. That's the only thing keeping you alive. And the moment that you stop attacking, you die.
Yeah.
But the problem is that if you have any superior equipment on, superior claws, superior helmet, superior armor, they're constantly getting broken.
Yeah, true.
And you would have like a
that's
400,000 gold bill every single time you went to town after like one battle. You're like, yeah, I'm not using any superior equipment ever now.
I do think
I'm
what to make next season.
I made my mosaic sin in hardcore, right? So I sacrificed like 2 skills, I think. I could have gone more heavily into the charges, but instead I put 20 points in a fade, which helped big time.
Yeah, I maxed fade and then I used Crown of Ages and like I went max damage reduction. I was stacked on res and mine was like tanky, really tanky, and I also went max claw block for the fun of it.
Yeah, I went max claw block as well.
I mean, you basically had to.
Yeah. I didn't have a choice in hardcore, otherwise I was gonna die. And I mean, I poured my heart and soul into that character. She's 98.
I still prefer Javazons and stuff to the Mosaics in, or like a Lightning Trapper or Fire Trapper. I still think it's more enjoyable.
Fire Trap is so much fun.
That was another thing I was going to talk about when it comes to the Mosaics, then, is the enjoyability. So because you are constantly on edge of, I got to keep my charges, I've got to keep my charges, I've got to keep my charges. So you were constantly in this never-ending, get to the next encounter, get to the next encounter, rush. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Find the next monster, you know, hit the monster. Oh, I almost lost my charges. And then you go and you play another character, okay? You play any other character other than that character. And you're like, you're like, wow, I don't have to rush in between groups anymore. I don't have to, like, literally act like my pants are literally on fire the entire time I'm playing. And if you play the Mosaic Sin, if you actually go play her, you realize that, number one, she's really weak, and number two, there's this like sense of urgency that always exists, because if you don't keep your charges up, you're screwed. So you're constantly rushing to get to the next encounter. You're constantly rushing to get it's a terrible way to play a character. She's very powerful, yes, and if you play her properly and you keep your charges up and you do everything properly, it's great. But don't keep your charges up and see what happens. See what happens. You're gonna be dead real fast.
I just struggled with the brightness of it. It really hurt my eyes after a while.
Half the time you couldn't even build charges. There were many situations where without your charges you were so weak that you literally could not rebuild the charges. You had to go off and find like a lesser monster, like something that wouldn't kill you immediately, to build your charges back up, to go back in and fight the other monster that was kicking your butt.
Very true, Sang. Total difference to summon. I'll definitely have to think what to make next season. It all depends when the patch notes come out and if there are any new items.
Especially Ubers. I think Ubers is what really kind of made me realize with the Mosaic Sin just how awful it was to have to manage the charges. Because you know how a lot of the times in Ubers you spend a little time, you know, prepping, you go to the right area, you gotta, you know, set things up right, and you
charges went.
Well, yeah, you don't have any time to set things up. You don't have any time to do things properly. It's because you gotta go to like Eldritch the Rectifier real quick, build all your charges up, and you've got a whole, you know, couple seconds basically before your charges go away between your loading in, loading out, and hopping into the portal, and then once you get in, you basically have no choice but to jump on the nearest monster and start attacking. So there's no strategy involved. It's just you. I don't know, like you got like a cup with a hole in it.
You're like a Wolverine.
You got like a cup with a hole in it, and it's draining, and you're trying to like drink it before all the liquid leaves the cup or something. Like, it's stupid.
Yeah, it's true.
And half the time when we were doing Ubers, I would be like, all right, is everybody ready? I'd be like, I'm gonna build my charges, and then I'd build my charges, and then they weren't ready, and I'd go in, and then I'd have to leave back out and go rebuild my charges again, and like, not ready, rebuild my charges.
Have you lot planned anything for next season?
And then everybody was dying, like half the time people would be dying and screaming in the corner, like on fire. They're like, "Oh my God, help us! We're dying!"
I'll be surprised if I play.
And I'm like, "I'm building my charges. Hold on." Oh, it was so many times. Literally, people would be almost dead or dying, screaming into the microphone for help, and I'm just over here like, "I'm building my charges. I'll be there in a minute."
The funnest thing was when you'd dragonflight straight into a massive pack and they'd just one hit you because your claw block didn't work or something.
Never had that problem. So if you use the cold sunder, and then you also use the ice claw, it basically freezes everything
good idea.
upon entering. It's like dynamic entry, and it freezes the entire pack upon entering. So you don't have to worry about them wailing on you. And the few monsters that aren't freezable, you know, like a ghost pack or something like that, it usually is not enough to tip the scales against you.
Yeah.
My Horker Barbs loved me when I ran cold, whatever enchantment, imbuement. Like, why aren't there any bodies anymore? Oh, I'm sorry. They have all shattered. No one's dying though.
Yeah, I need to think what to make. Not sure yet. Just gotta wait.
between-
See what updates.
Yeah. Yeah, like just kind of briefly thinking about it. I was in between a barbarian or a necromancer for this ladder because I haven't really played them. Maybe a druid, but
Yeah, I haven't done a bone necro in a long time, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Meow's
Also,
gonna. Meow is actually
decent,
playing. He's gonna play a Diablo 4 NPC. That was what he told me.
Yes, the one that always goes on about his cat.
Yes.
Just selling stuff.
Yep.
What are you buying?
You need a repair or
I
what?
wouldn't mind.
Shake on it.
I wouldn't mind.
You
I wanna
what,
build something
mate?
that'll help us with Ubers
I've got
at
sharp,
the start.
blunt, sinister.
I will sell you 1 gold for your 5 gold. I'm hoping we'll get a special event again, like that.
How come I
Gamble
don't hear-
days. They were so fun.
Why are there never Australian accents in MMO games, now that I'm thinking about it? I played WoW, I played Diablo, I think Guild Wars didn't have any Australian accents either. What's going on? That was just like an epiphany right there.
Because they don't have any Australian voice actors.
Dude.
They're all produced
They're
by
all too
European or
busy.
American
Australian's
studios.
really far away.
I think that's really it.
It's really far away.
I'm pretty
And they
sure
have
that's
lots
the
of
only
poisonous
reason.
critters there, and people don't want to go
Dude,
there.
no.
People
In
don't
this
wanna go
day and
there.
age, half the recordings for a game aren't recorded at the actual studio of like the game development.
You can't
They're
convince
just sent
me.
WAV files from someone
You
recording
can't
at a
convince
professional
me.
place.
I'm sorry. There's no convincing.
They're not recording it at home.
No, but you can definitely go to a recording space nearby, and you can rent a room for like $60 an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
So if you're professional and you're like you make your living off of it, I would imagine you could do something like that.
I mean, so if you're looking at the development progress of Baldur's Gate 3, which has over 1.4 million lines of voice dialogue, right?
Oh my god!
Like all
Did
of
you
that,
ever?
I'm pretty sure was done in house.
Did you ever come across a character in Baldur's Gate that wasn't voice acted? I did.
My own.
I did. There was a character
Oh.
that wasn't voice acted. It was so you know that like final scene where they gather all the people in that room for you, and it's like in the, you know, Minsk does like a little rah rah shish kumbah and everybody cheers. Like I went around and talked to everybody in the room, and everybody was talking to me, and then all of a sudden I came to this one person in the room, and it was just like it was just written text above their head, and there was no dialogue, and I was like, wait, what?
What?
It was the first
one
one.
guy. I found him.
I was like, I found that one guy that doesn't talk.
Now, part of his story is that he's deaf and he can't communicate. He has to use sign language.
No, it was a character that actually was voiced, but for some reason in that particular scene, I guess they just didn't have a voice dialogue for him. It was weird.
That's got to feel so out of place.
It
when
did. It
everything else
was
is
really.
voiced.
It was really starkly contrasted. I was like, because I was talking with everybody, and everybody was voiced. And like, even the strange ox was voiced, and then all of a sudden,
Even the owl bear was voiced. He made screeching noises.
every cat and mouse in the game is voiced, and all of a sudden, this one person doesn't get a voice actor, and you're like, wait a minute, what?
But I mean, like, if you think about it, that's such an achievement. Like, everyone is voiced. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely insane. Somebody was saying something like, what did they say? Baldur's Gate is such an unrealistic expectation for the game industry or something. I'm like, no, this is amazing. This game is amazing. You guys shut your faces. You guys
Yo.
shut your faces. This
Yeah,
is an
everyone
amazing
complain.
game. You guys should all put out stuff like this.
Right? I mean, the Baldur's Gate 3 budget, do you think it was smaller than Diablo 4's, for example? Or, any other big game made by a
Well, in Baldur's Gate,
developer like that?
in Diablo
Well,
4's
no.
defense, Baldur's Gate had been in development for like 3 years, and Diablo 4
Yeah.
apparently had only been development for a year. joke, and cue laughter at this point, because it seems like for some reason or another, Diablo 4 was just had half the development time that Baldur's Gate has had so far.
Well, no. What they did for Diablo 4 is they spent a lot of their budget on hiring psychologists to get the best microtransactions possible.
Exactly. Or for
That
their
really make
employees
more
to have
money.
been
And that's not
traumatized
cheap. You
by
know,
the work
they got
environment.
degrees.
if we give Diablo 4 the same amount of time that Baldur's Gate had, if we give them another year or two, I guarantee you Diablo 4 will be nearly as good as a product as Baldur's Gate is now.
Personally, I like Diablo a lot right now. I'm enjoying it a whole lot.
It's just not finished. It's really not finished. They got so much work to do.
I'm waiting. So I gave up on this season.
Let's
I'm
wait
just
for the
gonna
first. Let's wait for the first
until
big
next season.
expansion.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait a bit. I am looking forward to trying Path of Exile 2 at some point when that happens. That's gonna be interesting. Because I had over 5,000 hours in Path of Exile. So we'll see what that one looks like eventually.
What are you always rooting for? Rooting. You're always rooting. What? What are you rooting for?
Us animals just want food. Give.
You got food. Go eat your lunch. I packed your lunch over there.
No, we want your food. Our food ain't good
I don't got no
Give us
food.
your food.
I don't got none.
Well, find some.
Don't got none. Big baby.
It's just animals in general, isn't it?
The sisterhood welcomes you.
Hello.
There was this special cat treat. It was like $4, and it was like a tiny piece of actual tuna steak, like very small. And I was like, okay, I'll get her it. See what she thinks. Wouldn't go near the bloody thing, would she? She ate it in the end, but she was so like wary of it. But buy her a tin of like cheap tuna, she's happy as sin.
Give her a banana. The whole banana. Just give her a whole banana. I hear
My
cats are
cat's
scared.
fussy.
I hear cats are scared of bananas.
Cats are scared of
Put the
everything.
I thought it
banana.
was
Just put the
pickles.
banana where you don't want her to go.
Cats are scared
I'm pretty
of
sure.
anything that is not normal. To
No. So, like pickles and like cucumbers and bananas in particular,
yeah.
they instinctually think that those are snakes, and that's their like first reaction.
Yep.
I forgot to mention with my Baldur's Gate Paladin build, I'm playing with Bob. Like he's
That's
a pure strength build.
That's the
It's
that's
the
the
poll
poll.
that-
That's the poll for today.
I'm playing a pure strength character, which is just so much fun because he's playing a deep gnome. So you remember that scene in Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers where Gimli's like whispering to
Toss me.
Aragorn, "Toss me."
Yeah, you can throw people.
I will just.
You can throw
I'll
people,
just
yeah.
take his character and throw him, and it's just the funniest thing ever.
Uh-huh.
I also do it to enemies. I take like half my strategy is throwing enemies at other enemies to kill them.
You're so mean.
It's
It's
amazing.
efficient.
It sounds
It's very
like,
efficient. Thank you.
It sounds like Ginger's weird kick build in D4.
Maybe. But yeah, no, it's too much fun. The throwing and the way you interact with the environment is really fun.
Yeah, I haven't played Baldur's Gate since the first one, and that was amazing back in the day. Same with like the original StarCrafts and stuff. I loved all them sort of things.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about some of those good old games.
They don't make games
Good
like
old
they used to.
games.
You know,
It's locked.
Where
Well,
they
that's-
actually
that's-
cared
that's
about
what
the
everybody's-
players,
That's what everybody's talking about. Baldur's Gate 3 is like one of the good old games from back in the day.
it's-
Fully
Right?
fully
I think the-
featured, voiced, freaking amazing, great story, good characters, like hardly any
might have to
bugs.
buy it.
I hardly encountered any bugs on Baldur's Gate 3. The frame
Yeah.
rate was bad, but I think that
I think
had
the
something.
biggest issue nowadays
I think the
is
frame
they
rate
just
hits had something to do with the number of NPCs on the screen at any given time, which was something to do with the way that the
The bathing
not
thing.
not a graphical issue, but some sort of AI issue where I guess it had to constantly go through the process of figuring out what the NPCs were going to be doing at any given moment, some sort of like formula in the background. And the more NPCs that were on the screen, the more things that it had to consider. And it would get to the point where if you had too many on the screen, it would affect the performance of the game overall, because it was like spending most of your processing power trying to figure out what the NPCs were going to be doing.
Like, what is this commoner gonna say, and where is he gonna walk to at this moment?
So if you had like 20 or more NPCs on the screen at any given time, it just starts to like spaz out.
I just think the issue with games nowadays is they're more on about wanting money compared to actually making a good product and caring about the player base. And which I get, companies need to make money, but back in the days they made money because they brought out good products and cared about the player base.
There was some
really
movie I watched a long time ago, and the guy was like, his father gave him some advice and on how to proceed. He's like, first you need a product, and he's like, okay. And so he designs a product, and he makes this product, and he finally has like the best product that he can possibly make, right? And the people are buying his product. The problem is that once they have his product, they don't need him anymore, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So he goes back to his father for more advice, and his father goes, okay, so now you have a product. He goes, now you have to make it so that they need you. So not just that you have a product, but that you have a product that they will come back to you for, and they will continue to, to use your services. And so he thinks about his product and what he's created, and he thinks about a way that he can convert his product into a service that the people will come back for. And so he creates a service where we'll get your, website. Like he basically makes a website where people go to and have a website created, right? So once they have the website created, then he creates a service. It's like, we'll get your website ranked #1 on Google. So now they go to him, have the website created, and then they come back to him to get their website ranked #1.
Yeah.
And what it comes down to is you can't just make a product that's amazing without, them not coming back to you at some point, because now they're not going to come back to you anymore because you don't have any more products. They already bought your product. So all the companies these days are trying to figure out how to make a product that gets you to come back over and over again. And I think the moral of the story is it's just unfun. Having a game that you have to come back to over and over again is kind of unfun. You want to come back, not being forced to come back. And I think there's a subtle difference there that they don't quite understand. People want to come back to Diablo 2. That's why they play it all the time. It's not a forcing thing. I mean, nobody's being forced to play Diablo 2. At least as far as I know, nobody's being forced to play Diablo 2. But but the thing is, though, is that you take that and you look at it objectively, and you're like, okay, well, if nobody's being forced to play the game, then they must have something that they like that's bringing them back. But they don't seem to understand this. The game developers are like, okay, well, let's see how we can force them to come back.
They haven't learned. Like all these daily quests and this and that, and it's like you're making people have to log in, then they get burnt out, then they get drained. They don't enjoy it.
It's all the FOMO stuff that they've started.
Like, oh, you've got to do this and this and this and this in the season to do this, and it's like it gets people where casual players can't just play for an hour every now and then and just enjoy themselves. And you lose so many people because everyone works, everyone has lives. Yes, these big streamers will go nuts, but other than that, most people could just play an hour or two a day or a week or over the weekend. And that's where most of your money comes from, is the small people that buy the game to play it casually.
But if you don't log on at exactly 7:30 tonight, you're going to miss the World Boss.
Exactly.
Get that sweet World Boss loot.
Where they need to make it, where it's like a group of you Like say a guild, they should make it so it's guild based, so that your guild can summon the world boss and your guild can go kill it together.
Exactly.
You know,
and then you have a declone
that
scenario, and the declone scenario is actually something fun that people are interested in.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have you seen people running, screaming through the Discord? Oh my God, declone spawning in 15 minutes! 15 minutes! And then
Yeah,
like
brings the
everybody gets all
community
excited,
together.
right? Like people don't get that
you
excited
can
for a world boss. They do not get that
No.
excited for a world boss.
But it also makes it so that people can work together and you can sync it around when most of your players are on. And you know, the amount of people that miss world bosses, it's because one, them telling you world boss is spawning is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and
Except if you look at
meanwhile
your
in
map
Diablo
locally.
2, like the Diablo approaches Sanctuary, and you're like, oh my
Yeah,
God.
exactly. There's a lot they need to improve on D4. Like, I really enjoy the aesthetics of the game, and I think they've got a good base, but there's a lot that they need to improve
They need to
on.
let me zoom out.
Yeah.
They need to let me
I
zoom
know, I
out.
also-
I went back to
want
playing
an
Diablo
overlap.
2. I'm playing Diablo 2 right now, and oh my God, like you know what Diablo 4 zoom in level is literally you can zoom in on Diablo 2. Diablo 4 zoom in level is literally the zoom in on Diablo 2. It's literally like playing Diablo 2 like
It's
this.
horrible.
It's awful. And when I went back to Diablo 2 and I played it for the first time in a long time, I was like, oh my God, this is so good. Like the zoom out is so nice on this game. It's so good.
Zooming out because
It's like
yes.
overlay map.
Yeah. Yes, please, right? The entire community has been asking for it.
Yes, zoom out.
Well, what made me laugh
was
was
stuff like that as well.
His Radar was like, he was like, oh, we can't let people zoom out because it's going to ruin the performance of the game because more stuff appears on the screen. And I'm like, what is this console field of view crap? You remember back in the day when the Call of Duty came out and the field of view on Call of Duty on the console was like 70, and the field of view on the PC version was like 110 or something like that, and the difference on what you could see. Like at any given time,
It's
it was
crazy.
Like and on the console version, it was like you were looking through a Pringles can.
But now consoles are getting so
Advantage?
powerful now. Like they can handle it. I don't see why, you know.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
if we are getting held back by the consoles specifically because of that, if they had to reduce the zoom in, or zoom in the camera specifically because of some of the consoles not being able to handle it, the only thing I got to say is that those consoles can stay at that crappy zoom in level and let everybody else who actually can play the game at the proper zoom out, just let us play at the proper zoom out. All right? Keep those consoles exactly as they are. If they can't handle it, they can't handle it. Who cares? But stop punishing us for it. All right? Please stop punishing us.
Let's go the opposite way. Let's do first-person mode only.
First-person mode
Dun
only.
dun dun. It's so zoomed in, you can only see your character.
I'll throw up right now.
Can you imagine trying to pick up loot?
It's gotta be here somewhere.
Diablo 4 VR. There you go.
And then the butcher spawns behind you. And
Diablo
you can't see
4
him 'cause he's
VR.
behind you.
Fresh meat. You're like, oh no.
Yeah, VR.
No.
VR at that point.
There are a lot of
Oh
simple
my
things
God,
they
that'd be
could do.
terrifying.
I feel so
That's
bad
it.
for the hardcore characters for Diablo 4 though because
I'm
of
having
that
so
because
much
of that
fun.
bug. There was a bug that recently got fixed, but up until this point when the bug got fixed, there had to have been a lot of hardcore characters that died to this bug, and they didn't even know it. Apparently, none of the DR in the game was applying to monsters after they died. So you know how you got all those DRs in the game that are like while the monster's poisoned, while the monster's bleeding, while the monster has shadow damage, close monsters, distant monsters. There's all these conditional ones. Well, let's say you have a monster who has a frozen effect or whatever, right? And you're a hardcore character and you get hit by this frozen effect and you don't die, right? So you only take 1/10 of your HP and you're like, oh, this is nothing. I can handle this no problem. And you maybe you get hit by 3 or 4 of them, right? Then you kill the monster and you get hit by the final one that goes off after the monster dies and it one-shots you. because none of the DR was applying to the damage effects after the monster died, because once the monster was dead, they were no longer bleeding, and they were no longer poisoned, and they were no longer close, and they were no longer distant. And so it was very inconsistent in that you would be in a situation where you would be 100% fine, and the damage wouldn't be enough to kill you, and then all of a sudden, when that monster left the field of battle, essentially, and there was an effect that was after the monster died, you would just get one shot.
I also find a big issue though with D4 is like the stuff on the floor. You can't always see these ground effects.
But I can't imagine how many hardcore characters probably got killed by those post-death effects because their DR wasn't applying to post-death effects and they didn't know it. In fact, most of us didn't know it. Death Pulse specifically. Death Pulse was always a post-death effect, and apparently Death Pulse was killing a bunch of people too. when the treasure goblins apparently were killing hardcore characters too, and that was also part of the post-death effects not having the DR applied to them.
That's funny.
I'm gonna blame all my deaths on that now. Oh, yep, all those previous ones.
It probably is. In the middle of a battle, how do you know like which effect is a death effect and which one isn't? How do you really know? You don't know. You're in the middle of a battle. There's 10, 20, 30 monsters. There's explosions going off all over the place. Frost explosions, death pulses, poison effects, all sorts of stuff going off all over the place. How do you know which ones are post-death and which ones are pre-death? You don't.
Find out when it's too late.
I just want to be able to zoom out and have an overlay map. I'd be quite happy then.
You know what I think would be a cool option? Would be being able to pre-path your Paragon boards. When you got them, it would just go to where you pre-path.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be cool.
I blame the zoom in for a lot of deaths too. There's so many times I'll be fighting monsters and those stupid little corpse bows are like off the screen. You don't even know they exist.
There are a lot of issues.
They'll just be off the screen and they'll just one. There'll be like 3 or 4 of them over there, and they're just like nuking you from off the screen. You don't even know they exist until you're almost dead. You're like, oh my god.
There's definitely a lot that needs to be worked on. Like, I do enjoy the game, and I think they've got a good solid base. They just need to work on a lot of the rest of it to fix.
Yeah, the gameplay is fun.
Yeah.
Like, it does feel fun to blow up a bunch of monsters in Diablo. What happened?
There's a lot of quality of life that needs sorting out. Like, what happened to rune words?
I don't know how they're going to implement rune words. There's the most number of sockets you have in any item is 2.
I think it's going to be that they're going to bring out like a cube where you combine the ruins and then you add it to that item.
Yeah.
I don't know. Supposedly they destroyed the cube in Diablo 4. There's an item in the game that is literally a piece of the Haradric cube. Apparently it's been destroyed.
It's gonna be Kanai's try.
But I definitely think that it just needs a lot of love and attention. I think they rushed to get the game out. Sadly. They had a deadline from the CEOs and the game was not ready.
Decker's Rhombus.
Deckard's jaundice? What? Deckard's jaundice? He's got jaundice? That's so
All
sad.
he needs medical attention.
That's so sad.
These are all great suggestions.
Yes?
Emilio's dead.
I know. If the skeleton's here, he can't life leech off of any of them, so he's dying here because there's no life leech. And he doesn't get the effect of the prayer either, so...
I think it was just that might pack.
Oh, the might pack was scary. I ran from them. They were not nice. They were not nice. Did not like them at all.
So I think one update they also need to do is make it show large ground effects a bit more visibly, because it's like you'll have so much happening on the floor, and then the ground effect kills you because you can't see it.
Oh, it's not even just that. Even if you can see it, the ground effects lie to you. They're bigger or smaller than what they actually state. It's terrible. If you ever get into a fight that's actually close, where what you do matters and can You know, like you can determine your death essentially by not moving in the correct locations, and then you start paying attention to the ground-based effects so that obviously you don't die. You'll learn real quick that the ground-based effects don't match the actual size of the ground-based
they don't.
symbols,
They don't.
and a lot of the times they're like 10 to 20% bigger than what they actually look like.
Or it'll show
The
that
only-
like 2 orbs will go past you. You'll get in the middle so it doesn't hit you, and it will still hit you.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
ground-based indicators, even if you can see them, are often just misleading, and they'll actually get you killed.
I think ice for me is the only one that's misleading. The ice circle explosion.
The one
I think
that
there's a few of them.
the fight that really kind of like sold it for me was the capstone fight. So me and Leon
Yes.
and Bob and a bunch of others, we tried to do that fight way too early, back before we knew anything about the game, and we were like level 50, and we didn't even know like to build DR instead of armor, and there was a bunch of other problems, but we tried our best to do that fight as a low level character, and every single AoE attack that boss had would one shot you. And we were like, okay, well, we can still do this, though, as long as we avoid the mechanics, as long as we avoid the circles, as long as we do this. And we found that the majority of everything in that fight was much larger than it actually said. Like the circles that were on the ground, you could literally be outside the circle, standing just outside the circle, not moving, no lag involved, and it would still kill you anyway. There was just most of the circles and the indicators were just wrong. And obviously, when you're getting one shot by a damage effect, it's really obvious. You're like, okay, I'm standing outside the circle. Wait, I'm dead. What the hell just happened? And I must have tried that fight so many times, and I got so frustrated.
Too many things that can off-screen you.
I mean, that's something different entirely, and that's just the zoom problem.
I did a spell with Get Who. We tried it like times, and then we got one of you guys to do it.
I mean, if you level up to the right level,
There's just two.
if you level up to the right level,
shot
it's
you.
fine.
You think avoid it, but you watch him where it still kills you.
See, the thing is that with Diablo 4, you're in this situation where
they need to work on a lot of that because it's not right.
Well, most of the time in Diablo 4, you're not in a life or death situation, right? So most of the things won't one-shot you if you build your character right. And as long as you're not in like a really dangerous area, so you don't really see it a lot. You don't really realize how deadly some of the stuff is or how wrong some of the indicators are, because you're not in those dangerous situations where if you make a mistake, it's an instantaneous death. But when you do finally get into those situations where a mistake is an instantaneous death, and then you do everything correctly and still die, you start to get really frustrated. It's not until you start doing like Uber Lilith or like a tier 100 dungeon or something, and then you start screaming out like you're playing Dark Souls. You're like, I dodged that!
It is annoying. They've definitely got to work on stuff. Because in the end, people will just go over to stuff like Baldur's Gate, and that's been refined a lot more. Because they'll just get sick and tired of dying to stuff they can't even see.
I feel like Baldur's Gate was going to pull people away regardless. I mean, it's such a good game.
Part of it.
Even if Diablo 4 was a really good game,
it's a big title as well.
Even equivalent to, let's even pretend it was equivalent to Baldur's Gate, I still think Baldur's Gate would have pulled people away, because it's not a game you play forever.
Big titles.
It's a game you consume, and then once you consume it and you know, like flesh out all the aspects, maybe do all the romances or whatever, and maybe explore the multiple sides of the story. Eventually, there's nothing left to do, and you just move on to another game. So you go back to your evergreen title. So it still would have pulled people away,
I think
regardless.
that's part of it.
Yeah, it's like
see
a closed door,
that
right?
kid
It ends.
Posted about D5 that they're already planning D5, but they can't even fix D4.
Yeah, I mean, they were planning D4 probably, but like around the same time.
I remember.
That's crazy.
I can't remember what game it was. It's been so long, where I'm lost in the recesses of my brain. But I remember a situation like this very similarly, where they released a game. It was a rip-roaring failure. After the first game, it was like the first game was amazing, and then the second game was like an abject failure. And instead of fixing the second game, they just released the third.
Bring out a third.
And the third one was actually pretty good because they fixed a lot of the issues that were in the second game. But it was just like they completely had given up on the second game. They were just like, you know what, we're just not even going to try and fix this, and they just moved on. And it wouldn't surprise me if something like that happened with Diablo 4. Like maybe they were just like, okay, we effed up real bad. Let's just go to number 5 and let's just fix it all in number 5.
I think
be like, wait,
bring out
what?
Another expansion for D2. Give us a new act.
I think D2 is the better play, but as you can clearly see from Diablo 4's original numbers when they first launched it, I don't know about now. I hear the player count on Diablo 4 has dropped dramatically, but it was a lot of people playing the game when it first launched. So I mean, I'm pretty sure it was more than Diablo 2. I think it was more than Diablo 2.
But the thing is, people always come back to D2.
They
So if they did bring stuff in it,
back.
If they did do a new act, a new expansion, and then I don't know, brought some way of buying stash tabs or whatever, they would make tons of money because people would keep coming back to it. That's all you need. You don't need cosmetics and all that. Just give people the chance to buy stash tabs and buy character space. Done. Easy money.
So there's some weird business decisions on the part of Blizzard. I feel like they missed so much low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit that you could potentially put into the game. Like, for instance, the Gothic shield from Diablo 2 is actually in Diablo 4, right? So it makes you think, well, okay, well, if they were able to bring the Gothic shield into Diablo 4, why couldn't they brought the kite shield? Why couldn't they have brought the like the crown and the various other armors that were in Diablo 2? There's so many good graphics in Diablo 2, and they had recently just worked on Diablo 2 Resurrected, right? So they have all this stuff, just sitting there. They've got all these amazing graphics that are in Diablo 2, and they could have easily pulled over into Diablo 4. The sound effects from Diablo 2 are classic and iconic, and they're just amazing. And I hate to say it, but the sound effects in Diablo 4 are just garbage. Have you guys picked up an item and moved it around in your inventory in Diablo 4? There's no fun to it. It's horrible.
But I think the worst thing for me about D4 is you're limited. The thing I love about D2 is if I want my Necro to wear a shield, I can. If I want it to wear a sword, I can.
I think all the characters should be able to use the shield. I think that's something that they should fix.
D4, you feel so limited to what your character can and cannot use. But I think the biggest thing is the trading as well. Like, it's very limited.
My thing is it doesn't really matter about them trying to do new stuff, but I feel like they've missed so much of the old stuff. Like they could have very easily brought in all the old stuff and I think honestly made bank. I mean, you could even.
They would have made more money just bringing out another expansion for D2.
They could have even done it like this, right? So this is an interesting way to think of it. So in Diablo 2, you've got all these unique sound effects, right? Like when you pick up a skull.
Yeah.
When you pick up a gem, all these little like specific iconic sound effects, right? They could have sold sound effect packs in the store.
Yeah.
And they could have sold a classic. They could have sold a classic D2 sound effect pack, and I would have bought that thing in like a half a second, because all the classic sound effects are so much better than the D4 sound effects. Just let me swap everything over. I'll take it. Just give me all the classic sound effects.
Like they could have given you like the teleport sound effect for the Sork, and then like the barbarian when it shouts give you the original barbarian.
How much would it have cost them really to add that into the store?
It's just moving a file.
Well, it's literally just taking the files from Diablo 2 Resurrected, putting them in a little pack, having them already downloaded on your computer, right? And so there's nothing to do. You literally just buy the pack, it checks a little box, and then it automatically plays all the old ones instead of the new ones.
Yep. Amazing. I think that like the death, like when you die, if it sounded like the old sorceress dying or Bob dying.
And then the iconography. So the iconography is also another part of this whole thing that I'm talking about. It's like they went out of their way to make the items look bland. Like, are there really any items within Diablo 4 that when you look at the icons of the items, that any of them actually look interesting to look at? And even if they do, they usually have sockets in them, and you can't even see the item because the sockets are covering up the item. And in Diablo 2, there's so much good iconography. I mean, between things like
I think they missed a lot.
like the
Yeah.
Monarch, the Monarch shield, the freaking like there's all these like Tyrael's Might and Silks of Victor, and you've got freaking like really cool graphics like the shields and the armors and whatnot. And there's all these really awesome graphics, and they just look really cool. And they could have easily just taken those graphics and copied them over if they wanted to. I mean, they even copied the names over.
They missed a lot.
I'm not sure if
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys noticed,
They
but like
missed a
there's an
lot.
Archon staff in the game. Like there's a kite shield. When you pick up the items, like before you pick them up off the ground, a lot of the times you'll see Archon staff, Joe staff,
get
like
so
a bunch of other stuff like
excited.
that. And then you pick it up and it doesn't look anything like what it looked like in Diablo 2, despite the fact that it has the name.
I think
I
they
mean,
missed a massive.
They're
ballpark
making a
with-
different game. I
with
don't
it.
know.
Yeah, but I still think that D2.
It's
they
like-
missed the ballpark. They could.
Well, okay, let's just say hypothetically they did everything we just said about. Don't you think then there'd be a group of people? Oh, they're just reusing assets. They're so lazy. It's blah blah blah
No.
blah.
Oh yeah, people will never always be 100% happy, but at the same time, it's your choice if you wanted to buy that overlay or that sound pack or, But I still think they would have made more by bringing out
I would
another
straight up
act
buy
or
it
two
immediately.
for D2.
I
I think
I think they did a good job recreating what I personally like emotionally feel when I think of the IP of Diablo. It feels like the same IP to me. It just feels like
Sort
a
of,
different
yeah.
game. You know?
I just feel like there's
Yeah,
certain
sort
things
of.
missing. Like I mean, when we talk about the sound effects, it's not just clicking on items and putting them in your inventory. It's also when I'm playing Diablo 2 and I'm running along and I hear a ring drop, right, or a rune drop sound.
Yeah.
I stop in my tracks immediately and I hold Alt and I see where it is. There's just this moment of realization in Diablo 2 that you literally know what falls on the ground just by the sound of the that it makes when it hits the dirt. And it's missing from
Okay.
Diablo 4 entirely. There's the only way you know something good drops on the ground in Diablo 4 is literally like the legendary sound effect, and that's it. And like the big
No,
light
okay.
pillar that comes out of the
You know
item.
what's-
But there's no
what's even more-
gratifying like, oh, a ring dropped or oh, a freaking a rune dropped. It doesn't exist in that game.
I need a key.
So I will happily admit, and this is a problem for Diablo 3 too, and it bothers me to no end, and I don't know why it is the way that it is, but whenever a legendary drops or an ancestral drops, before you hear the sound effect, before you see it on the ground, you see it on your map first. So then whenever I open a chest, I like look at my map to see like, oh, did I get something before I actually see it drop on the ground. And that to me is such a weird timing thing, and I don't know why they don't see that as weird.
I think that also one thing with D4 which ruins the feeling is the 4-man party. I just do not like it.
Well,
Yeah,
that is
it's a lot harder to incorporate all your friends into the group. It really is.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, in a modern game like this, the
In
graphics are so much.
In Diablo
Yeah,
2,
but they
though,
try-
you can
they try
have
to do
8
an
people in a
open
group,
world.
7 other people other than yourself, and you can incorporate
So-
so many people into the group, and yeah, eventually you do get full, but it's so much easier to make a group and have like everybody involved in Diablo 2 than it is in Diablo 4.
I'm pretty sure
Somebody
that's the
always
same-
gets left out. Somebody always gets left out in Diablo 4.
Yeah. But the thing that confuses me is they try and make it sort of open world and all this, but they limit everything about it. And it's like, if it's
Right.
open world, in my mind, you should be able to team up with all your groups of friends and have fun. Like world boss, you could be like, okay, I want to pick 20 of my mates.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
Like,
it's
to
one of
me,
the emptiest
yeah.
open worlds I've ever experienced.
yes.
But I will
that's
Well,
what
say-
because
mean.
it's not open world, and I've already
Yeah, it's
gone over
not
this before.
really.
It's
Yeah,
basically
it's
just
not
the
really.
same thing that we have in Diablo 2, with extra steps. I've actually tested this in detail. The game Diablo 4 is literally just exactly the same as what we have in Diablo 2. They just hid the interface essentially. So when you join a group,
Yeah.
you're joining the person's game, and when you pass the leader, you're joining the leader that you're passing the game to. It literally becomes a very interesting situation of look behind the you know the mirror, like the Wizard of Oz. You know, you peek behind the curtain. But when you peek behind the curtain, guess what's back there? It's literally the same exact system that exists within Diablo 2.
It's the same shit.
It's literally the same
excuse
thing.
me, Yeah.
You just have to know how it works to manipulate it, because it's, you know, got a different control scheme, but it's still there.
True.
And it bugs me, because why not just do it that way? Why make it seem like it's more than what it is? And then they have these areas that are kind of like lobbies. So the town is like a lobby. And when you're in town, you're not in your own game, you're in a lobby, basically. And you're in a lobby with a bunch of other people who also happen to be in that same lobby. And as soon as you leave town, that's when you leave the lobby.
Yeah, and it puts that system, the lobby system, puts incredible strain on their back end, apparently. Which
Well,
is
because
why
it
we
has
can't
to
have,
load
like, more
everybody's
dash-based,
inventory.
right? Yeah, exactly. So it's like, it's not helpful where it could be helpful, and then
Yeah,
it's like
ridiculous.
detrimental where, yeah. Anyways.
I don't know. I just miss, like, I think that's why I always loved D2. It's like, they've just never been able to recreate D2. Like,
There
the way
were-
they've done it. It's,
I remember hearing about a lot of first-person shooter games where they're like, "Oh, why can't you do the thing where like you used to, where you're like, let's say you're playing in a living room and you have two versions of the game running at the same time for both characters," and they like can't do that with modern games anymore because it's like double the processing power, and the processing power for games is a lot. It's getting more and more and
yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it
that's true.
has to do with this very odd thing with consoles, which is where the console developers are doing the exact opposite of what your average PC gamer does. So when a PC gamer boots up a game, they have certain goals in mind, right? They're like, okay, well, I want 60 FPS. You know, like, I'm willing to sacrifice a little fidelity to get to 60 FPS. You know, I'll sacrifice some resolution. I'll sacrifice some aniscopic filtering. You know, blah blah blah. And eventually, the PC player manages to get the game at the steady 60 FPS that they want by sacrificing the other things that they don't want to sacrifice, right? Well, the game developers are doing the exact opposite. What they're doing is they're going, okay, well, we want to make sure that the game is running 4K, and we want to make sure the game is running this amount of aniscopic filtering, and that we have God rays turned on, and this and this and this and this. And they're more than willing to sacrifice the frame rate, the field of view, the zoom in, and all the other things that most players would never sacrifice to get those results. And so they're sacrificing the very things that we don't want to sacrifice. They're sacrificing the frame rate. They're sacrificing the field of view. They're sacrificing the zoom in level. They're sacrificing things that we would just be like, no, don't touch that. We don't want you to mess with that.
They need to actually have people that build the game actually play it properly and to realize what is wrong with it.
Well, it's just there's some sort of
Like
conflict
proper gamers.
of goals. They're so concerned with getting the fidelity that they're not concerned with the playability.
The experience, actual experience you're getting.
Have you guys heard
Fidelity
the phrase?
is not better than stability. It's something that PC gamers realized a long time ago, is that having a stable game is better than having a game that looks good and runs at 20 FPS with spikes down into 15. Like, yeah, the game looks good, but yeah, I can barely play it because it's like
I don't know if you saw the recent success of BattleBit, the shooter.
No, I haven't seen that one.
It's basically a Battlefield clone, but like the graphics look like it's in Roblox, and it was extremely successful. Yeah. But it was extremely successful because the experience was great, and it was all that classic, helicopter fights and tanks and massive maps and like 64 versus 64.
Yeah, because first-person shooters are great
what
when they're
people
massive, when they're absolutely massive, and you got like 128 people in there, and they're all fighting each other. But it gets really laggy, right? So having those really crappy graphics, well, kind of works to their advantage. 'Cause then they can have as many people on the screen as they want. They're like, oh yeah, those are 600 people on the screen. Everybody's a black dot.
They forget that people want to play in large groups. They forget that. That's the fun, is your whole playing with your team, having guilds, this and that.
Yeah, no,
Like,
the
I'm really
community
hoping that one D2 update will be guilds. I'm hoping they will do that.
No, building a community in a game
It's
is
the biggest part.
hugely important. Yeah.
How crazy
Why
is
people-
it that they, when D4 first comes out, they didn't even have a trade chat like fully enabled. They're like, nah, people don't want to talk in town. What do you mean? Well, yeah, but that's like the in-town chat. You know what I mean? That's like the general or trade chat.
Local. Yeah.
That's a huge thing to
Yeah, to like have people communicate, like saying, "Hey, I'm this level, looking for people to, you know."
Because coming from
Like,
WoW,
nah.
it's just cracking in trade chat in the city, you know? It's like,
Everyone's
Can't make an insight
right?
in that.
exactly.
Terrible. Wrong base
No,
ginger. No
unfor-
insight.
unfortunately, when it comes to Diablo 4's trade, from what I understand, your most valuable
just
items
bad.
at this point are so ridiculously hard to purchase. So apparently the maximum amount of gold for an account is 10 billion gold at this moment.
Yep.
10 billion.
I saw that video.
And
Yep.
and there are items that are literally trading for over 10 billion. So you could literally
it was
have
like-
you can literally have the most gold that you could ever possibly have on an account and still not be able to buy an item.
I am overburdened.
Yeah. No, you'd have to trade it between three different characters to 3 other different characters.
It's definitely one of the issues with D4.
It was a full
I think
party
that-
trading with another full party.
Well,
I think that's
That
why
was
because
the
it was
limit.
so successful. Like the trade on D2 made it what it was.
well because of the duping thing.
Can't be
Apparently
that
the
big community
apparently the bot
that,
the RMT websites have known about this gold dupe exploit and have been using it like absolutely insane. And so you
Gosh.
can go on their website right now and buy like 5 billion gold for next to nothing. Like the gold value, like the money to gold value at the moment is so poor that you can pretty
And they
much
haven't
just
fixed
buy
it yet.
you can pretty much just buy 10 billion gold that would fill up your entire character for like $5.
It's locked.
Blizzard haven't fixed
The
it.
inflation, because they were literally printing money.
Yeah, they were just printing. Well, there were so
In
many
this
different ways to do it, right?
I don't get.
There was
Like,
the
here's
dupe
to all-
exploit, and then there was also that exploit with
I
the
don't
season
know. This is
mechanic when it came out, and then there was also the ability to
Sounds
trade
familiar,
between the
yeah.
season and the non-season
yeah.
characters. So the Eternal Realm
but there
characters
was-
were trading the gold
Don't
from the
forget
Eternal
the-
Realm to the seasonal characters.
There was also
And
that
there
Tree
was
of
the
Whispers
glorious-
exploit where you drop the Tree of Whispers thing, then pick it back up, and it counted as doing another Tree of Whispers quest.
There was the Day of Shakos. Anyone remember that? The Hell Tides.
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah, of course.
Day of
there's
Shakos.
just so there's just
Shake
way
it
too
out.
many issues. Like no one wants to play it when there's that many problems that makes it where you find something and it's just garbage. 'Cause-
You know the
I
hardcore
don't know.
character that
I feel
died
like
to
if you
disconnect.
focus on everyone else,
I don't even really care about the hardcore character that died to disconnect. You know, like that's like par for the course. I feel like anybody who goes into a hardcore character has that as an expectation. They're like, oh man, I really hope I don't disconnect during this lightning storm
Par
while
the
I'm doing my
course.
tier 100 sigil. No, okay, I'm more upset about the guy who died while he was checking his map. Okay, he opened his map during a helltide and he got annihilated. And I'm over here like, you know how many times I've died checking my map? It's like that right there is more frustrating to me than the hardcore character who died to a disconnect, because that is literally a
I definitely
failure.
think they've coded it.
That is literally a
They've coded
failure.
it, so as soon as you do anything, monsters come after you.
It's almost like they set it up. Yeah, exactly. So that literally as soon as you open up your map, the monsters run over and like try to kill you. But that comes down
Your
to
inventory or
that comes
whatever.
down to no overlay. That comes down to the zoom in feature not being like big enough. That comes down to a lot of failings. Nobody should be dying because they stop in the middle of a helltide and press M to look at their map for 2 seconds.
Yeah, and you shouldn't need to. You should have an overlay. And yeah,
The mini map is so
One
bad in
time
Diablo
overlay
4.
was
so
It's
hard
so
to see.
bad that you have to open your map.
like even if you could zoom out that mini map, make it so you can see more. I'd be okay.
Oh yeah,
with
that'd be
that
cool.
for a
I
bit.
like that.
the mini map
Yeah,
has
so
no
the mini map is
customizability
so small already.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, I
But
look
it's
at
so small you can't see anything.
you could look at Diablo 2's mini map, and what do we got in here? Like, let's go down to the auto map. I can do auto map left. I can do auto map right. I can do auto map full screen. I can do auto map opacity. I can change that. I can customize the opacity of the map. I can set it up so that it opens or closes automatically. I can center when cleared, show party members, show character names, show game names, show terror zones. There is no customizability whatsoever of the minimap in Diablo 4. And over here in Diablo 2,
terrible.
we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different options of customizability over here.
On an older game. Because we had that on the original D2.
And their
That's
excuse for not adding in the overlay map is so silly. What did they say? They said we don't want players to be looking at the map and moving at the same time. We want them to be looking at the scenery, not looking at the map. And I'm like, we're still looking at the map, and we still can't see the scenery because we have to pull the map up, which covers up the entire screen, and we can't see anything. We're just like, okay, hold on, let me pull up the big map.
Terrible.
Every 5 seconds, I'm pulling up the big map.
Corner is horrible. Like, it doesn't.
Oh, you don't see any. You can't see anything on that thing. You can't see
Yeah.
nothing at all.
It's just the same zoom issue with the whole game. It's like they've got the proportions wrong on so many things. It's like, allow us to check, even if we didn't get an overlay, but we could zoom that little right map out so it shows more. And like, we can make it a bit bigger in the corner so we can see more stuff. Like, even that, I'd be okay with.
Yeah, the UX guys needed some more
They haven't learned anything.
inspiration.
Oh,
They
one of
haven't
the
learned from their past
devs
games.
during one of the campfire chats had me cracking up because he kept talking about the UI team. He kept saying, you know, our UI team is trying their best, or our UI team is working on this, or our UI team is working on that. And I'm like, man, I was like, the UI team needs to be fired. the UI,
they need to.
the UI is arguably the
Yeah,
worst
right,
thing
more
about
fire
the
side
game.
chat.
It's literally the worst thing about Diablo 4,
They need to-
the UI. If you take the
They need to
UI out of the
rehire
equation
them.
and you judge it without the
Make
UI,
D2.
and it's funny because so many times during the launch of the game, before the launch, they kept showing off footage of the game and the UI was missing. They had that like no UI mode that they would show off footage in, and now I know why they were showing off the game with the no UI.
No UI.
They need some serious work on the UI.
Man.
Serious work. Like I said, they need to do something about the sockets covering up the iconography
to
of the
rehire
items.
The old D2 team.
It feels so bad looking in the stash too because okay, so as an example, let's use Diablo 2 as an example, right? Because the iconography is so good in Diablo 2, right? So if I go to my stash right now and I look at my stash, I can almost immediately know what's in my stash without actually even holding my mouse over any item, right? So I know that's a bow, I know that's a mace, that's probably a crush flange. That sword right there with the graphic, I know that's probably a Cleglaws or a Sazabis, right? I know that the shield is a Cleglaws or a Sazabis. I can go here and I know exactly what's in here just by the iconography. In Diablo 4, you open up your stash and it's almost like you have no clue what's in your stash. You have to hold your mouse over every single item.
Over every single item.
To find out what you can't even tell the difference between a two-handed and a one-handed weapon without holding your mouse over the weapon to figure out whether it's a two-handed or one-handed weapon. And the iconography
Isn't
is
that
so
because
bad.
It's not familiar.
That's why going into the stash feels so bad in Diablo 4 because you're literally just you open your stash and you're like, I don't even know what's in here. Hold on, let me mouse over every single item. Let me just hold my mouse over every single item and try and figure out what's in here. Meanwhile, in Diablo 2, you open your stash and you're like, oh, there's my Saigon boots. There's my Caligula shield. There's my Saigon's belt. And you know immediately what's in there just by the icons.
You do spend a lot of time in town in D4. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, like, every time you want to, maybe you pick something up that's you think is worth keeping and you want to compare it to what you have. Again, you got to hover over every single item.
Yep.
Compare it to your new item, see which one you're going to keep or not.
It's just bad. There's a lot that they need to finesse and But you think they
Yeah.
would have learnt all this? D2
Glad they
was
could
one
have
of their
improved
best
on it.
games. You'd think they would have thought, okay, they liked this, they liked that, they really liked this, they didn't like this. And
I think they need to
they would have
increase the
pulled stuff.
they need to increase the size of the items. They need to do something about them sockets covering up the iconography, and they need to make the iconography more.
It hides sockets.
They need to make the iconography more bold. I mean, I'm not going to say that we need to return to the Tetris style. I do like the Tetris style, and I would prefer it over the everything is the same size in Diablo 4 that they have going on. But I would really just like to be able to know what's in my inventory without having to hold my mouse over every single item. They've got to figure that out. Otherwise, it's just boring. I mean, I half the time I spend in town is literally just trying to figure out, like, find an item in my stash. I'm like, I know it's in here somewhere. 3 hours laytown. I found it. There it is. Oh yeah. See, I knew I had it. Half the stream is gone, and they're like, oh, "This guy's boring."
Apparently, I'm cute, guys.
You're cute. How can they see you? Did you put your picture up here without me knowing about it?
No, but apparently my accent is cute.
He's from Britain, the Britannia. Hail
It's cute,
Britannia. Hail Britannia. Britannia rules the waves.
Oh my.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to
They're
hope
cute
for
in it.
with D4 because the game feels fun. Like the game does feel fun, right?
Yeah, I think
The-
it's got
the
potential.
core-
They just need to fix things.
The core is there, but I also kind of feel like it's a. This is a funny story. So there was this lady one time at the grocery store, and she was in tears. I'm not even joking. She was in tears. She was an older lady, and we were trying to figure out why the hell she was crying. And she was crying because she couldn't find anything in the store. Because at the grocery store, they constantly move everything around. And she's an older lady, and she had memorized where everything was, and then they moved everything around again. And so she was upset because she couldn't find anything in the store. And it was making her, feel bad because she felt like she was getting old and she couldn't keep up with how things were changing. You know what I mean? So things were constantly changing all the time. And every single time she went to the grocery store, she would go to aisle 14 to get her, her peanut butter or whatever. And then now the peanut butter's over on aisle 18 or whatever. And everything got switched and turned upside down. And so she's, she's upset, right?
It sounds.
Diablo 4.
What a weird grocery store.
Diablo 4.
What drugs is the manager on?
All the grocery stores do this. It's a constant thing.
That's
It's called
kinda funny.
they're called resets or whatever. And I can explain why they do this,
Oh, it's so annoying.
but it's annoying.
It's so annoying.
Right? Diablo 4 is basically a grocery store at this point. They keep changing everything so much and so quickly that half the time you know what you're doing, and then you log in and your character's busted, and you're like, okay, let me just make a new
should
character
tweet
now, and
that.
then you log in again, and then your character's busted again, and you're like, okay, well they changed everything around again, and the uniques are different, and they modify, and okay, now the vulnerable damage is less, and you're like, okay, let me make a new character, and then you log back in, and it's a new patch, and then they change everything around on you again. It's like
You need to treat that Pez Radar.
they've got
Diablo
to
4 is like a grocery store.
they've got to settle on things eventually. Like it's even difficult from a creator standpoint. I'm having trouble making content because every single time I make a video on something, they change it and then it's outdated. It gets outdated literally in one patch. They keep changing everything, like
This is my
everything
fifth
across the
correction on
board.
vulnerable.
I literally think I'm gonna have to start putting patch notes on everything. Just every single video is just gonna have patch notes on it. Be like, oh, this is patch
God.
1.12. This is patch 1.13. This is patch 1.14. This is
You won't have to
hotfix
work
patch
anymore.
1.14. Hotfix 2.
I love it.
This is patch 1.14. Hotfix 3.
Oh my.
They have the print symbol in this patch. I don't know why.
It's just never gonna
You know what
work.
I should do is just to make a meme out of the entire scenario. I should just make a video on every single unique item every single time they have a change. So Goer's Devastating Grips has been changed like 4 times. I should just make 4 different videos for Goer's Devastating Grips with multiple patch note numbers, just to confuse the crap out of everybody.
You're gonna need a playlist for every single unique item.
In every single
Yeah.
patch version.
It'll just be playlists of patches.
Oh man. True. Yeah, Sean makes a point too. I mean, a lot in D2 was changing early on as
Yeah.
well.
True. I just think they should have spent a bit more time instead of releasing so early. Like, yes, people would have been like, "Oh, we gotta wait," but would you rather have a game that's solid or what we've currently got?
I think that the whole
I just saw the future.
Yeah.
I see. I've brought up the D2 was bad when it first launched too argument, and I feel like it doesn't hold water, even though I'm the one that brought the argument up, and I want it to succeed. But it doesn't hold water, and here's the reason why it doesn't hold water. All right, because Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 have gone through a lot of these issues already, and even if you consider Diablo 2 to be a separate game developer, which it is, even though they've worked on Diablo 2 Resurrected, which they should have learned all this stuff when they worked on Diablo 2 Resurrected, so I'm scolding them. They also found out a lot of this stuff with Diablo 3 when they worked on Diablo 3, and lessons of the past and all that. They should have already had this knowledge available to them and not made these same mistakes. Like, it's basically a moral of the story of, hey, why are we still making these stupid mistakes? Didn't we already make these mistakes before? And why are they coming up again?
Exactly. They should have learned. They should have had a team that went into all their old games and gone, we like this, we don't like this, and worked from it.
So we're not really Diablo 3 players. We're Diablo 2 players, right? And the Diablo 3 players don't really play Diablo 2. It seems to be almost like we're like oil and water. We don't mix, right? But I have seen from both sides of the equation, I have seen the D3 players talking about why did this happen in Diablo 4 when we fixed it in Diablo 3. And I've also seen the Diablo 2 players say the same thing. Why did this happen in Diablo 4 when they fixed it in Diablo 2? And it's like they learned absolutely no lessons from the previous games, to the point where they made almost every single mistake that could have very easily been avoided had they just taken a moment to look at some of the previous titles that had come out in the same franchise.
Good one, Charles. That's true. It is so you have content, Ginger.
I literally just said I'm having trouble making content.
That's what they're trying to do. They're like, bugger it. Let's make streamers confused.
Let's make the entire community confused.
Yeah.
And then the exploits, like, oh my god, there were so many exploits, and somebody was like, it must be difficult avoiding all these exploits, and I'm like, boy, I was like, it's like walking through a minefield with clown shoes on, okay? I was like, me trying to avoid these exploits is like walking through a minefield with clown shoes on.
Oh,
I gotta go out of my way to avoid the exploits.
Good day.
Somebody, like, every single day, somebody would come up to me and they would be like, "Hey, did you hear about such and such exploit where you can get like unlimited gold? Or did you hear about such and such exploit where you could run the same sigil over and over again? Hey, did you hear about such and such exploit where you could dupe items?" And I'm like, I'm not really gonna do those exploits, man. And they're like, "Oh man, but you can totally get billions of gold." I'm telling on everybody.
Wouldn't that be so cool?
Anyone on D4, can you join on me?
Hardcore.
I am not on
The
D4.
water's fine.
I am not on D4.
What is D4? What are you on about?
I'm in a sigil, dog.
It's when you play Diablo 2, but you're multi-screening like two characters.
Yeah, I got him. Never mind. Join on me.
Oh yeah, the butcher. Oh, I don't have a character on ladder actually. That's strong.
Oh yeah, I'm not on at the moment.
That was a fun little throwback though. The butcher.
The butcher is great.
Yeah, I like that. I do like the butcher, but
He's like a gear
that
check.
sort of stuff.
And I think everybody is excited to see if they'll add some more, but they haven't yet.
Yeah,
And
I
we
want
all
more
want
of that.
we want to see them add like 1 million more. I made a video about it even. I'm like, let's get Duriel in there. Let's have Duriel come gank us.
Duriel's in here.
Let's have
Duriel's in the game.
let's have Andoriel come
Duriel
gank
jumps on
us.
your
Let's
head.
have freaking Bale casting spells on us. Let's really ham it
The only
up.
people I haven't seen.
Let's
are
have
Vale and
Rakanishu.
Diablo. I've seen every other one.
Let's have Rakanishu show up with like 1,000 lightning enchantments, so every time you touch him, it's like a lightning storm coming out of him. But they still
feel like
haven't
it's
taken
super
advantage of
easy.
that either. I feel like they're sleeping on it.
Yeah.
I fully expected there to be like
Let's
an
have Nila.
more than just the butcher. I fully expected to get more than just him, and we still have only just gotten him.
Yeah, Yeah. Some more cameos.
I mean, the campaign bosses
Like
not
they
being
do
fightable outside the
plan-
campaign is really strange.
Like-
Lesser evils
Burial, all that, you know.
too. Yeah.
It's really strange not being able to fight the campaign
Yeah.
bosses outside the campaign. I don't know what they were smoking with that.
Yeah, that burial fight was.
I mean, I think Duriel outside the campaign would be great, and Lilith. I mean, freaking Andariel
There's
outside the
another one.
campaign would be great. All of them.
It's what world bosses should have been that as well, where you know, iconic bosses do. Because it's great.
Dude, I bet you there. So when Diablo 2 first came out, there were no rumors. There were no rumors. There's no.
When Diablo 2
Imagine they're
first
gonna
came
do
out,
stuff similar to that,
there
right?
were unique items, and they were
Just
only
do
normal
At the least,
difficulty
I think
uniques.
so,
A lot of
eventually.
stuff to learn.
The normal difficulty uniques didn't take up that much, but they
Right.
were important. Rare items were the most important items in the game, which is similar to the way that Diablo 4 is now. Because honestly, rare items are more valuable than just about anything.
Yeah, that's
And it's a similar
how
situation.
D3 was too.
The more of the uniques were added in LOD, all the Nightmare and Hell and Elite uniques, those were added in LOD, and the rune words were added in LOD. So that was the first expansion. The first expansion added all of the unique items, and it added all of the rune words just about until the ones were added in the patches afterward. But the bulk of everything came with LOD.
And I'm willing to bet that like the crazy rare stuff right now, like the Shaco and all those other ones, as soon as an expansion comes out where there's another tier of difficulty, those are going to be way more common in that difficulty. I'm willing to put money on that.
They've made them too powerful. I don't.
So like
think
right now they're godly and rare because it's
And-
the equivalent of how a Shaco was. when
Unless-
Shacos were first around.
Unless they
Just
make
not as
them more baseline items, like reduce the power level of them, I can't see it. Like the Shaco right now is literally the best in slot item for just about every single class, unless you're using something like Tempest Roar, or like Vasily's Prayer for like a very specific purpose. But it literally is best in slot at this particular moment. They would have to nerf it
Definitely, 100%.
significantly to make it into a regular item that people would actually use.
What I'm saying though is like when Shaco was first introduced in D2, it was by far the best option as well because the other options around weren't. I think like Tarnhelm was close.
Well, it was also
so
broken at that
what I'm
particular time.
Saying is that
So a lot of the uniques when they were originally introduced.
sure, but
back
what I'm
in-
saying that
Like
like when the
1.09
expansion
or
comes out,
1.
and
whatever,
there's going to be a
they
lot
were
more.
different.
It's the idea. It's the idea of power creep. This happens every expansion in WoW, where it's like you start out kind of not so strong, and then eventually you get really strong, right? It's just gear progression on an expansion scale.
But there's a big difference
That makes
between having an item that's overpowered, that is, say, a 1 in 1,000 chance to get or a 1 in 10,000 chance to get, and then having an item that is not so overpowered with the exact same drop chance. They didn't fiddle with the drop chance on Shaco. They didn't fiddle with the drop chance on Arcane's Valor. They just made them less powerful. So if they did a similar thing in Diablo 4 where they just made Shaco less powerful, then it would just be an uber rare item that nobody would be interested in. I mean, they would also have to reduce increase the drop rate dramatically. And if they increase the drop rate dramatically and then
still think the
decrease the
drop
power
rate
of the
terrible.
item, nobody's going to want it. Arcane's Valor fell into a very similar situation
Drop
too.
rate
Everybody
was
was wearing it. Everybody was wearing it, and then nobody was wearing it. And it was only recently with the Sunder Charms where Arcane's Valor actually came back into the spotlight a little bit. But it's for the longest time, Arcane's Valor after like 1.09 was just dog vomit. Nobody wanted it. Nobody would ever wear that thing. It went from best in slot for every class to worst in slot for every class in one patch. And oh my god, the original 1.08 Valors, if you had one of them, because they didn't actually remove the 1.08 Valors. they were still in the game. And if you had one of those 1.8 valors that wasn't a dupe and wouldn't go poof into oblivion, you had an item that was insanely rare and insanely valuable. I think at one point, one of the 1.08 valors, I think, sold for like 15 grand or something.
Same with like the old gazes and the old wind forces, like everything was so different. Do you remember ith swords, like ith bows?
I remember the eth.
Weird.
I remember the eth items where the eth
Like,
rune was so good it would literally bypass all defense in PvP for quite some time.
Yep.
I remember those.
There was just so many weird things. And then obviously we had what Bury armor was the best thing ever. That thing was so cool. And then you had what? Wizzy gloves.
Yeah, all the bugged items.
Yep.
That was a very interesting.
I
That
know
is
a lot
a
of people
it is a
remember
very
Bury
interesting
armor.
bug, and it's one of the bugs in the game that always makes me just look at it just kind of sideways, because it doesn't make any sense. Like why would dropping
Feel
a
a
certain
little
number of items have that kind of effect where the items combine together just because more than a certain number of items fell at one
Yeah, it's
time?
weird.
Like it's such an odd bug that I never, unless until somebody actually told me about it, I didn't even know that it existed. And they didn't actually
It's a
take it
very
out of
odd
the
one.
game either. From what I understand, it still exists within the game. It's just more difficult to get to happen.
Greetings.
It's next to impossible, but it still can potentially happen.
I do miss the old days where rune words weren't a thing. Like, yes, I love rune words, but the old days were just amazing.
I don't know. One thing's for sure though, and this is Diablo. It's probably the most negative thing I can say about Diablo 4, is that I'm tired of being the beta tester. They keep making all these changes to the live game. Why are we doing this? Like, why are they doing this? I don't understand. It'd be like, imagine if a doctor had like an experimental procedure, right? And he's like, okay, we have this experimental procedure. We haven't tested it on anyone yet. Would you like to be our first subject? And you're like, no, test it on a like a rat or something first, or like you didn't even test it on anything. You haven't tested it on anything yet. You didn't even do it on like a cadaver. Like, nope, we haven't tested it on anything yet. We're just going to test it directly on you. And that's how it feels at this particular point in Diablo 4. They have no intention of actually testing anything themselves. They just put it straight to the live service, and they're testing everything on us, like we're some sort of experimental brain surgery.
We spent money buying the game, and now we're testing it for them. Stupid.
And I say this literally as a person who is the direct result of an experimental brain surgery. Not sure if I've ever told you guys this story before, but my father, when he was a
Is that
child,
why you're ginger?
my father, when he was a child, had a tumor in his head, and he couldn't see in color, from what he tells me, and the doctor said he was going to die. They're like, he is 100% going to die. The tumor is growing in his brain, and he's going to die by the age of like such and such. And they had an experimental brain surgery that they had tested on several other people before, and all of it failed, by the way. And there were 3 people who apparently were candidates for this experimental brain surgery, and my father was one of them as a kid. And they basically approached my my grandma and my grandpa, and they're like we want to try this experimental brain surgery on your son. We think it could save his life. And they had no other choice. It was either that or watch their son die. And out of the 3 people, my father was the only one to survive. And the newspaper followed him for years, decades even, because they were all expecting him to die at any point. And they kept putting out articles. They're like, and he's still alive. Like, what do you know? We can't believe it. And
That's
so,
crazy, though, 'cause
so he
I
survived an
happened to
experimental brain
steal that as a
surgery,
kid.
and I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here if he didn't.
That's crazy, though.
But the thing is why are we the experimental subjects? Why can't we have a PTR? Like, where's the PTR?
This is a video game and
This
not
is-
somebody's
yes,
life.
Yes, this is a video game, not somebody's life. Where's our PTR? Like, where's the quality control? Like, why can't we test this stuff in advance before it hits the live server? I mean, we wouldn't have had infinite.
Where
gold
is the
dupes
$500 million budget?
It's just that's the part
Yeah,
that's
that stuff
bothering me
shouldn't
the
be happening.
most about Diablo 4 right now is it feels like we are just the live experimental brain surgeon subjects, and they have no intention of actually trying to save our lives. They're just like, whoops, we dropped a Mentos in there. We're gonna have to open you back up and pull the Mentos out. And are you gonna?
You might experience
wait,
a
what?
slight tingling sensation.
Like, wait, what? You dropped a Mentos in me? Like, yeah, we didn't. I mean,
It is
it was
true,
an
though.
accident. I mean, we're sorry about it. We're gonna get it out as quick as we can. We're like, that doesn't make it any better, okay? You're only gonna have temporary
Shouldn't be the
paralysis
test
for 3 to 6 months.
I need a key.
Like 3 to 6 months? What do you mean temporary paralysis? Well, you probably aren't gonna be able to move your left leg or your
This
left
is like-
arm
That was
for a
fun.
little while.
Okay.
At all. And you might poop yourself. And you're like,
How many hours so that I
oh, you're breaking up a little, Squiddy.
Hello. Is my internet being poopy?
You're breaking up a little
I
bit.
heard it too. I think Discord being poopy.
Well, either that
I
or
think Discord. You might need to change Discord server if
Cody.
you're able to do it, Ginger. I
What
can't
is
remember
the
how you do it.
matter?
I'll just give it a restart.
What is the matter,
Might just be
Boobus?
having issues.
Do you have to go peppadoodus?
He needs a big fat poop.
I think that is a yes. I think he said. I think he said yes. Okay. I think we gotta take a peppadoodus break, I guess. I hear you. Let me kill this Spidums. Let me kill the Spidums. He's dead. I gotta go to town. I'm coming. Stop being so demanding. I'll bite your ear. Again. I'll be right back.
Again. Yeah, no, I'm excited and hesitantly excited to see where it goes.
Excited for the.
I keep it's fun to play, obviously.
Yeah, I'm excited. Hope to actually bring in. They need to actually talk to them and see what's not, and that's got it. Instead of, just seeming to listen to everyone and then go the total opposite way. There's only so much you can want out of a game until you're like, well, why am I playing this?
No,
Like all these
I'm not
dupes
playing it
and all
right
this
now.
stuff. No, I'm not. That like all that stuff shouldn't happen because that's just ruined it for a lot of people that wanted to do well, and now it's like, well, even if they do, it's worthless. So what's the point?
yeah,
they need to
stuff
fix
really
all
feels
that.
bad.
Yeah,
No.
they need to fix it all before releasing. They should have had that on a closed server test and then released it. No, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. It's like you just said, they haven't learned from their previous mistakes, even though they've done it
Yeah.
multiple
Here-
times.
Yeah, here's to all the dupers getting banned.
Yep, there's
Hopefully
gonna be
they
massive
weed 'em
ban
all
waves.
out.
But I'm hoping they also ban the people that knowingly took the dupes off of people and filled their accounts with gold and traded and bought money, and I hope they figure it all out and get rid of them, because it's just ruined the economy. Don't let it be like old D2 where it was bots after bots after bots until you couldn't even enjoy the game. They need to jump on it and get it sorted.
The economy was based off of how many SOJs this was worth.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be snipped in the butt as quick as possible, because otherwise the game's just going to be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's
What
happens to
little
D2.
trade economy this had.
Is now nothing. I just
Yeah.
don't get how they don't learn from their mistakes. It confuses me. They've got good games and bad games. They need to go through and go, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. People really liked this in this game, people hated this in this game, and work from it. Bring all the good stuff and try and get rid of as much of the bad.
What they're doing is they spent this much money on this feature and this much money on that feature. And oh, well,
Yep.
we got negative feedback, so we can't charge them for this feature.
That's the issue, is that they're all just about money, 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 and it's not about the quality of their product anymore.
Yeah, not to
It's
be
all
too
about
cynical.
how much can
but,
we get each month from seasons,
Yeah.
you know? Where it should be, how can we get people to want to play our game? Because if they want to play it and they enjoy it, they will buy the season.
We're not ignoring the fact that
Because
Diablo
they'll
2
enjoy doing it.
wasn't released as a full product, Sean. You kind of missed that entire part of the conversation. We're talking about the fact that Diablo 2 was not released as a full product, but Diablo 2 is the second game in a series of 4. Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3 has already made all these mistakes. Why are we still making all these mistakes with the 4th version?
The biggest thing for me is, why don't they have private testing realms?
I mean, have you guys ever heard the
Why are they launching it straight into public?
Have you guys ever heard the saying? It says the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. It's a quote that literally is hilarious,
Doing the same.
because that's exactly what's going on here. Is we have three previous games which have already tackled the majority of these problems.
Do we change?
And they're just like, you know what? We're just going to do the same exact thing that the older games did, but we're not going to pay attention to any of the solutions. We're just going to have the same problem a 4th time. I mean, classic example of them not learning from the past, right? They made this big stink about a person standing at the beginning of a dungeon mooching off of everyone in Diablo 4. And then what did they do? They didn't actually fix it. They were just like, oh, we don't like that everyone's sitting at the beginning of a dungeon and mooching EXP, but in Diablo 2 they already fixed that. Diablo 2 fixed that a long time ago. I am rebooting my Discord right now. Hmm. I mean, there's definitely some sort of issue going on with the way things are working. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this with the Discord. Discord sucks.
Yeah, they didn't have torches. They didn't have annies.
Yeah,
They didn't have runes to farm
You just
for. Like,
cut
yeah,
in.
sure, you
Nope.
keep building your power to go fast, but me.
I think just dying.
Hello.
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 Okay.
Did you set a new location?
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I can't remember how you do it.
It sounds better already.
But that
I
definitely sounds better.
moved us to a different channel, and I also rebooted Discord myself. I don't know if that's gonna help at all. It definitely is messing up though. There's something going on with Discord.
Yeah.
Yep.
They might be getting hacked. It happens. Well, it happens a lot.
They,
don't
they
it?
have a lot of valuable
Everybody's getting
information.
hacked.
hmm
They have a lot of issues with that.
I mean, I have to think that there's got to be some sort of have you ever heard the term that politics? Not to get into a politics discussion, so don't even bother. But have you ever heard the term that politics only advances when other older politicians die? So politics advances one death at a time, as the saying goes.
That's funny.
There's something. I think there's something going on within Blizzard where literally all of the people that had the knowledge on what was going on have either left the company or passed away. It's got to be one of those situations where everybody who was actually smart enough to know what the hell they were doing, all are no longer with the company, and so we got left with a whole bunch of people who didn't know what the hell they were doing, and were making the same mistakes that had already been made many times prior. And it's kind of sad when you think about it, because you're
They're just not learning from their previous mistakes, and it's sad. Because they could have an amazing product if they just went through their old things and thought, we did this wrong, we did this right, people liked this, people didn't like this. Isn't that what their teams are meant to do, is to figure out what's good and bad? Isn't that the whole marketing thing?
well, the thing
In a way.
the thing that really bugs me though is it's not like they haven't. It's not like they have an excuse, in my opinion. Vicarious Visions, who is now part of Blizzard, went through the process of remaking this game, Diablo 2, and had probably one of the best and most smooth launches of any game, I think, bar none. I feel like Diablo 2 Resurrected was an amazingly well received game and a good launch, and has had very few atrocities occur during the process of playing this game also. So we've ended up with a very solid product and a very fun game all around, right?
I think,
and they have these employees in their employ. So the Diablo 4 employee or team had this to pull upon as resources the entire time. And to go back and look at their previous games and be like, hey, look, this is how they did things back then. You know, maybe we don't want to do it the same way, but we could take some, inspiration from the way that they did things back then or whatever. But it's almost as if like they deliberately turned a blind eye to a lot of this stuff.
Well, D2R, the worst bug we had, really, was the Thunder Charms dropping from Hawkers constantly. That was the worst thing.
And as it turned out, it didn't even matter, because the Thunder Charms ended up being so common that
They still drop like candy.
Exactly.
The bug didn't even matter. Honestly, it was so. And they dropped so much that I honestly think that they did that to cover up the bug.
People traded. Oh yeah, 100%. People traded a surprising amount for the perfect ones, though.
Oh, you mean the
Don't even.
you mean
The max resistance ones.
You mean the max resistance ones? Oh yeah, those are
Yeah.
those perfect ones are great. Yeah.
Oh yeah, -90. Woo!
Hey! Look, the -90 ones are the best.
True. Hey,
They give you
we
90.
like getting
They give you
anti-perfects.
-90% resistances.
Come on, isn't that the dream? Anti-perfect Annie.
Literally, the argument for people that always say that is literally just, hey, look at your resistance when you have it on, and when you have it off. Or do you notice any difference?
Pick it up, put it on.
You feel it now.
I just want to make a character that runs every single Sunder Charm and see how quick I die.
Yeah, do the Vengeance Paladin.
That'd be funny.
There you
Just
go.
like everything kills you.
Oh no, poison. Oh, what could you? I don't think you can play anything like that.
Vicarious Visions is bad.
You'd have to do a poison assassin.
You're gonna have to explain
Mosaic.
that one to me because I don't
Yeah.
I don't understand.
And use Psychic Hammer.
I don't understand the comment Vicarious Visions is bad. What's your basis for Vicarious Visions being bad?
They're just good at like reskinning stuff.
I mean,
They're money grabbers in some ways, but
I feel
they're
like
also,
Vicarious Visions
you know.
did the best job that they possibly ever could have when it came to this game.
oh, they did an amazing job.
What we're looking at is maintaining the authenticity of something. You know, it's like when you're a coin collector, right? And you collect coins for a living, and then somebody brings you a coin, and they're like, yeah, I cleaned it with Brasso, and you're like, oh man, you ruined it, and they're like, what do you mean? It's really shiny, and you're like, you don't understand. You ruined the authenticity of the coin. It's not a collectible anymore. You basically just destroyed any value that it could ever possibly have. So some people just don't understand that remaking something completely and utterly can often just destroy the value that it has. And Diablo 2 didn't need to be remade. It needed to be, and I told people this a lot. Diablo 2 never needed to be remade. It needed better graphics. It needed higher resolution. It needed some moderate little fixes and tweaks here and there. It didn't need to be remade.
They never stopped asking if they could, and they didn't ask if they should.
I still would love another
Jurassic Park.
act, and you know, I think that'd be amazing.
I just think they should do what they did in PD2 with the whole maps system. And then corrupting would be cool, but I could see a lot of people not liking it.
Yeah, I enjoy some of the corruptions though, because it brings
I mean-
like you could
Okay,
you
wait,
can
hang
get
on.
stuff that's
My-
so different.
Yeah, okay, no, wait. I got War Traveler's perfect Magic Find, 50, right? And then I corrupted it, and it was 25% more Magic Find. That's like a god item.
And it's just so fun to do. But I can understand a lot of people wouldn't like the corruption stuff. But
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I would I would, so my response to that would be to leave that, like, keep the game open to modding and leave that for the modders.
yeah. But you can't mod D2R. There's a thing in there where they don't allow you to mod it. It's against their terms.
Yeah, maybe it's a Blizzard thing because I don't think any new Blizzard games are moddable.
Which is a shame
But-
because PD2 on D2R, but they've made PD2 4K and stuff. It
Yeah.
just doesn't have the reskin because they're not allowed to use it.
Yeah, right. But because to leave the experience somewhat pure, or maybe yeah,
Holy, if you will.
yeah, exactly, as it was originally revered. But yeah, like I agree. Like there's a lot of really cool changes they could implement from modern.
Yeah.
Well, one thing
ARPGs.
one thing I'd really like them to add back into Diablo 2 Resurrected is land play. I think we've gotten past the point where they need to worry about people doing really weird things with the game. Put the land play back in. You know, let the frickin' PD2 people come in and make a mod for Diablo 2 Resurrected PD2. Like it just, I know why they did it to begin with, because the hackers and whatnot, and they frickin' hacked a version of the
Security
game where everybody can
issues.
play and security issues. But they've got to be able to solve it by now. Let's get the
It brings a
land.
lot-
Let's get the land play back in there, and let's have some fun with land play, because land
And the
play is
thing
one of the
is-
best things about Diablo 2 Classic, and it's
Yeah.
it's
They
it's
did
the
it.
only thing now that Diablo 2 Classic has over frickin' Diablo 2 Resurrected, besides ease of
also-
access. You
You've
could
also got to think of it though. If they did it, the amount of copies they would sell, because it brings so much to the game. So many people want to do it.
I mean, honestly, these days the easiest thing that they can do, which I've always kind of like realized, is the way that single player games work nowadays. Because even if you play it offline and even if you play it single player, you still have to log in at some point and verify that you own the game, which acts as the copyright protection. So at some point, you've got to log into Battle.net so that it can give you like a temporary key or something, so you can play the game for the next 7 days or 10 days or whatever it is that they'll set you up with for.
Yeah, I'd like to see more come to D2R. I absolutely love the game, and I hope that they keep bringing us new content and new stuff. I'm hoping that like D4 doesn't just stop them caring. Obviously, I know it's a different team and that, but you know what they're like. They'll be like, no, we don't need that. We'll bring that team back to D4 to help.
The year
A
is
D1 remake
2030,
would be nice. I'd love to have a D1 remake.
and the world's
Full online
first classic
multiplayer.
Diablo 4 servers are out.
The only thing I would really like to see with D1 is, and I know it would be anti-spirit of the original game, but I would like to see them do a D1 that's not online or offline saves. Because that was the original game. The original game was offline saves, and you could basically just like hack the ever-loving crap out of the game with ridiculous ease. But I don't want to see that version of the game. I'd like to see what Diablo 1 would have been if
D1 Resurrected.
If it actually had online saves as opposed to offline saves, so that people weren't constantly just hacking their characters. Because that was literally in the entirety of Diablo 1 was duped items and hacked characters, and nobody ever really played legitimate in that game.
I don't know if there was a video, a pretty long one that came out a couple years ago. It was a retrospective from one of the original developers of Diablo 1, and the things that he would do differently today. I don't know if you guys watched it or not.
No, I might have to look for that.
Yeah, it's a really good video. It gets into the really nitty-gritty of game development and like into the specifics of Diablo 1. And one of the interesting takeaways that I got from it was that the way that they designed the map was that all of the walls were like attached to the corners or to the edges of the tiles, which made pathing really weird. You ever feel like you're clicking on something in Diablo 1 and your like character's going into the wall instead of into the doorway or something?
Yeah.
He said it would have completely changed things like that, and it would have made the gameplay experience a lot smoother. And that's just one of the things that he mentioned. And it's less about the community and the multiplayer and the glitched items, but he gets into the really nitty gritty of designing, like models and how they started a lot with like claymation and 20 FPS.
I
It
remember
was so
them
good.
talking. I remember them talking about how they even designed the like all the icons and the way the characters looked and whatnot based off of the really terrible sprite options that they had at the time. So they would make the sprite look different than what you would normally expect, simply because they knew for a fact that if they made it, like the normal way that you would draw something, you wouldn't be able to see it. So they would exaggerate certain features that they wanted to be more visible than others, and they made it so that like for instance in Diablo 2, when you zoom in on your character, like there's certain features that are more readily apparent in the original version than others, like the pauldrons are huge.
Yeah, your shoulder pads.
Yeah, like the breastplate is very up in the front and whatnot, and like they set up these sprite models specifically so that you would see what they wanted you to see. Not necessarily drew them exactly the way that they would normally draw them, but more so just to get the exact feeling that they wanted to have for the characters. And then that was pretty cool too to think about, because that's why the characters look the way that they do, because they wanted them they wanted specific features to pop out over others.
Yeah, and
We
it's
all
just
loved it.
it worked really well, right? And it's just a really interesting. It was a really interesting video and a very cool insight into game development. And it's a lot more relatable than new games where they're like, oh, we need to mesh this system with that system with the crafting system with the blah blah. It was more just like the real Like, this is how we made art in video games in the 90s. It was very cool.
No, Sean. Millions of people breaking a game doesn't make people go nuts. What makes people go nuts is the fact that they don't allow those millions of people a chance to break the game before it goes live.
I bet you.
Yep, they should
Yeah,
have
some
had
PTR.
more testing.
And they,
I mean, a good analogy would be something along the lines of like this. Imagine you took your car to a mechanic, and the mechanic sees that your brake line is cut. And instead of informing you that your brake line is cut, he waits until you're driving your car. Then he calls you on the
Then he
phone and
calls
goes,
you.
then, hey, you know, I noticed when I was working on your car that your brake line is cut as you're going 75 miles an hour down the interstate, and you can't stop your vehicle anymore.
They probably come in and fix that.
What we're upset about is that they're not giving us a chance to fix these things before we're in the active process of like horribly destroying the car and potentially killing ourselves. You know, if the mechanic had told us before we left the shop, hey, your brake line's cut, I should probably fix that, and we're like, yes, definitely fix that. I don't want to go out of here with a brake line that's cut. You would be like, yes, okay, we got that fixed before we left the shop. In Diablo 4, for some reason, they are so intent on making these changes while we're driving the car at 75 miles an hour, like going down the interstate. And they're like, oh, yeah, by the way, I disengaged your brake pedal. Guess you'll die. Oh, well.
They need to actually get a private testing server where they have a team that test what they're going to change and then bring out the patch once it's been tested. But it seems like they don't want to do that because they want to make the people that spend the money to buy the game test it for them. And that's why loads of people have stopped playing, because we're fed up.
I mean, it's funny because, everybody was up in arms about the leaderboards not being in place.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. I don't know. There's definitely a lot they need to figure out. Because with a game that size, it should have been more polished and more tested. Like, they knew it was going to be their biggest release in a long time. It's just like when games come out and they're like, oh yeah, our servers are half the size they need to be, but, we'll be okay.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's, they don't prepare. They know that their game's going to have 1 million people trying it, but they still just don't seem to,
I mean, what were we were talking about it earlier, like developers who were complaining that gamers might keep or might take BG3 as a new standard for games. And it's like, maybe the takeaway is that you should open up your game to being tested by players for, it doesn't have to be
How much
years. It doesn't have to be. It does. We can leave
because
that
they
up.
did do the server slam twice.
Yeah,
but it still
but
wasn't enough because they're bringing out new patches, but they're not testing them fully first.
Yeah, but think like, okay, what percentage of people just play the game and they don't watch content, they don't do any of that? All those people, guarantee you, don't do any PTR testing. Why would they ever do that? So of course they're not going to get the same amount of impact as they would expect from what they got from that, because there's just simply not as many people interested.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to advertise it as a. I feel like that's more of a marketing problem than
Yeah, no, I think they should have over-invested and then cut back in terms of server space or server capacity, whatever you might call it. Like, once the interest in the game maybe dies down, and then they're like, okay, well, now we see the actual baseline of like amount of players that are enjoying this game. We don't need to have X, Y, and Z servers anymore. I think they did that with Classic WoW. Or no, it was the opposite. They woefully underestimated it.
Yeah, no, for sure they should overestimate. Well, hopefully they prepare adequately for that. But no, it was more for problems like dupes and things. And
like breaking the game.
Yeah, exactly. They could have had the server slam and the early access weekend, I guess. Like, it's a good. I feel like that was a good measurement to gauge interest, like how many people they think are gonna actually come play the game. But it's not enough time for developers to get bug fixing feedback, like Q&A
Oh yeah.
testing, right? Like if we're gonna I was comparing it to Baldur's Gate 3, where they had 3 years of early access, and you got access to all of Act 1, and they were constantly patching that, versus getting like a static version of the game just for 2 weekends. Right? That kind of feedback is invaluable.
Sure.
Yeah, Ghost Dragon. I'm not trying to like bring that argument. Exactly, Sean. Yeah, like developers should be more open to consumer feedback, and if that means opening their game up maybe for 3 years is a long time. It doesn't have to be 3 years. It could be a month. It could be 6 weeks or something. And it could be only for people who pre-ordered. Sure, you can get some money for this. Like, we're paying to be your QA testers. That's a different argument. But yeah, there definitely needs to be some degree of, especially with games being so complicated nowadays.
I'll be back later, guys.
Okay, meow. Enjoy.
Meow.
Nice to hear your voice. Anyways. D4, lots to talk about.
I'm like completely on the other side of most of your opinions. Not yours, but like the conversation. But it's been interesting to hear.
Yeah. Like, the game is fun. I'm playing other things right now because I'm having more fun doing something else. That's really my opinion on the game. And to be fair, I probably will be going back to D2 just because I find the grind more fun on D2.
I'll just recommend you go as far as you can on a hardcore character on Diablo 4, and then see if you enjoy it more.
That's true. I should definitely. I mean, the hardcore perspective is always different, and since playing D2 hardcore, I found the hardcore experience way more rewarding. But yeah, that's also personal preference, and I know like I'm more of a hardcore gamer. I don't speak for the majority of players, and I'm not spending $20 every weekend on the new skin. So maybe I'm not.
Ginger's chill, by the way. He like kind of left abruptly. That was like mid sentence.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, there you are.
I did leave mid sentence.
Okay, I was like, oh, is everything okay? Or
Life.
No, different
Oh, that's cool.
opinions make a more diverse and resilient game.
What's the Star Trek term? Let's go nerd. Let's go full Star Trek nerd, guys. Come on. Let's see who knows. I know the quote. It's the Spock quote. Who knows the Spock quote? Come on.
I watch more of TNG than.
Come in.
I can do the hand thing.
It's a quote that Spock does all the time. It's called infinite something. Come on, who knows the quote? Who knows the quote? I always have to wait a little bit. I have to be patient because the the
Gotta be
lag.
time to Google it.
Well, no, the lag. There's a lag on the stream, so they don't have the exact live stream. They got a slight delay. Then I got to give them a chance to think about it, So there's a double delay there.
then you got to give him time to ruminate, to ponder.
I don't give them time to Google though. They're not allowed to do that.
That's cheating.
Now, apparently it's one of the tenets of Vulcan philosophy, and Spock says it all the time. It's infinite diversity in infinite combinations. It's the basis of Vulcan philosophy. And so obviously if you got like an Andorian who's got blue skin and eye stalks and weird looking things going on, he's he's obviously going to be different than, you know, I don't know, a Tellarite who's short and stubby and looks like a dwarf and has tusks and, you know, stuff like that. There's just like an infinite number of combinations within the galaxy, right? So infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
And that kind of feedback will make for a more resilient and interesting game. What I was saying, like, our feedback doesn't necessarily reflect that of the entire community. Like, of course not. We're just like, whatever, 6 gamers having fun in Discord.
I mean, sometimes I feel like I don't want to say we do represent the entire community, but I do feel like we are further along in the journey. You know, say for instance, you're reading a book, and in the book, you know, there's a specific arc within the book which reveals dramatic character traits of a specific main character in the story, right? And this revelation within the story might make you hate the character, it might make you love the character, you know, whatever. Your opinion is not wrong versus someone who hasn't gotten to that arc yet. You're just further along in the story. And I feel like a lot of the times we, as more dedicated gamers, I'll say dedicated gamers, because it's not, because hardcore, I think, gives an even further connotation that we go further than other people would be willing to go. And I don't necessarily think we go further than other people go. I think we just go there faster.
Yeah, we just get there quicker, yeah.
And I think a lot of people will eventually find the same conclusion that we do once they reach the same point that we're at. It's just that we've gotten further than they did, quicker than they got there.
Yeah.
I think that says it more aptly than just simply saying that we don't represent the whole. I think it's just we got there quicker than they did. Other people will get to the same point that we're at. It just takes time. And once they get to the same point that we're at, a lot of the times they have the same conclusion that we have.
Yeah.
We're not that unique. We're just no-lifers.
Yeah. And I don't say it, that's it, like, to be, you know, I like to cover my ass. It's more like just to be inclusive, that if your opinion doesn't agree with mine, like, that's fine and a good thing. Like, the developers need to hear all the opinions. If ours happens to be the most popular one, well, then maybe you should listen to us. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there also comes a point where even if you have two people with differing opinions, I feel like there's still an opportunity there where it doesn't really matter. Both are still applicable, right? Yeah, so in many situations, say for instance, you have a, you know, like the overlay map. Some people don't like overlay maps. I don't know why. And I need to inspect you guys' brains. But even if you don't like overlay maps, like, does it really bother you if there's an option that we can take in the menu to give us an overlay map? I mean, does it really mess with you that much if we have an option to enable it? You can leave it disabled by default. Just give us an option to enable an overlay map. I'd like to have an overlay map.
Right.
I mean, there's things like that where it doesn't really matter to have a little tick box where you can have both options, and it doesn't hurt the player who doesn't like that option to have a tick box so that the players who do can enjoy a overlay map, for instance.
Oh, he healed. I'm upset. Uh-oh.
Is there a way to see the map we've explored and when you reset your difficulty so you can get to farming quicker? What do you mean, see the whole map? If you want to see the whole map, all you gotta do is use the arrow keys. If that's what you're talking about.
They all stink. I love it.
That's it's really simple. You look at your map like that, and you just go like this with the arrow keys, and you can move around the map, and you can explore what you've already explored. And you can also bring it up full screen if you want to. I don't like mine full screen because it covers up too much of the game. I want it up in the corner. But that's just me. Occasionally, you'll see me bring it up full screen.
Yeah, there was a point when I was grailing on Diablo 2 that I would play without my minimap because I found it also intrusive.
Yeah, I mean you can turn it off too. That's why you can just tab it off completely.
Exactly.
I don't usually have it up there all the time. Only when I absolutely need it. Cody, your butthole stinks. Haha. He's all jittery because you know animals are perceptive beyond just simply the normal.
Yeah. Oh, we're having an animated discussion.
Animated? What? I mean, yeah, they can sense when you're having an animated discussion as well. They're good at that. Ooh, a hell rune. I like
They're also good at graphic design.
Animals are good at graphic design.
Yeah, it's like a little known fact.
Hello again.
Wow.
Yeah. Cool, right? You don't know, like Cody can like draw.
Oh my god, I remember falling into this trap one time. There was this thing. It was like about elephants painting pictures, and there was a whole video of an elephant like painting a little house, a little tree.
Oh yeah.
And
I think I've seen that.
And I ended up like going into it and like doing a little bit of a research on it, and sure enough, it was all fake, and elephants can't really paint houses and trees.
Way.
Apparently, what they do is they kind of teach the elephant how to paint, and then the trainer or whatever you want to call it, the person who owns the elephant, kind of like with their hand will basically move the trunk of the elephant and like paint actual pictures, like kind of guiding the elephant to draw what they want him to draw. And I totally fell into the trap thinking that an elephant could actually draw, and then I ended up finding out the truth, and I'm like, oh man. And then I came across some website. Apparently, there's an actual website that literally sells elephant art that is actually drawn by elephants, and it does not. There's no actual recognizable thing in the the paintings. Where is the elephant art gallery? Yeah, here it is. This is an actual elephant art gallery with just like the elephants just like randomly poking the brush at the art or the canvas, like not actually having any kind of real semblance or shape there. It's just it's just like the elephant just going like this and like hitting the canvas. But they actually do paint stuff. It just doesn't have any actual appearance to it.
It's very abstract.
Yeah, very abstract paintings, just kind of like poking at the canvas. But man, I totally fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I was like, oh my god, elephants can paint! Crack me up. I actually do think, though, dogs, you get the right dog, not all dogs, but some dogs will do anything for food. Anything. And you could literally train a dog to do just about anything when they have that mentality. When they will literally do anything for food, all it just takes a little bit of patience and a little bit of time, and I think you can literally train one of those dogs that will do anything for food to literally do anything. You could literally have them climb up a ladder and paint the roof if you were kids. You're like, all right, get up there and paint the roof. Come on, Fido, paint the roof. He'd be like, I got a chicken wing for you, and be like, oh.
There's dogs that are stopping crimes because they get treats after it.
Mm-hmm. Like anything. You can literally train them to do anything. Even murder, yes. Especially murder. That's the whole basis of the there's actually bears and like lions and stuff like that like once they kill a human and they eat a human for the first time, they learn that humans are tasty snacks. And after that, they know from that point on, they're like, humans are tasty snacks. Who would have thunk it? And then they literally plot murder. I can't remember what country it is, but like some of the countries over there in in the areas that have lions and tigers and panthers and stuff like that, they actually do have man-eating tigers and stuff that have learned to murder and kill humans for the meat because they know that they're tasty treats that could be eaten. And so they wear masks on the back of their head because it's actually a pretty well-known fact that tigers will only attack you from behind. Lions and tigers tend to only attack from behind. They won't attack you from the front. They stalk you and they wait for a chance to, pounce on you from the back. So they wear a mask on the back of their head so that there is no back. So that when the tiger's looking at them, they think that they're still facing the front side, and they're constantly circling around you to try and get behind you, only to find out that there's a face on the other side as well. And apparently, it actually does prevent the tigers from attacking.
It's like that human's just kind of awkwardly walking backwards.
That's
He's
really
definitely
weird.
facing me.
How is he doing that? That's insane. I can't believe this. Man, I can't even keep my Merc alive, even with the even with the holy bolts. It's kind of sad. Come on, Andy Bandy, give me something good to eat. Wait, that sounds wrong. She's got apple rings. I'm sorry. Man, Andy's gonna kill me.
There's apple rings?
No, just Napple rings, not apple.
Snapple rings.
I know, Snapple rings, that's a drink. That's a drink. They give those away for free back in the day. Funny story, when they gave away... When the Snapple first came out, they were desperate to get everyone to try the drink. Because nobody would try it, apparently. And they had this whole campaign where if you called up a number and you gave them your information, they would send you one for free. And, man, we must have called up the number... We must have called up that number and gotten so many of them for free. And I don't know, we would just keep giving different names. We're like, yeah, my name's Joe Bob. Yeah, my name's Jeff Johnson. we got like, I think 20 or 30 Snapples for free from that campaign.
Look, free drink is free drink.
Yeah, we all live at this one address.
Oh, we'd get them sent to our sister's house. We'd get them sent to our... we were crafty with it. We'd get them sent to like grandma's house. We weren't just silly. We weren't just silly little kids. We were conniving with it. We were like, oh yeah.
Then you start selling them, and you start a business where that's how you get all your snapples.
Overburdened.
I'm like, oh, the free campaign's ending. Why is that business shut down?
We're closing our doors due to...
Nothing good from Andy this time. Boo-hoo.
Noticed a large amount of fraudulent calls.
Well, I finally got a third piece of Saigons. Question is do
I'm
I
the CEO.
do I want to wear it? Do I want to wear the 3 pieces of the Saigons? The problem is I'm a smiter, so the 10% lifesteal does me no good whatsoever. So what am I actually getting from the bonuses? I get 100 defense. I get attack rating, which does me no good because I'm a smiter. I get lifesteal, which does me no good because I'm a smiter. I get defense based on character level, which isn't bad. And then I get the 50% magic find on the boots, which is nice. I do like the 50% magic find on the boots. But I lose my 24% faster hit recovery.
Get a bunch of res.
Well, the belt gives 20% fire, which, ironically, I don't need any fire right now because I'm wearing Nokas and Relic. And I'm also using Crush Flange, which has that massive 50% fire resistance on it. So I'm super set on fire resistance. It doesn't. I don't need any more fire res. The cold res on the boots is useful, but then there's no resistances on the helmet.
Being the silly guy I am, I would probably run just like a 3P Topaz helmet.
I don't have 3P Topazes yet, but I'm working on it.
Or whatever, yeah.
I'm working on it. I do have I have 2 P Topazes right now. I'm working on the third, and I do actually have a 3-socket bone helm, I think, in here. Or yeah, I got a 3-socket mask. If I find a better one before then, obviously something a little higher defense, that'd be nice. But I'm working on it.
Yeah, that's yeah.
My little solo self-found character's got a ways to go.
It's beautiful. I love it.
I do like the additional mana that the helmet gives me. I guess it's. I don't like missing that 24% faster hit recovery though. I wonder if I'm sitting close to a breakpoint. Let me do a quick check on that to see what my breakpoint's running right now. So I'm running 53% faster hit recovery. Cody, I know something is going on, and you're not leaving the room. So stop whining like a big baby. You're a big baby. That's right. I said you're a big baby. He's a big baby. Don't look away. I'm staring you in the eye. You want to fight about it? Why don't you go lick the doorknob like you usually do? Not even joking. Okay, so 53% without the Spirit Shield is above the 5-frame breakpoint for faster hit recovery at 48%. So that is fine. And then with the Spirit Shield, I'm at 108, which brings me above the 4-frame. So I guess that's fine. That's, yeah. The faster hit recovery loss isn't going to hurt me, so we'll just roll with it. I mean, it's nice to have the 50% magic find on the boots.
Yep.
And I can swap out to a 3P Topaz helmet once I get a 3rd P Topaz.
Anytime I can stop rolling nat ones, that would be great.
Oh my god, I had so many times I rolled a nat 1 when I really, really needed to not roll a nat 1.
I just rolled 2 in the same fight. It's like, oh, come on. I'm fighting Get Yankee here. Cut me a break, game.
I'm just glad that in Baldur's Gate 3, they don't have the horrible, horrible, horrible thing that used to be in Baldur's Gate 1, 2, Icewind Dale, blah, blah, blah. Do you remember in Baldur's Gate 1 when a boss would roll a nat 20 on you, and your character would just disintegrate?
Oh, you just explode.
You would just
into
explode.
chunks?
Yes. Your character would just explode in front of your face, like your tank god, freaking like Paladin or whatever. He'd be using like the best shield ever. He'd have like 30 AC class. He'd have like 200 hit points and like gauntlets of hill giant strength. And no. Glove. It was a belt. It was belt in BG1.
The girdle of hill
the
giant.
girdle of hill giant strength. He's got like massive constitution, and the boss just walks up to you and goes, nat 20, and your paladin just explodes into pieces across the battlefield, and you're like, what just happened?
Oh, and by the way, you can't res that anymore.
Yeah, he's not resable. He's dead. He's dead. Like, yeah, I mean, maybe if you picked up all his pieces, we could turn him into a zombie, but he's dead.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like an eyeball hits the screen. You know what it reminded me of? Do you remember in Half-Life 1 where if you got hit with a certain attack in Half-Life 1, your character would explode into a bunch of bits, like body parts? And it would make that horrible noise in Half-Life 1, the crunching noise. That's what it reminded me of. I was like, dang, is this Half-Life 1? Did I just get crunched?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can play that sound effect for you. Hold on a second.
At least in BG3, nat ones don't just like destroy your weapon and like cause you to burst into flames because God hates you or something.
I wonder if this is it. I'm scared to play it on stream.
Can't be that bad.
Is this it? Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the sound effect. This is literally what it was like when you got hit by in frickin' Baldur's Gate 1 by one of those nat 20 like boss hits. Your character would literally just do this.
Oh wait, I have turned up stream volume.
Oh, it's such a classic sound effect too.
Yes, 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 yes.
Which was immediately followed by literally like an eyeball over there, like a femur over there. Like you look down and it's just like, wow. Wow. This is just body parts everywhere.
Yeah, it's especially fun if you like leave the area, if you reload the area, like leave and come back, and you go to where your character died, there's just like a little, it's like a meatball. And you're just like, yep, that's what's left of my companion. There was my 20 plus AC Paladin rocking like best in slot pally gear.
Sorry, I'm fighting with my dog.
Oh, you're good.
Go sit down. Or I'll bite you. Again. I don't like biting him. I get fur in my teeth.
Exactly.
I am overburdened.
Like, wait a minute, what? He's such a crybaby. Such a whiny crybaby. Baby whiny cry. Baby whiny cry. Baby whiny cry. Cry baby. It's cry baby. Cry baby. Cry baby what? Cry baby what? That's what I thought. He gets mad at me too. I already took you out to go Peppadoodles earlier, sir. So I know you don't gotta go. I'm gonna make you eat some sweet and sour sauce. Oh, your tail stopped wagging. That's right. I'm gonna put some sweet and sour sauce up your nostril hole. How about that? And then I'm gonna pop your pimpum. Go lick the doorknob or something like you like to do. Go on, go lick the doorknob. Doorknob licker. He said, don't tell me what to do. I'll lick the doorknob if I want to lick the doorknob. You want to give him some air treats? Okay, we'll give him some air treats. You ready? All right. Here, take one. Take a treat. Come on, take it. Here, have another one. Here, I got plenty. Here, take it. Take another one. There you go. Here, has another one. There you go. Here's another one. Here you go. 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 My turn. I get some too. There you go. There you go. Take one. There you go. Has another one. There you go. Here you go. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna get a whole bunch. You ready? All right. I'm gonna throw them. He's gonna start barking at me. He's like,
Ain't no treats in this.
He said, you bamboozle. He said, don't like a heckin' bamboozle. He said, ooh, you're the bamboozle boy. You want some more? There you go. There you go. Here, I got some right here. You ready? There you go. There you go. There you go, one another one. You can have as many as you want. Here. There you go. There's another one. There you go. Alright, I'm gonna eat some now. I'm gonna get some. Got some water to dry. Okay, there you go. Alright. Here, you can eat right out my hand here. Here, have some. There you go. You get some in there? You got some? How they taste? They taste good? What do they taste like? This is rude. This is a bamboozles what this is. What's in there? There's some pumpkin seeds? He's so greedy. One little tiny pumpkin seed. Can't even see it on the camera. One little tiny pumpkin seed, look. It's one little tiny pumpkin seed. He don't care. Here, look. You ready? We're going to play a game. You ready? You like this game? 52 pumpkin seed pickup! 52 pumpkin seed pickup!
Oh, goodness.
He'll pick up every one, too. He'll find every single pumpkin seed. 2-second flat. He'll be like, oh, I'm done.
It's a very expensive vacuum cleaner. We had a pet rabbit, but she was vicious.
But rabbits can be very vicious.
She scared off a Westie.
They fight. They fight.
They do.
They fight.
They-
They fight. They fight. They fight.
They box and they bite. They angry. Angry little rabbits.
I used to have a very different outlook on rabbits until one day I saw one of them nature documentaries, and it was one of those ones where they show the two rabbits fighting each other over the female. I think they're called jackrabbits, specifically this particular breed. And the jackrabbit, one jackrabbit literally killed the other jackrabbit, just like ripped him to shreds with his front claws, and then claimed his female as victory. And I'm just like, it's like, dang.
Oh, wow. They're
Like,
savage.
I'm like, freaking bunny rabbits are savage, brutal creatures.
Yeah, absolutely
Like,
are.
they will F you up. Like, you better get away from my woman. A woman, oh woman, why you treat me so mean? I killed 3 suitors just for you.
Oh my God.
I ripped them all to shreds. Hey, and I didn't even get my fur red. That's right. I killed those suitors. Hey, I'm almost to the land of, when I hit Act 2, at the end of Act 2, I'll start to get the chance to get skillers. In my solo self-found runs, I have yet to find a single skiller that was actually for the class that I was playing. But I have always found multiple skillers, but they've just never been for the actual character that I was on. You're like, oh yay, a fire skiller for a sorceress, and I'm on my necromancer. Oh yay, the combat pally skiller, and I'm on a barbarian. Or it's like it's never what I actually want. Never.
I found the coolest skiller I have ever seen on Ladder last season on hardcore. It was a plus 44 to life fire skiller out of the what's right outside of the Act 2 town? Stony Tombs?
For what?
The dungeon. It was a terrorized Stony Tombs, I believe. 44 to life fire skiller. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. That was half of my Enigma. Wait, oh yeah, we were talking about the Mosaic Sin, which definitely does shine with teleport.
I mean, you don't even need an Enigma.
You don't.
You really don't. Somebody was making a mosaic set, and I'm like, don't use teleports.
The build
just
is
use your...
fine without it.
Well, it's not even just that it's fine without it. It's actually detrimental to use teleport. The only thing that teleport is good for is when there's not a monster on the field of battle, and you need to get to the next group of monsters. But if you use teleport when monsters are around, it's actually detrimental to use teleport as opposed to just simply use Dragonflight. So Dragonflight is superior to teleport in every way except for when no monsters are available. And the reason is because when you have that ice claw, you freeze all the monsters when you teleport in. You don't freeze the monsters when you teleport in with a regular teleport. So by teleporting in with the ice claw, you make a safe haven for yourself inside even a group of monsters. Whereas when you teleport in with regular teleport, it's dangerous. Like you could potentially get yourself killed really quickly by teleporting into a pack. Right? So, you know, just like a sorceress, if she teleports right in the center of a pack, she can potentially die. Well, guess what? If I Dragonflight directly into the center of a pack with the Ice Claw up and a Ice Sunder, with a Cold Sunder, I'm perfectly safe. 100% safe.
Yeah, so with Enigma, I was definitely teleporting more towards the edge of packs. You definitely have to be strategic with your positioning, especially on a squishy character like the Mosaic Sin. I was playing a Fireball Sork the season before, and I definitely learned a lot about positioning, running Chaos Sanctuary and stuff on a Fireball Sork. No, Enigma also gives massive plus to strength and plus to life, which is not crazy necessary, but if you're using high-end claws, it does help with the requirements. Enigma is more than just a teleport stick.
I don't know. I found it better off using other items.
But yeah, towards the end, and especially if I was trying to remain competitive in the hardcore ladder, because I was like top 50 assassins and top 200 overall for a good little while. But if you want to keep up in public lobbies, you just need teleport, which was unfortunate because I would have much rather run something like Fortitude or Chains of Honor. Really just fixes so many problems with that build because 65 all res is insane.
That's such a good argument for no Enigma. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm totally down with the no Enigma.
Same.
Every now and then I get somebody comes up. They always come up to me and they're so excited and they're like, oh man, I got an idea for add teleport to such and such item, and it's the best idea ever. And I'm like, it's like going to a guy who hates, I don't know, seafood, and like trying to tell him that this seafood is the best seafood, that this seafood's the best seafood he's ever had, and he should definitely try this seafood. And I'm like, you're preaching to the wrong guy. I'm literally allergic. I'm literally allergic to seafood, my friend. Like you got. I don't know why you're bringing this to me. Stop it. My girlfriend actually had this happen to her, by the way. This is an actual real story, and it's got to be the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. So there's this lady at work, and she's of the Asian descent. And I think this has something to do with it because I don't know if she really realizes the repercussions of what's going on, but she would constantly make food. You know, like really nice like Asian stir fry that is probably absolutely delicious, but it would always have like shrimp or like crab meat or something in it. And my girlfriend is trying to tell her that she is deathly allergic to shellfish, and if she eats shellfish, she will blow up like a balloon and die, right? And she's trying to get this across to her, but for some reason it's just lost in translation. Like it can't, like a person who is allergic to shellfish can't exist within the world. And so instead of listening to her and actually understanding what she's saying, she comes back the next day and offers her some more food. And it's like, I fix it this time, right? I fix it. And it still has shrimp in it. And she tries again to tell her that she's allergic to shellfish and will die if she consumes shellfish, and she just can't understand that this is something that will literally kill her.
Yeah.
And eventually she just had
doesn't want any
to,
of my food.
like, she would literally force it into her hands. Like, take it. No, take it. No, really, take it. You must eat. Eat. You must try this.
It's like, I'm sure it's really, really delicious. However, I will die.
No, I think you'll be fine. You're not really allergic. I'm like, no, I will die. Will die. No die. No die.
It's not a question of flavor.
Oh, man. Found a Roth's
It's
belt.
to die for.
Nice. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, but no matter how tasty your food is, I'm not willing to sacrifice my life for it. I'm lucky not to have any allergies. Doesn't run in
I'm
the family
allergic to
either.
really weird things only, and it's always like a very minor allergy.
I have had the weirdest allergies. I'm like, I got like regular allergies like hay fever and stuff, but I also have like really, really weird ones which make no sense, and apparently it's documented, so I'm not just crazy. So Prilosec. I found out I was allergic to Prilosec, and you're gonna laugh at the what happens to me when I take Prilosec. So, you know how everybody has basically hepatitis, what is it? The one that's inside your mouth, the one that I think everybody has. I don't know what letter it is, but I think everybody in the world pretty much is infected with some form of the minor hepatitis, which is in your mouth. It's the one that gives you like little cold sores. Anyway, so cold sores are things that don't generally appear very often. Like, you know, you might get one every now and then. Well, apparently there is a side effect of Prilosec, if you are allergic to it, that it will activate all the cold sores in your mouth.
Oh,
So
nice.
they all become active at the same time. I had like 15 cold sores in my mouth at the same time.
Jeez.
I couldn't
That sounds
eat.
like fun.
I couldn't eat ketchup. I couldn't eat anything with any kind of like tang to it or like vinegary or sour, because it would literally hit the cold sores, and it was just like, oh my god, I'm burning. And I looked at the side effects on Prilosec, and it's literally written in there. It says may activate all the cold sores in your mouth, and I'm like, holy dude. I'm like, what?
It's like a sleeper agent code word.
Or not hepatitis, herpes. Sorry, herpes. It's one of the milder forms of herpes. Herpes simplex virus. It's blah blah blah, whatever. But apparently most of the time it's dormant. So they're most of the time when you have them, they're in your mouth right now, but they're dormant and they don't actually activate. And you might have one or two activate at a certain time, and it's not even really that big of a deal because most of the time it's just one and it goes away usually in about a week. But man, for an entire week, I had like 15 to 20 cold sores in my mouth. It was not fun.
Yeah.
And even to this day, I go to the doctor, and the doctor's looking at my sheet, and he's like,
No.
"So I see here that you're allergic to Prilosec. How did that happen?"
I don't know. I was born with it. Shut up.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
That's awful.
Yeah, for me, it's just the some fruit, not the actual fruit, but the pulp of the fruit. Just makes my mouth itchy, and then obviously like cat dander.
So I'm gonna tell you
But
guys.
that's not like a big one.
I'm gonna tell you guys the grossest story.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna try and make
I'm
it
ready.
less gross, but this is gonna be gross. Okay, so just if you don't want to hear it, whatever, just mute the stream for a minute. So there was this girl. She was allergic to shellfish, just the same way that my girlfriend is. And or was it the guy? It was the guy. It was the girl. The guy. Yeah. It was the guy that was. It was the guy that was allergic to shellfish, and the girl was not. All right. So the girl comes home one day and she has like a lobster or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but she was eating some sort of shellfish, and she eats the entire thing. And she's like, oh man, it's so good. I can't believe, it's so sad that you're allergic to shellfish. Like, oh man, because this is so delicious. She got a little butter sauce and all that stuff, right? And then later on in the day, she's feeling randy, and they want to have, some relations in the bedroom, and he's going down on her, and apparently this was like sorry, this was like later the next day. He's going down on her, and he gets an allergic reaction from the shellfish because she farted.
Oh, oh, nice.
So literally, the whatever it is that makes the shellfish allergic, literally went through her entire system and came out the other end and hit him in the face, and literally he got a huge allergic reaction from it. On the other end, he didn't even have to eat it. He just got a misting. It's terrible, but he's deathly allergic to it, so he got a horrible reaction from it, and he didn't even eat it.
Sprayed.
He didn't even eat it.
He got pepper sprayed by his allergen. That's called chemical warfare.
Chemical warfare.
Geneva Convention.
Yes, it's really gross. Like I said, it was really gross. I warned you guys in advance. I told you guys it was going to be gross. I told you. Warnings were given. Warnings were given.
It just makes me appreciate my lack of allergies even more.
I don't know. I started to think that maybe allergies are really just a lack of exposure to proper things. I don't know. It's something. I know all of them are not that way, but but I have a medicine I take nowadays. It's called Flonase, and it's apparently a steroidal thing that kind of just bolsters your own systems so that they work properly, and it works surprisingly well. And that's literally all I have to take, and it doesn't actually prevent. It's not like an antihistamine that prevents the thing from attacking my systems. It's like a buff potion, you know, like a potion of enhanced defense or whatever, and it just enhances the actual system that's supposed to deal with it in the first place. And by enhancing that system, basically makes it so my body deals with it like it's supposed to, like it should have in the first place. I'm defective, that's all I'm saying.
So you're saying if I took it, I could have superpowers?
I don't know, but it works. I'm telling you. I'll sing it from the rooftops. Flonase and whatever the generic form of Flonase is. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but man, that stuff works really well.
What do you use it to treat hay fever?
General allergies with hay fever, cats. I literally live in a house with 2 cats, and I'm allergic to cats. And literally, wow, that's a really nice charm. Too bad I'm not a melee character. 9 max damage, 54 attack rating, 13 life.
Wow.
Not playing a melee character though, so.
Yeah.
But living in the house with the cats, as long as I take the Flonase, it's like they don't even matter. No reaction whatsoever. I don't even have to take it for very long. That's the crazy thing. You know, like most medicine, like as soon as you, like say Benadryl or Claritin or something like that, you know, if you're allergic, and you take it, and then you stop taking it, like the effect just disappears entirely, right? And you have to take it again to reobtain the effect. Flonase, for some reason, you take it a couple days in a row, like maybe a week in a row, and then I swear for like months afterward, it's still effective. And eventually it does wear off, but it takes a really long time for it to wear off.
That's really interesting.
I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised with how long it prevents the allergies, and then I start getting the itchy throat, right, and then the red eyes, and then I know that it's wearing off, and then I start taking it again.
I'm looking it up right now.
No, my nose is absolutely clear all the time. That's what I'm saying, because I got ever since I discovered Flonase. I used to take Benadryl, and I can't take Claritin because it knocks me out, but I didn't like the side effects the Benadryl came with.
Dope. Get a Flonase sponsor.
Sure, why not?
Perfect.
I don't know what the. Let me look up the generic name of Flonase. Generic is.
Yeah, it's funny because steroids are usually
fluticasone, propanoate. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. It works surprisingly well. I'm actually.
Fluticastane or a fluticasone or something.
I'm very. I mean, I don't think I can live without it at this point.
It's really interesting because steroids are usually well, whatever. I'm not a fucking doctor, but excuse my language, but Squiddy says naughty words sometimes. Well, no, they're usually administered as anti-inflammatories, so it's interesting to see it used as an anti-allergen.
Well, like I said, it doesn't seem to, stop the allergens. It's not like an antihistamine or something. It just seems to make your sinuses actually work properly.
Yeah.
Like it seems to be a solution to people who have weak sinal defenses.
Oh my god, Holy is allergic to chocolate and Karens, man. Good luck getting medicine for that. You might just have to live with that allergy. I'm sorry, dude.
And this is how he became a supervillain or a superhero, depending on which one you want to say. And he went on a crusade to kill all Karens. Holy Long Wang, if there's somebody out there that ends up, like hunting Karens, we're gonna go in straight to your house first.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be like, well, this guy was allergic to Karens, so we need to make sure it wasn't him. I think it was him.
It's got a reason.
He's got a motive. Man, that is the second ridiculously good combat, or third ridiculously good combat charm I've gotten so far. I got a 9 max 54 attack rating. I got a 9 max 54 attack rating, 13 life, and a 6 max 34 attack rating, 4 strength.
I would be gushing over those if I was still physical bows on. The 4 strength is also nothing to sneeze at.
Oh, I love having the strength and the dex and stuff like that. Everybody's so hot dog and horny over the life, and I get it, but if you get like a +1 like combat skiller for Pally that has 6 dex on it, and that is really effective. I mean, it gives me a huge amount of block chance. It gives me friggin' a little bit of defense. It means I can put more points into my vitality, which means more life. I mean, it's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
It brings a tear to the eye.
Those are some sexy charms. I spent almost my entire first ladder season. I mean, you remember I was the Javazon season 1. I won the Chains of Honor so I could run cows.
I remember.
But yeah, I spent most of that season farming cows to find grand charms like that to build a Boazon. And yeah, it took me like most of the ladder, and then I finally got her to come through. And you know what? It was kind of disappointing.
Oh, I was super excited about you winning that Chains of Honor too, because weren't you the same one who also had the Plague Sword?
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
so
I built the Plague Sword.
So let me tell this story real quick so everybody knows, because you might not have been here for season 1. So Squiddy decided he wanted to let me make the first Plague Sword of the the kinship. Basically, he had decided that he was going to sacrifice his runes because he got the runes for the Plague Sword, and he had looked up the wrong recipe.
Yeah.
And he gave me the runes, and literally if he had made it himself, he would have failed it. Like, he would have destroyed and wasted all the runes, right? But he gave it to me, and kind of gave it to the kinship, so to speak. And it was kind of a sacrifice, right? But in the process, he actually saved the runes because he was very charitable. Then we found our first Burr rune, and we immediately turned it into a Chains of Honor, right? So we were like, okay, we're going to turn this into a Chains of Honor right now. We're going to get this rolling. And and he won the Chains of Honor roll, almost as if karmic roll there.
Justice.
like did he sacrifice the plague one and then got the Chains of Honor in return?
It was pretty funny.
He was pretty excited about it too. He's like, yes!
Oh my god! Oh, I remember that. I was beyond elated. I came in, you gave me the Chains of Honor. I threw my piece on the floor.
Like, take this junk. I don't need the junk.
Then
What was
I
using? I don't even
immediately,
know.
then I immediately went to Kinship Chat and was like, "All right, who's ready for some cows?" That was fun. Season 1 was such a blast.
Stop being mean to me, Andario. Shoot holy balls at you. She dropped me a ring and a soul. Oh, a soul rune. Nice.
I can't carry it.
Ooh, that's a terrible, ugly ring. You ever pick up an item and you're just like, what is this garbage?
All the time, right?
This ring is 20 attack rating, 38 mana, 8 to maximum stamina, damage reduced by 2, and level 2 telekinesis charges.
Well, at least you can telekinesis the waypoint in town.
And this helmet is also equally as bad. Look, 30 attack rating, 1 to energy, 26% poison resistance, 25% poison length reduction, and 3 light radius.
That's a pretty sad helmet, I won't lie.
It's just like every now and then you just find one and it's so bad. Why? Why? Who made
With
this?
the light radius,
Who made
everyone
that?
can
You
see how
hunt
bad
down
it
the
is.
guy who made it. Like you find his like mint mark on it, and you're like, dude, you should have just thrown this in the trash. Okay. Why?
Like Envious says, it's got the light radius, it shines, and then it shines so you can see its poop stains a little bit better.
The guy messed up, and instead of it shining outwardly, it shines inwardly, and it blinds you.
Oh no. Goodness. I will be right back. More water.
All right. Well, I got a soul rune now, so I think I might switch back to my. I do like my magic find, but I also would like a lore helmet. Choices. Kubus. You cry like
Oh, hi there.
a puppy who misses his mommy. Are you a puppy? I'm gonna play some games with him. Let's see what we can do. I'm gonna pull up a video of puppies mewling. Puppies crying for mom. Let's see what happens. What do you think of that? That's the puppies? That's us little baby puppies? He said, I don't smell nothing. I said, there's no smells. That's not real. He said, there's no smell. There's no smells on that. He said, where's the puppies at? He said, where? Look, the little puppy. Look, get him. It's a sad. He misses his mama. Look. He misses his mommy. Look at the little puppy. Look at the little puppy. Look at the little puppy.
Help me!
Help me. Help me. You don't even care about the little puppy. You don't even care. You don't even care. Why you don't even care? And why are you up here? You're not a lap dog. You're like 120 pounds. You're not a lap dog. You're too big. You are too big. You're too big. Get down. Thank you. Thank you very much. You want to watch some squirrels or something? I can put some videos on for you. You can watch some squirrels. Let me see if I can find some videos for dogs. How about that, since you're so bored? Videos for dogs to watch. There you go. What we got? Oh, look. There's a squirrel. Look, burbs. There's burbs. Look. Look at them burbs. Look at that. Look at them burbs on there. Look. There's burbs. Look at them burbs. Look at them. Look, it's a squirrel. Look at the squirrel down there. Look. You see that burb? Look at that burb. There's a squirrel. Get him. Get him. I try so hard. He don't care. Here, look at your little burbs. Look, see? Look at your little burbs and squirrels. Look. They're tweeting at you. He's stealing your nuts. He's stealing your nuts. He talks back too, like some God. He talk back. He's a talk back and talk backer. I ain't gonna make no progress today because of you, talk backer. I'm gonna pop that pimpum on your face. I'm gonna pop your pimpums. You want a pimpum pop? Pop your pimpums, boy. Don't get your pimpums popped over here. You want here? You want this here? Chew on that. Here, take that. Go what you want. There you go. Congratulations. You won the door prize. Hope you appreciate the trouble I go through for y'all. I gotta fight with the dog. Him's big too. I gotta wrestle him to the ground. A lot of wrestling going on in this house.
What you need?
Envision charges. One dog, just one dog. But I mean, he's big enough to be 3 dogs. So I mean, how do we count that? What's the scale? Like, how many dogs do we count per pound? Like, at 110 pounds, how many dogs is that? Does that count as more dogs than one, or is that still just one dog? Which animal in the house is the most shady? That would definitely be Koopus. He sneaks around the house to steal. He's a thief. He's straight up a thief. I ain't never seen an animal that literally knows he's doing something wrong and still does it wrong anyway. He legit knows that he's doing wrong things, and he'll still do it wrong anyway. I'll never forget the first time I was sitting in the family room, and we were eating something. I can't remember what we were eating. Probably some, like Bojangles or something that we got from the store. It's sitting on the table, and we're both sitting there eating. And he walks up to the table with his tail in between his legs, hunched down, and with his head in a position which indicates that he knows he's doing something wrong. Like, when you yell at him and he hunches down and he's like, eh. Right? We didn't yell at him or anything. Nobody said anything. He already was in the position of I'm doing something wrong, I'm sorry, you know, like, please don't hit me, or please don't do whatever you're going to do to me, or please don't yell at me, or whatever. As he's approaching the table to steal something off of the table. And then while he's like this, with his tail in between his legs and everything, stealing something off the table, we yell at him and tell him to stop. And instead of stopping, he proceeds to hunch down even further and cower even more while he slowly walks to his kennel to steal the item into his kennel. Instead of stopping his behavior, he knew what he was doing was wrong to begin with, and then when caught, proceeds to continue to do it anyway.
Good day.
He's terrible. He literally will go straight to steal your food right off your plate. You can't turn your back for a second. Literally 1 second, and everything you got will be gone. Oh, you looked away? Oh, well, you must not have wanted that taco. Oh, you blinked real hard? Oh, man, that burger that was in your hand. Well, that's just too bad. My burger now. Shouldn't have blinked so hard. If you really wanted that burger, you shouldn't have blinked so hard. Yeah. Yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. Maybe you should stop blinking entirely. Just have dry eyes for the rest of your life. You know? Just a thought. Oh, and he steals everything. Everything. We constantly have to do kennel raids, which is basically where we crawl into his kennel. He has a very big kennel, by the way, so it's not impossible to crawl in there. But you crawl inside his kennel and you see what he's collected, like some sort of trash creature. And the stuff that we find inside his cage, like shoes, hairbrushes, anything around the house that he can collect. Glass dishes, glass bowls, like a whole glass bowl, like a big, I'm not talking like just a regular cereal bowl, I mean like a Pyrex dish, just the whole Pyrex dish just in his kennel. Headphones, game controllers, just about anything he can find and get his little grimy mitts on. He will steal and bring back to his kennel and either destroy or whatever he wants to do with it. But
I can't carry anymore.
oh yeah, and dirt, yeah, and cans. He eats cans, whole cans. He just eats the can whole. He doesn't eat what's in the can. He just eats the whole can. It's quicker that way, you know. Why bother eating the contents of the can when you could just eat the whole can? Hey, Kubus. Are you finished destroying that thing? You done already? Oh no, he's already done destroyificating. He said, look, I was done already. Do you have anything else for me? I'm bored. He said, if you got something else for me, I'd appreciate it. If you could just give it to me now instead of holding on to it for Christmas. Helmet's actually not bad. Dual res, cold and lightning. It'd be better than what my Merc's wearing. He's just wearing a Nadir, which doesn't really have a whole lot going on for it other than that.
Put that to good use.
Caps out his lightning res at least. It's better defense than the Nadir. I mean, what is he really missing out on? Man after each kill doesn't help him. 5 strength is, I guess, okay-ish. I mean, he can't use the Cloak of Shadows. I guess the defense versus missile is the only thing he's really missing out on. But he's gaining cold and lightning res with a little bit of attack rating. Yeah, that helmet's definitely better than the deer. He did poop it out, Sean. He pooped out the tin can. I still remember the day. I was in the yard and we were out there, and I'm like, babe, he literally just pooped out a tin can. And she's like, what? No way. I'm like, babe, he pooped out a tin can. She had to come look. It was a tin can. And then one day, she literally comes in here. She tells me he pooped out a pine cone. I was like, no way he pooped out a pine cone. And she's like, he pooped out a pine cone. You know,
Suck a golf ball through a garden hose.
I don't even understand how you ate the pine cone in the first place, but that had to be rough coming out. That had to be rough coming out. And that prompted the entire song. Can your dog poop a pine cone? Better find out. Because if your dog can't poop a pine cone, then you probably don't have a dog. You probably got a cat, and that's okay, because he's probably still alive. Because your dog can't poop a pine cone. Can your dog poop a pine cone? He's singing with me. Pooping pine cones is the best. Gotta poop pine cones with the rest. Y'all hear him?
Oh my god, I hear him.
Y'all hear him?
Yeah,
Dang, he's singing with me. Can your dog poop a pine cone? Can he poop it right on out? Because if your dog can't poop a pine cone, then you probably got a cat. And that's a matter of fact. He said, wasn't a pine cone. He said it was a small pine cone. It was one of the baby cones. He said it wasn't the whole big one.
I chewed it a little bit.
I probably did chew it. He's so mad at me.
You're making fun of me in front of all your friends.
He is. He's mad. He's so mad. And he's making so much noise back there. I hear you, Cody. I hear you. I don't know what to do, but I hear you. Oh, and Ariel is getting really close to killing me. Oh, I thought my Merc was going to live this time. Ooh. Oh, they're ethereal.
Oh no! Eth Blood Fist.
Man.
Those are great gloves.
They are great gloves, but they're Eth, and I don't know. That's sad.
They're going to be really good for a little while.
That's so
For
sad.
a little while.
That's so sad.
They're here for a good time, not a long
I mean, I
time.
definitely would rock Blood Fists over Sanders, but
I think those are the only gloves that have faster hit recovery.
yeah, I mean, I would lose 10% increased attack speed, but they still have 30% faster hit recovery on them, which is kind of insane.
It's really good for breakpoints if you can't like
Eagle
afford the
Light.
other spot.
I also found Skull Fringe.
The hit recovery's not bad.
They could have better stats on them than that. Meh. Speaking of which, I think I'm high enough level now. I should be able to. I want to make a blood belt for the open wounds because I'm a smiter, obviously, and I need the open wounds to go along with the crushing blow. I was thinking about making a blood belt, but I can't. I couldn't gamble a mesh belt until. I think now I can gamble a mesh belt. Because I'm currently level 53, which is, I think mesh belt is 43, so I'm more than high enough now, I think, to gamble the mesh belt with a guaranteed chance. Or guaranteed percent chance, I guess would be more accurate.
Opportunity.
Yeah, because I didn't have a guaranteed opportunity before. I mean, it could end up absolutely terrible, but I do have one perfect ruby. So I
It's
can
worth a
craft
shot.
1 blood boat, get my open wounds. Having open wounds is just so important for a smiter. Ooh, mesh belt
Smiter.
on the first try. Good.
Gorgeous.
I got another
Good.
pair of sanders too. Is it better than my sanders? Mine is 29, and this one's 28. Nope, it's not better. Sadness. I mean, I guess I can just sell them. It's not like I need a duplicate pair of sanders.
No.
Cody.
Poopy Parasander.
So what's going on right now, by the way? The reason why Cody is so vocal is because Woogie has been over her dad's house for quite some time. And she's finally come back over here. And, you know, she's just been over there because it's summer vacation and whatnot, right? And so Cody knows that she's home, but he's also a jerk and would jump all over her and be rude. That's right. We are aware of your rudeness. And so he hears her out there, and he wants to go play with her, but his form of play is not very nice. So he's not allowed to go out there, and he can hear. And he can hear her out there, so he's well aware that she's out there, and he's being a butt face to me. That's right, I said butt face. Butt face. Alright, what is the recipe? Blood. I got all the blood recipes programmed into the bot, so I don't have to constantly look them up. So it was a Tal. It's only a Tal rune. The only real cost here is the ruby. So I mean, it's worth a shot. I got tons of crappy jewels too. I've been saving up just for crafting.
Yep. You're gonna be swimming in gems later on.
Big money, no whammies. Zing! Wow. Other than the fact that it has open wounds on it, it is terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really care about the lifesteal. It rolled 1% on the lifesteal. I don't care. 7% on the open wounds. It rolled 75% enhanced defense, which is good defense. 10 life, which is meh, and then, I mean, it's there. I guess it's something. Attacker takes damage and repairs durability. I mean, if I need open wounds, I guess I've got open wounds now, but that's not really all that amazing. The only thing I'm thinking here is that if I put this on, and then I make myself a lore helmet, I can get +1 skills, which would be very nice. I do have a bone helm, so I could make myself a lore. +1 skills would go a long way with my character right now. More holy shield, more holy bolt, more fist of the heavens, more fanaticism. Honestly, as much as I like the 50% magic find on the Saigons, I think I'd be better off with a lore helmet right now. I'm forsaking the Saigons. It has been forsaken. And then, actually, yeah, I can put the open wounds on. That'll give me the open wounds, so that I can actually hit the targets with the nice shield to prevent them from regenerating. I've started to realize over the years of playing Diablo 2 again that stopping the regeneration of monsters is so brutally important, especially in the higher difficulties. They regenerate so fast. A lot of the times, your damage doesn't matter so much as stopping the regeneration, because if you can stop the regeneration, you can always kill them. But if you don't stop the regeneration, in a situation where the monster has a really high level of health and a really high level of regeneration, you might not be able to do more damage than the monster's regenerating, which means that the monster can actually out-regenerate your damage output. So stopping the regeneration is oftentimes more damage than just simply adding more damage to the total. I mean, like, for instance, if the monsters were generating, like, 1,000 HP every second, and you're dishing out 1,000 damage every second, it's always going to end up in you never killing the monster. And if you add 500 damage, then you can add 500 damage to the total, which will eventually kill the monster, right? But if you add open wounds or prevent monster heal to the equation, you've now added 1,000 damage because you've countered 1,000 regeneration. So countering the regeneration can oftentimes be more damage than just simply adding more damage.
Yo.
And in hell difficulty, it's terrible. The regeneration in hell difficulty is just ridiculously massive.
Yeah, some builds feel it more than others, but Smite, especially with the low number damage, I mean, yeah, you got Crushing Blow, but...
Well, and then even in that case, with the Crushing Blow, you're still in a situation where you're depending on the Crushing Blow, you know, to trigger, and it brings the monster down. But then, if the monster is regenerating right back up again, well, then what does that do for you? It doesn't really do anything for you. You're like, oh, okay, he's just gonna. Yeah, I did a Crushing Blow, and he's like, and he's right back where I started.
You.
My smite damage currently is 148 to 186. I am a god. No, I'm just kidding. I have Crushing Blow and Open Wounds, though, so I am proud of myself. If I could find an IO, I could make myself a black, and that would give me a lot more Crushing Blow than Crush Flange. But I gotta be honest, Crush Flange is a little insane for a smiter.
Crush Flange is nasty.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's not only does it have 30 or 3% Crushing Blow, which of course is one of the main draws. It can also be socketed, which I did, and I put a Shale Rune in it so I can smite faster.
Yeah.
It has 15 strength on it, which is pretty massive, especially to put on gear early on, and 50% fire resistance, which is insane. It's just like, that is a lot of fire resistance.
Yeah. No, I did Ubers in with the Crush Flange.
I mean,
Goes nuts.
I would definitely want a black because the black has the what is it, 50% Crushing Blow as opposed to 33%. But I mean,
But it's possible, you know.
But it's possible I might not ever find an IO. I've done these solo self-found runs before and never found an IO rune, and I'm just like, okay, no
That's
IO rune
cool.
for me.
I'll make them from L's, I guess. Okay.
I didn't want one anyway. A sad picture of a bulwark helmet appears on the screen. A little crying Pepe.
Let's kill this lava elemental.
I was kind of disappointed in what I got from him.
I'm more interested in the XP.
Oh. I missed out on one of the mithril ore veins in that area, and I was very sad, and I couldn't go back and get it either.
Nope. It's the adamantite equipment is pretty cool, but you get way better stuff.
I don't know, the armor, the splint mail, I think is one of the best armors in the game. The splint mail itself, that heavy armor, I did not find a single armor the entire game through that I felt was better than that armor.
Weren't we just talking about the Hell Dusk armor that gives you heavy armor proficiency when you wear it?
But see, that is not something that I would ever use on a heavy armor user. So if I have a heavy armor user, somebody who already has heavy armor proficiency, I'm not going to put that on them. I'm going to put that on a character that doesn't have heavy armor proficiency.
The armor does carry you through a good part of the game, for sure.
I also really like the helmet. There's literally nothing better than the helmet either, because you can't. When using that helmet, people can't crit you. So whoever you put that on can never be critted ever.
Yep.
Which is amazing for your main tank. You put that on your main tank, the guy who's always in the front, who's getting his butt beat, or whoever seems to be the main target. You can like swip it around and sweepy swap it to the guy who's the main target. But
I put that on Karlak and she never died.
Yeah,
well, never got crit, obviously, but
preventing all critical hits on a target is massive for survivability.
Yep.
And you can get some nasty crits. Lizelle was my Bazel was my is my main fighter over there. And, dude, she would annihilate some people with her crits. Like I can't even explain. She had these crits that would happen every now and then, and I don't know what was going on, but they were like mega ultra crits or something, and it would make this really awesome like sound effect, and it sounded like the monster got hit twice, and they would take like 120 damage in one hit, and I'm just like, holy Jesus.
Yeah.
And I would have it happen sometimes back to back. Like I'd go up to a boss who had like 300 or 400 HP, and Bazel would run in there and hit 2 of these massive hits on them, and they would be almost dead. And I'm like, well, you're not living for long.
This was a very challenging encounter indeed.
And you know, Bazel could freaking action surge, get 4 attacks, and then if you threw like a speed potion in there, she'd get 6 attacks. So you could walk up to a monster that had like 600 HP, and if you got lucky with a couple crits, gone. Just gone in one attack cycle from Bazel.
Yeah. No, Bazel's a lot of fun. I like a pure fighter has just always been strong in D&D. Right.
I subbed her into, I got her to like level 8 or something like that, fighter, and then I subbed her into Paladin for her last couple levels, so she had Laying of Hands and a couple other things.
Oh my god, Divine Smite is disgusting.
Yes, and then she had Divine Smite too. And then I gave her, what is the Savage perk, so that she has 2 dice, and she always takes the better of the 2 whenever she rolls an attack.
Yup.
And so that way, whenever she hit, it was
advantage on attack rolls. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just nuts. Like she was just hitting so hard, everything. It was ridiculous.
That was kind of like my main character on my first playthrough. I didn't take stat points into fighter, which I probably could have, but I went 7 paladin, 5 sorcerer. So I could win haste on myself and like Karlach or Asterion, because Asterion had the twin hand crossbows, which just go.
Oh, let's talk about really quickly the most powerful item in the entire game. All right, I've determined this through logic. The most powerful item in the entire game is the Blood of Lathander. That weapon is absolutely insane. It blinds everything within radius around you, and also heals people, you and other targets, when certain conditions are met. But the blinding effect from Blood of Lathander in that game, I don't know what it is about the campaign, but the campaign in BG3 is primarily, it's like 90% undead or fiends. And every single encounter you come across, you pull out the Blood of Lathander, and everything's blind. All the time blind, and it's just absolutely amazing. I survived so many encounters that I should never have survived because I was 100% surrounded by undead, and literally I'm just holding up the Blood of Lathander like a shining beacon light, and all the undead are like, my eyes, my eyes.
What is it like when Gandalf shows his staff against right? You know the scene I'm talking about.
And the Blood of Lathander didn't have the best damage in the world, but I'll be danged if literally having that on the main tank didn't pretty much make the main tank unkillable in the majority of situations. He was literally just an unkillable god in any situation that was fiends or undead, and I was surprised at how many monsters counted as fiends and undead. I mean, the undead were obvious. But fiends was a category that I wasn't all familiar with, and it was actually kind of crazy just how many monsters counted as fiends. Like Raphael counted as a fiend. I thought he was a demon. He was a fiend. Like all of Raphael's army were fiends. So when I did the Raphael fight, they all bum rushed freaking my main character, and he's using the Blood of Lathander, and they're all blind and they can't hit him.
Yeah, and that's it. The best part is it's like unconditional blind. There's no save. You come into the light and you are blinded, right?
Immediately. And the only thing I regret was not exploring that one weird dialogue option with Asteria, and I might have to look up and see what happens. But there's right when you find the Blood of Lathander, Asterion makes this really weird comment. What would happen if I drank the blood?
Oh God.
And I don't know. I don't know what happened because I didn't save it before it, and I immediately like knee jerked was like, no, you're not getting my blood of Lathander, you know, and
bro, this is the coolest weapon ever.
and then later
The
like
blood of a god.
people in chat were like, no, you should have let him do it and find out what happens. You could have just reloaded and saved. Like,
True.
I need to know what happens if Astarion drinks the blood of Lathander. I don't really know, because if you think about it from a certain logical perspective, I mean, yeah, it's the blood of a god, but it's also the blood of a god who literally hates the undead, and vampires are considered the undead. So what would it have done to him? It might have killed him.
Wouldn't he just burst into flames?
It
and
might have
die
just
on
killed
the
him,
spot,
yeah.
right?
Or maybe it would have cured his vampirism.
Suddenly, that's Astarion's like turns to good arc. He just drinks the blood of a god and becomes a good person. The paragon of chaotic evil in this game. Well, maybe not chaotic, but
I'm trying to see if there's any information on what happens if he drinks the blood of Lathander.
I actually missed that dialogue option because I got put into the QuickTime event. Well, not QuickTime, but into the turn-based mode when I took the Blood of Lathander because I didn't solve the puzzle the first time. I was just like, that looks shiny, I'm gonna touch it. And then all the traps went off.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops. Yeah, there was no Indiana Jones moment where I like swapped it for a bag of sand. I just grabbed a shiny thing. Yeah, and then the wall started caving in. So I missed that dialogue option, unfortunately.
I didn't have that happen to me. I actually opened it correctly. I did the correct retrieval of the blood of Lathander, and I think there was some sort of check that you had to do. But if you read all the books, there was a bunch of books in the temple. So if you read all the books and then you got the seal, and you did things correctly, it was just like a check, and then once you passed the check, it just opened up, and then you just got it. There was no like Indiana Jones thing going on.
No, I suddenly had like 8 laser beams pointing at my main character. I was trapped inside of an impenetrable bubble. I was like, I seem to be in a predicament. So anyways, I started blasting.
Oh, and Astarion. Oh my god. Freaking...
What a character. What a character in a game. I love him. He's great.
It's so evil. He's just so evil. I knew he was a vampire as soon as I saw him too, but he, you know, he hid it from you the entire time. You know, I didn't expect freaking Shadowheart to be evil though. That was an unexpected situation. She's just like casually, like at one point when you like, I guess you get a little bit of a favor with her, which I don't even know how I did because she disagreed with everything I ever did. But when you get a little bit of favor with her, she's like, oh, I need to tell you, I'm actually a priestess of Shar, and like plays it off like it's totally nothing. It'd be like if one of your friends walked up to you one day and it's just like, oh, by the way, I'm a Satan worshiper, and you're just like
not the Mimi kind. Like, no, I offer
I sacrifice goats
and
and drink their blood and the blood of virgins and all that.
Went to the same exact place. It's hilarious.
I'm just like, and I remembered a little bit about Shar as a deity within the world, but then I had to like go look it up and just to be sure, and everybody was like, no, she's probably the most evil god that ever existed. I'm like, what do you mean? And because I'm reading through and I'm trying to get like a more succinct answer, because I usually don't go with like she's evil, and then that's it. No, I want to know why she's evil. Like I want to know
characters are more nuanced than good and bad, right?
Yeah, I want to know why she's evil.
No,
and
not Shar.
And they're like, you want to know why she's evil? Well, let me put it this way. So what was it? One of the gods created the sun and decided that the sun should be there so that life on Earth could grow. And she hated that, and she wants to destroy the sun. And I'm like, wait a minute! She wants to destroy the sun?
Yeah.
It's like, what about all the life forms on the planet? She's like, yeah, she doesn't care about any of the life forms on the planet. She just wants the sun gone. She hated the sun. It was her worst hated creation. I'm like, okay, that's pretty evil.
Yeah, no. Was it? Yeah, it's Lathander versus Shar, basically. Right.
Greetings.
But
Well,
yeah,
Lathander
Shar.
is it's Lathander and Saloon, right? Lathander, because Lathander
is the sun.
Is the sun. Saloon is the moon, right? And then the
Shar
moon,
is
the
darkness.
moon maiden is the night song, basically, right? Or the night singer. I can't even remember. Oh, I can't remember which one it is.
The Nightman.
One of them is evil and one of them is bad. The night song and the night singer. I don't even remember.
But yeah, no. What's it like? If you want to go really deep into it, right when, what's it, Ao? I mean, that's the Lord of the Rings version of him. But when like the God of Gods created the first like being, it was Selune and Shar, like as mirror images of each other or something, right? And Selune created the Weave of Magic or something. And Shar wanted to create the Dark Weave. I mean, this is extreme paraphrasing, but yeah, it's pretty funny. The backstory of the pantheons is fun to read about in the Wizards of the Coast lore.
All these wizards and their beachfront property.
Yeah, right.
I mean, the gods and the gods and the goddesses.
Doing their weird stuff over there.
I liked how in the older Baldur's Gate games you could pick to be a paladin, but then you also had to pick a deity, right? And then on top of that, you also had to follow the deity's rules. So if you broke the deity's rules too many times, you basically just got demoted from being a paladin. you
went from being a paladin to being a shitty
a crappy fighter. A crappy fighter. You're just like you're just a paladin without any of the bonuses for being a paladin.
Yeah.
And it was I think I remember the first time it happened, and it was when I realized I didn't like lawful good. I thought lawful good was kind of, if you play Baldur's Gate games as a lawful good character, you start to realize that lawful good characters really just don't have it very good. Because so let me give you an example. So let's say you have a lawful evil character who is doing evil, but they are doing it within the law. As a lawful good character, you cannot stop a lawful evil character from perpetrating their crimes.
Of course not.
Because they're not breaking the law. They are within the bounds of the law, and you would be breaking the law by arresting them. It's the difference.
Or taking any action against them.
It's the difference between a police officer and like Batman. Batman doesn't care about the law so much as a police officer does. You know, if you do something wrong, Batman will break into your house and snatch you out. A police officer has to have a warrant. He's got to have, he's got to go through the proper procedures. He's got to read you your rights, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. And so lawful evil characters specifically are the absolute bane of paladins, which are lawful, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you have
restricted to lawful good?
Yeah, you are restricted to lawful good if you choose paladin as a class, which I think is one of the reasons why I always chose ranger, because ranger could be chaotic good and plays very similarly to a paladin. You don't get lay on hands, but you do get like cure medium wounds, cure light wounds. You get some generally useful skills that can help you in the you feel like a paladin, but you're not a paladin basically. And you can also use a bow. You can use heavy armor. You're pretty tanky as a ranger too. I think rangers are among one of the tankier classes, so you can very easily build them as a tank.
And they're actually really they're very very versatile, especially if you pick your subclass or whatever. But yeah, they also make some of the best archers in the game. If you want like a ranged character, they make probably the best archer in the game.
Well, that's one of my favorite ways to set up the ranger. So what you do is you get yourself a ranger and you stack out your dexterity, and then you stack out your your constitution.
Yeah, of course.
And then usually what you do is you spread the rest of your points between your intelligence and your wisdom. You generally just don't want negative checks, if I remember correctly. That's usually what I would do. Is I just kind of avoided the negative checks. And also in some of the games, I don't know if you remember, but some of the games, if your intelligence was too low, I think if it was below 9, you would run into problems where you would have like missing options and your character would not read so good. And there was like, I think in one game it was literally like there was just dumb options, like they were just dumb choices because your intelligence was too low.
It's awesome. There's a lot of words on this paper. I should do something about it.
You're talking a lot. Big sticks solve problem faster.
There's actually a Fallout thing that I think I remember in Fallout there was that too. Like you would, if your intelligence was too low, you just got a bunch of dumb options. They'd be like, "Man, talk too much. Hit with stick." And So I generally tried to keep it above 9 on the intelligence, specifically because I know that some of the games like to punish you for having really low intelligence. But then you get the because I always knew that those items existed, like the belt of the hill giant strength or the belt of the cloud giant strength or whatever.
Made metagame a little bit. Right?
And you would always just you would just slack off on the strength as much as possible so that you would grab that later.
Yeah.
And once you grab that, one of those belts later, you were set because now your character had maxed out dex, you had maxed out con, you weren't an idiot, and you could wield a bow, you could wield a shield, you could do one-handed, two-handed, you could do whatever you wanted to do. It didn't matter. You were set.
They made great party.
And then you also get a little familiar. Versatile. You could tame animals. I mean, there was a bunch of really cool things you could do.
Yeah, I know. What was it? 3.5e? Is that what Baldur's Gate runs on?
Baldur's Gate 1 was like 2.5, I think, and then Baldur's Gate 2 was I think 3, and then I think Neverwinter Nights was 3.5 or something like that. I'd have to look it up, but it was advancing quickly with each game.
Yeah. 2.5 and 3 were fun.
Have you heard about so Baldur's Gate 3 isn't actually strictly 5e.
No,
they made some changes to it.
Yeah.
But I'm told that apparently a lot of people really liked the changes.
Yeah.
That apparently the changes, the streamlining that they did to it is much appreciated because it doesn't I'm not really sure how to put it, but they felt that 5e was a little clunky. Like it didn't quite work out how I think they anticipated it would, and the changes that they made to it are very welcome. Who knows? We might see that being adopted as a more streamlined version of 5e.
I mean, right? Like to make it conform to a video game, or whatever way of presenting Dungeons and Dragons, they definitely had to streamline some things and to make sure like everything would fit in one campaign. The streamlining of the multi-classing was a big thing.
So speaking of video game, did you encounter the bug yet, or have you realized yet that the karmic dice are absolutely terrible?
Oh yeah, I've been running without karmic dice since early access.
So one of the things that I realized about the karmic dice was that they were not for me. They actually help you out quite well. So if you miss several times in a row, they basically give you almost like a free hit. But they also do the same thing for the enemy.
For enemies, yeah. It's
so
global.
when you're running like with a group of monsters already, and the monsters are attacking you, and then it's like miss, and then all of a sudden the monster gets like 3 nat 20s in a row. The reason why they were getting 3 nat 20s in a row was because the karmic dice was giving it to them.
karmic dice.
And you're just like, no, there's no chance you were going to hit me. You're blinded. I got like 30 AC class. There's no way. And it's just like nat 20, nat 20, nat 20. And you're like, no. I had to turn it off because the monsters that should have had no chance of hitting me whatsoever were hitting me like every single time. Or they would go on like a miss spree, and then once they missed like 3 or 4 times in a row, it was just like all of a sudden they couldn't fail.
Yeah, then the karmic dice sets in. But yeah, no, I play without it. Just I feel like it. I don't.
I didn't know. I didn't know about it.
Rolls.
I didn't know about it at first. So I was playing with it for like most of the game, and then somebody came in and they were like, you know, you should probably turn off karmic dice. And hold on, I go, you should probably turn off karmic dice. You know, like the glasses push and everything.
He's saying, well, actually, it's a huge detriment because all the enemies get also the bonus.
And I'm like, what? This is
Yeah,
blasphemy.
No, I mean, when I get like 2 or 3 nat 20 and nat 1 in a row, I'm like, karmic dice probably would have fixed this problem, but it's I don't know. I find it disingenuous.
Well, I feel like the karmic dice probably should have excluded 20 and 1. So if a karmic dice rolled, and this is just my thought on this, because a 20 represents a success no matter what, right? And a 1 represents a failure no matter what. 1 and 20 should have been excluded from the karmic dice.
But I also feel like, to a certain degree, like, if I have enough plus to skills that, let's say...
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. So if a 19 rolls, and you've got tons of skill bonuses, and you've got all that stuff. So let's say you got a +4, and you got another +4, and then you get like a +8 or whatever, right? And you're massively stacked. A 19 still represents the best chance that you're going to get. It's just not a guaranteed chance. Or maybe even include 20, but make it a non-nat 20. Because natural 20, for those of you who are unaware in the D&D world, a natural 20 represents the best possible scenario in any given situation. So it doesn't matter what that best possible scenario is. It could mean that you don't vomit on the floor after a roller coaster ride, or it could mean 100 different things. But a 20 means an instant success if it's a natural 20. Now, if it's a non-natural 20, then that's not an instant success. That has to go up against the check. So if you have, say, something that requires a 30 to pass, if you roll a 19 and with bonuses you get up to like 27 or whatever, you don't succeed, you fail. But if you roll a 20 and you, even with the bonuses, that 20 adds up to say 29 and it still doesn't pass the 30 check, the natural 20 still succeeds anyway because it is a guaranteed success. But the problem is that the karmic dice was giving the guaranteed success as like a freebie. And it doesn't make any sense because you'd have let's say you had a monster that was, I don't know, let's say he had a +5 on his roll or whatever, and you had like 30 AC class, and even if he rolled a 19 plus his 5, there is no way he should be able to hit you, and it was basically giving free hits to the NPCs that should have no chance of being able to hit you.
But yeah, what I was trying to say, well, on the other side, rolling a nat 1 when your bonuses surpass the minimum required for a check also feels pretty bad.
It does feel pretty bad to roll a nat 1, but I mean, I could see even a master could fail on occasion. And even an idiot can succeed on occasion, but I just something about being fed nat 20s though just feels disingenuous.
It's disingenuous, right?
I would totally be okay with 19s or a non-natural 20, because a non-natural 20 I feel like is a better representation, because then the player has the best possible chance of hitting you, but not necessarily a guaranteed chance, right? So that I feel like that's a better way of going about it.
Yeah. No, I've been playing with karmic dice off since early access, because it doesn't feel right.
Man, I had to crack up laughing though when I got to that last part, where you start attacking the brain, and it's at a 99 check. I was like, wait a minute, what? 99? I passed
you're
the first.
basically a god now.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. The skill check. Yeah, when
where
you're
it was-
trying to like
Yeah, it's like-
subvert the brain.
and it goes to 99, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, you didn't expect me to pass this.
It's an all-powerful Netherese Elder Brain. I mean, did you expect to pass this? Come on.
I'm still upset about the Emperor just like changing sides like that.
Yeah, that felt bad.
They need to rewrite that. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah.
I mean, there was just this whole thing with the Emperor, right? He's like, you have to trust me. He goes, he kneels on the ground and puts his sword up for you, and like he's like, you could just stab him through the chest or whatever, and he doesn't even do anything, but he was just trying to see if you trusted him, right? And like the whole time he's like, you gotta trust me. And then at the end you're like, you just gotta trust me. We need to free Orpheus. And he's like, F this, I'm out. Like, what happened to all the trust?
That's it. Trust goes both ways, dude.
Nope, no trust. Instantly subverts to the other side. I'm helping the mother brain.
Exactly.
And somebody was like, but he had no choice. Once you freed Orpheus, he was no longer under their protection. I'm like, we could have locked him in a cage.
What about my whole party that is still not like he could have joined us and also freed Orpheus?
Well, some people said that Orpheus would never have protected the Emperor, which I can agree with. Like on a provisional basis, I can say, okay, the Emperor would have never protected the Emperor. The Orpheus would have never protected the Emperor. Okay, but that still doesn't preclude the fact of why help your mortal enemy. I mean, he literally, before we free Orpheus, so before we actually free him, he immediately flies off to go join the Mother Brain. He didn't even wait, beforehand to be like, okay, let's see what Orpheus has to say. Maybe Orpheus will protect me from the Mother Brain, and we can fight together. Or maybe Orpheus will just outright kill me, or I don't know, or let put me in a cage, and I'll just stay here while you guys fight the Mother Brain. No, he just immediately goes off to. He's like, well, time to join the Mother Brain.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, wait, what?
That was pretty funny. No, yeah, the Emperor's story arc could use a little bit of improvement.
I think, I don't understand the whole Orpheus thing. Like, I feel like, yes, he was right to imprison Orpheus, right? He imprisoned Orpheus, or no, he wasn't the one that imprisoned Orpheus. What am I talking about? Vlaakith did it, right?
Yeah. It was Vlaakith or Raphael, right?
So the Emperor couldn't even free Orpheus. Even if he wanted to. And as far as I understand it, the Honor Guard couldn't free Orpheus either. Because the Honor Guard was also...
they didn't have the hammer.
They didn't have the Orphic Hammer, and the Orphic Hammer was the only thing that could free him. So it's not like the Emperor deliberately put Orpheus in there and deliberately held him in there and prevented him from being rescued. So, I mean, it's not like he was evil in that regard.
Yeah.
They make it seem like the Emperor had a hand in locking Orpheus away, which is completely false. From what I understand of the story, Vlaakith locked Orpheus away. The Emperor found the device basically, or stole it from Vlaakith or whatever, and then went inside of it and found Orpheus, and then Orpheus, just being in the presence of Orpheus, freed him from the control of the brain. And that was when he realized, of course, that Orpheus had some magical power that, protected him from the brain. But wasn't it also that, because I think I remember this in the story, and I don't know if I'm correct or not, but didn't Orpheus gain the power to protect himself from the Illithids from Raphael?
It was right. That's what you were saying
From the books.
from the books that you find in Raphael's home. I must have skimmed over them or missed them because
It
from what
was
I understood, he inherited it from his mother. But I mean, it totally makes sense that it was gifted from.
well. There's a book that you find in Raphael's that has something to do with what is it? It's like a bunch of different
How may I help you?
theories on how things will go. You know, he's like calculated everything out in advance. Like he knows what order everything is going to go in, and he's thought like almost like a person who's looking into the future and trying to figure out what everybody's going to do, like the butterfly effect. And the book talks about how he has like hundreds of different scenarios written down about how he's going to get the crown. And it says one in particular stands out to you, and you read it, and it talks about Orpheus gaining the power, and then it talks about like all of it. It's like the whole story up to the point where you are right now. Everything basically went as he had planned.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I have to go find that book this playthrough.
It's not really a particularly long book, but it does basically cover the entire story of Baldur's Gate. That basically Raphael had I guess foretold it, like he knew what was going to happen in advance, and he kind of figured it all out so that he could, because his entire scheme is he's trying to get the crown. That's his whole scheme. So the book basically revolves around his schemes to try and get the crown, and Orpheus's name is mentioned in the book.
Mm. Yeah, because yeah, because like Raphael didn't want to steal the crown. It's not that he had someone else, but he like let someone else do it for him, and then he could execute his schemes on how to take it from.
Well, he's a devil,
The
right?
Elder
So
Ring,
the right
yeah.
word here, the right, little
Exactly.
book placed
Little
in this place,
nudge.
the right little nudge over here on this person. He schemed and he plotted until he got what he wanted, basically. The only thing that you get from Raphael is that apparently the three stealing the crown was not in his plan. I think he was surprised by them stealing it. But other than that, it seemed like everything was going according to his plan, and he wasn't upset that the three had stolen it because it got it out of the vault of whatever the other demon was.
Yeah.
And so it opened it up for play, which is what he was waiting for.
Hmm.
I don't know. I really liked the story. I thought Raphael was a pretty well done character.
Really cool character. Yeah. Definitely one of the most interesting characters in a video game
I wanted to kill him. I wanted to kill him every time I met him. But you know what they
Make him a
say.
bad character.
But you know what they say. A good villain makes the story.
Almost as good as Magda from Diablo 3, right?
Yeah.
Close. A butterfly or
The one who killed Deckard Cain.
yeah.
Why? Because you wanted to kill Magna so bad?
Yeah, we do, but I wish we killed her more. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I think a good villain usually makes the story. It's how it works. That your hero is only so good as the villain that he's conquering.
Right, exactly.
And I feel like Raphael was literally the villain of the story. As much as some of the other characters were evil, I mean, Blockith is definitely evil, and she had her her thing, and then Cazador is definitely evil, and Gortash is definitely evil, and there's a lot of evil characters in the story, but Raphael is the one behind all of it, pulling the strings and giving people the means to do the things that they're trying to do. He's the one that literally makes it all happen.
I mean, he's been working at it for over 1,000 years.
And if he got the crown, he would have what? Probably taken over the entire Hells.
Yeah. Overthrown. What is it? Asmodeus.
I'm just glad Gale got back with his goddess. Gale's
Simple.
story is a little unbelievable in my eyes, and it just has to do with the fact that you know, you ever have it so good that literally you just I guess can't think he doesn't know how good he had it. I mean, from how he explained it in the story, he was literally being taught by the goddess of the weave, the person who made the magical weave in the first place, right? So he literally has knowledge that no one else in the entire universe has access to. he's sleeping with the goddess. I mean, sleeping with a goddess has got to have some perks. All right? I mean, he talked about curling up next to the fire with her and just having sex for hours on end. And he still had to get himself booted from heaven. Like, what's going on with this? I mean,
And then suddenly you're on a picnic.
It's never enough with this guy.
On a tablecloth with him. On a picnic blanket with the guy.
boy, when I ended up on a picnic basket run with Gale and he was looking at me with them goo-goo eyes, I had no clue what the hell was going on. I'm over here like, Gale, my boy, no, Gale. What are we doing here? Stop putting magic in the air. Stop it.
There is
Stop
no
it.
magic in the air.
Stop it. Bad. Stop.
It's like, I can show you the world.
And then
I'm
forever.
like, I've seen enough.
Well, the thing that really threw me was I'm pretty sure at one point or another there was a dialogue option that said, I'm not interested, Gale, not that way, or whatever, or something like that, right? And I chose it specifically because I'm not interested in Gale. And then all of a sudden I'm on a picnic run with Gale, and he's looking at me with goo-goo eyes, and I'm like, wait a minute, I told you I wasn't interested. Like, Gale?
Boundaries, Gale. I know
Like
you slept
Gale?
with a goddess, but my God.
Gale? My sausage is off limits, Gale.
Stop it.
Stop it. I don't care about your magic. I don't care about your magic. I don't care.
Pretty lights. All right, that's very cool. All right, stay over there.
There, I'm not drinking your beer.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
See, you guys might not know or even laugh as hard as we are at this, but the scene is so ridiculously out of place and just romantic in the wrongest way. It's literally. Let me see if I could find a screenshot of it.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water.
I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of it for you guys. Wah, 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 wah. Yep, here it is right here. Alright, you guys ready for this? So you're talking to Gale, okay? You're just talking to him, alright? And all of a sudden, you end up in the forest. And Gale is like, I don't know, playing with magic in the air or something, right? And you walk over to Gale, and I don't even know how this scene even started, because I didn't say I wanted to go on a picnic basket run with him. And he's like playing with magic in the air. And then all of a sudden you're sitting next to him on the picnic blanket, and he's looking at you like this. He's looking at you like this, and you're like, Gale, what's, no, come on, buddy. You're like, come on, no, Gale. Like, I don't, and then, yeah. It's just really abrupt, and it's really quick. You don't even know what the hell's happening. All of a sudden, you're on a picnic basket run with Gale, and he's looking at you. He's looking at you like this. It's amazing. Amazingly bad. And you're like, Gale, no. Bad, Gale. Bad. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, man. I think he drugged me. I think that's what happened. He's a mage. He probably used, like, paralysis on me or something and like drug me to the forest. Alright, I'm starting to make some progress with the smite portion of my build, so that's nice. Let's go down. I think it's got to be down, because we must have missed it. That's Stony Tomb. I'm in Dry Hills. We already checked... Oh, there's the entrance right there. I see it. Yeah. Oh, we got to make it through Maggot Lair. Man, we gonna be smiting for days. Ain't nothing but bugs in there. These things. Maggots. I'm gonna have to bash my way through. Is that Beetle Burst? What's up, Beetle Burst? That is Beetle Burst, isn't it? Hey, what's up, buddy? Wow, treads of Hasaurus. Hasaurus. I don't really need the fire. Cody, I know there's people. I know there's Woogie out there. I know she's out there. You know she's out there. You still ain't going out there though, because you're rude. That's right. I said it, and I meant it.
Poor Cougs.
You don't know how to behave. Blame it on yourself. Dang it. Devil bang the mad. I need a hard surface to knock you up against.
I am the rock, and I need a hard place to put you between.
It's terrible.
Could be misinterpreted, maybe.
Cody is so terrible with his doorknob licking. He licks doorknobs. He's a doorknob licker. And it's terrible. Like, one time we were outside for a little while, and so he's just standing at the door, licking the doorknob for, like, we were out there for about 2 hours, I think. And I opened up the door and took a step inside, and my foot hit a puddle. Like, I'm not talking about, like, a small puddle. It felt like I walked into a puddle, like, that you would see outside in, like, the driveway. And I looked down, and I'm like, why is there a puddle here? And then I looked at the dog, and he's got drool just hanging from his mouth. And I'm like, that's not a puddle, is it? That's saliva. It's like, great. I just stepped in a puddle of saliva.
Yum.
Surprised I didn't trip and fall and kill myself. He's licking the doorknob right now. What are you doing, doorknob licker?
Like, y'all have thumbs, alright? I have a tongue.
Boom, 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 black locust. Dong, 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 dong. Oh, I'm smiting through these guys pretty quick.
What kind of affix is critical strike resistance? It's messed up.
Critical strike resistance?
For a nightmare dungeon, they take 60% less damage from crits.
Oh, yeah.
That's brutal.
I don't think it's multiplicative, though. It's just additive. So I think it just reduces your total crit strike damage by 60%, which is not as bad as it sounds. So what if you got like 300% crit strike chance? I'm trying to talk here, sir. If you got like 300% critical strike chance, you're down to 240.
Right.
Or critical strike damage, I mean. Yes, monster dog. Monster dog. Monster doge. If you could talk. You know how you can talk to animals in Boulder's game?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if I talked to Kubis, he would tell me I'm a horrible owner. I'm mean to him. I don't let him have the things he wants. I don't let him chew up the stuff he wants to chew up. I don't let him play in the road. I'm a horrible owner because I don't let him play in the road with the cars. I still remember the first time
I am overburdened.
he got out of the gate and he was literally playing in the road. I mean, legit, just playing in the road with the cars like an idiot. And I finally caught him. I picked him up and threw him back in the yard. I mean, it was either that or let him get hit by a car. And I'm pretty sure he hate me for it. The mean owner doesn't let me play in the road. He's a big dog, too. Like a sack of potatoes.
Might break the car.
He did end up getting hit by a car, by the way. He did.
Oh.
He jumped the fence one time. I can't remember what time it was. One of the million times he jumped the fence. And there was a car that was speeding down the road much faster than, you know, was the speed limit of the particular road. I think we're on like a 25-mile-an-hour road, and he was probably going like 55 miles an hour. And he slammed on the brakes, but he still ended up hitting Cody with some significant speed. And he's a pretty big dog, so I guess he was okay. But we had him checked out, and he was fine.
Lucky Doge.
But after he got hit by a car, guess who's not allowed to run around the yard anymore? Ever. He goes on a tether now. Whenever we take him out to go to the bathroom, whenever we take him out to go potty, he just goes on a tether. We don't even let him run around the yard no more. We're not even taking the chance.
Yeah, tethers work really well.
Yeah, except for the fact that he runs around you in a circle and wraps you up like a mummy, and then takes off like a rocket ship, and with you takes you with him. One of his favorite things to do is run around you in a circle 3 times, and then spot a cat, and then zoom off and take out your leg.
What, you only got 2 of them?
My girlfriend won't even come in the yard half the time when he's on the tether because he gets so excited and he runs around her in circles and literally tries to kill her. Like he won't stop. He won't stop running around in circles. He won't stop like moving and jumping and twisting and twirling and she literally can't even she's got to play hopscotch just to get to the door.
Your own personal it's a jump rope partner.
Might as well be a jump rope. Man, there ain't a single undead in here, and I'm just smoting my way through. Smote, 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 smote.
So I know Envious is having a blast or a ball with Fireball. Haha.
I'm playing basketball right now, dude. Dribbling down the court.
Are you using the two fireball items?
I'm not using the staff right now just because I out-leveled it and I have something that does way more damage. But I probably will if I get another good one.
Well, yeah, the item power on those uniques is very important.
Yeah. You can find a slight upgrade and then it's tough to get a new one.
But how satisfying is Fireball in BG3?
Not as satisfying as BG1.
That's fair.
How may I help you?
But compared to Diablo 4?
Dude, what? No way. If you have both the powers, it's it's overkill. It's frankly too much. In terms of the area that it covers. I kind of actually like it without the bounciness because it does more damage. But this
Well,
is
with
a fun way
the
to
with
play
the
too.
Staff of the Endless Rage, you could definitely shotgun it very well.
Yeah,
And
you know what I was hoping?
I think that's kind of how it was designed. Was it's supposed to be shotgun? You
But,
stand right in front of the monster, just hit 3 fireballs right in their
Right.
face.
I was really hoping though that I read it as it shoots 3 projectiles. I thought it was gonna be like boom, 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 like in a straight line, like 3 in succession. But it's like kind of it does it out in a triangle, and that was kind of like, oh man. But whatever. It sounded cooler in my head, I guess.
I mean, I knew it was going to be like a multi-shot, like multi-shot in Diablo 2. I knew it was going to be like that. They were going to spread it. It wasn't going to be like boom, boom, boom.
Be pretty cool though.
Speaking of boom, 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 in Baldur's Gate 3, there's some pretty thick spells that I liked better than Fireball. Fireball was nice, but man,
For
like
sure.
Scorching Ray.
Yeah.
I thought Scorching Ray was pretty good. There was a couple of them that would hit like multiple times, multiple targets, and they were really effective. Cody. Do you do you have to? Dang, alright, that's rude. I didn't even ask a question yet. Do you have to pepper doodles? Ow, it hurts my ear. You loud. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Hey, what's up, Serving Wang from Australia, huh? In the land down under. The land down under.
Where beer does flow in Menchunder.
Oh, I got a +1 amulet, but it was a barbarian. I've been re-rolling the, the amulet ring amulet thing, hoping for like a +1 pally or something.
Oh, that's the move. I love doing that.
But no. So far, I've gotten like a +1 combat skills barb. I got a +1 barb. I got like a +1 like assassin, like something like tab skills. I got a bunch of tab skill ones, but none of them for pally. I got except for the defensive. I got +1 defensive skills. Woo!
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
You need confirmation before you ruin 2 burr runes? Why are you going to ruin 2 burr runes? Don't ruin 2 burr runes. Can you make an infinity and non-ladder? Yeah, infinity was a ladder rune word back in the original version of the game. But see, what happened is all of the ladder rune words from the original Diablo 2 LOD were included in the entirety of the game. So net ladder, non-ladder, single player, whatever, all of the original ladder-only rune words were made into generic rune words, essentially. However, all of the new ladder-only rune words that were introduced since then, since Diablo 2 Resurrected launch, those still follow the same rules, although they recently have taken the original, Season 1 ladder-only rune words, and they've enabled those for non-ladder now. But the new season rune words, the ones that we have now, are not capable of being made in ladder. But Infinity is. Infinity is one of the old ladder-only rune words and doesn't fall into any of those categories.
Yes, you can make Phoenix in non-ladder, by the way. Follow up. Yeah, I mean, being able to make dual spirits in non-ladder is equally insane. All of those coming to single player.
I've been working on the railroad. This is how it feels to be a smiter inside Maggot Lair. I've been working on the railroad all the live long day. Hear the whistle blowing, work my life away.
Keep chugging and chugging.
I mean, I'll get through eventually. It'll take me some time, but I'll get through. I'm a little worried about hell difficulty Maggot Lair, though. I think hell difficulty like Maggot Lair might be a slog. I'm gonna need some sort of amp damage, so I'll probably have to use an amp proc weapon. Might be my only way through. Because the bugs are always immune to physical. The flying ones. I mean, I could always reload and hope for... Isn't there a chance you might not get the flying ones? I can't remember. Or is it guaranteed? So I know some areas can change. I know the maggots are always here. The beetles roll here too. And then I think sometimes the flying ones are a little less obvious, but hey, Lacerator would be a good find, definitely. I'd use that on a smiter. Free amp damage proc, hell yeah. So the answer to that question is a little more convoluted. They basically told us that there is always going to be exclusive rune words for ladder. And in the event that they introduce new exclusive rune words, the old exclusive rune words will fall over. So the answer to the question of will the new exclusive rune words eventually fall over to non-ladder is yes, under the proviso that new rune words are introduced. So if no new rune words are ever introduced, then the rune words will never fall over to ladder, or non-ladder. However, as soon as new rune words are introduced, the old rune words will fall over to non-ladder, according to what they're saying. A lot of people were really pissed because the first new rune words that they added didn't roll over to non-ladder with the change of the season, and they explained themselves by saying that, well, because there was no new rune words in the next season, the existing exclusive rune words stayed exclusive.
I forgot how disgusting my mosaic sin was.
Oh, set up properly with your charges running, teleporting from pack to pack. It's insane.
Yeah, I forgot.
I had to run. I started running the Cold Sunder on her because the Cold Sunder just made it even more disgusting. Like you would teleport into a group of monsters and they would just all be frozen, and then you would just laugh at them as you killed them with lightning and fire and ice and everything else in the world.
Yeah, I don't even run a Sunder on this one.
The Cold Sunder is the only one I run, specifically for that reason, because there's certain monsters that are immune to cold. So in any situation, if you run the Cold Sunder, doesn't matter if you run any negative cold resistance, you don't have to. As long as you have that Sunder on, when you teleport into a group of monsters, with the exception of those very few monsters that are immune to freezing effects, Moonlords, Ghosts, I think, and Gloams, there's a very short list. Everything freezes, and it's just glorious. It increases the survivability of the character massively.
Yeah, freezing everything is huge. How am I? I'm spec'd. I got max Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, Phoenix Strike, and Tiger Strike right now for the Life Leech. And then Claw Block. I actually only have one in Claw Block because it maxes out at 55.
Yeah. It's not great to put title points into that because it
then,
doesn't level as well.
Yeah, and then all my leftovers are in Fade. I still have mana issues, but I mean, it's whatever. That's only when you're teleporting and
You're not using
leeching.
Cobra?
It's only when I'm teleporting and not leeching. Because I'm running Enigma. So when I'm doing normal stuff like Chaos Sanctuary, it doesn't matter.
Oh, well. That's because you're using Enigma.
Yeah, exactly.
I was only teleporting with Dragonflight, and I have always had Cobra Strike running. So I had like insane mana steal. As long as I could steal off the target, there was very few monsters you can't, but...
Even just one point in Cobra and you're totally fine.
Oh yeah, I would always run Cobra with the setup because it was just... I didn't want to leave that out. But you needed Cobra and Tiger together to get the massive life and mana leech. Otherwise you weren't doing enough physical damage to facilitate the leeching. So I found you had to run Tiger and Cobra together. You couldn't just run one or the other. Plus, it just made sense because if you ever ran into a monster that was immune to cold and lightning, they usually would not be immune to physical, obviously, because you can only have 2 immunities. So you could very easily just kick them to death, which was great.
All I know is Mosaic was fucking crazy, excuse me, when I played it. I loved it. I thought it was sick, just shredding through everything.
Yo, still is. It only got better.
I've heard this.
Yeah, the next hit delay changes allowed you to add in Claws of Thunder into the mix, which is an interesting way to change it, and allows you to focus more heavily into one element if you would prefer. So you can also, instead of going with the tri-element, which is what I preferred the tri-element, but instead of going with the tri-element, you could potentially go with a single element, which was also an interesting way to build that character too.
Yeah, I went try. It was awesome.
Yep.
I think the tri-element build was better, in my opinion, because the tri-element build allowed you to to basically just blast through everything. You didn't really have to run a Sunder, but like I said, I ran the Cold Sunder just so that I would have the ability to freeze everything.
Yeah.
And it worked out beautifully.
Yep.
I wasn't running a Lightning Sunder because I wasn't running negative lightning resistance, and it just didn't seem like it was worth it anyway.
No, even I had a Griffin's and I wasn't running minus. I wasn't running a Lightning Sunder because you don't need it.
No, I didn't. See, I didn't run Griffins. Instead, I ran G-Face, so I had all the Crushing Blow. So I was basically like a smiter who also happened to be shooting out ice bolts and lightning everywhere. I had the open wounds. I had the Crushing Blow. I set it up more like a smite kicker, like a kick. Uber kicker, I guess is what it's called. Uber kicker. I set it up like an Uber kicker that also had all those nice charges and was just annihilating everything.
Kickboxer.
So anytime I came across a really tough monster, I would just target that monster, and they would usually get annihilated with the kicks, and then the lightning and the cold would finish off pretty much everything else.
Why is my infinity in my?
Oh,
I'm still sad I can't spam all the meteors though without crashing the game.
That was actually why I didn't try Mosaic. I was worried I was going to crash my computer. Because I kept hearing stories like, oh yeah, like lagging playing it or something.
The computer doesn't lag. The game lags.
Right. Yeah.
It's
I have
an
even worse computer. So
no, you're not understanding. You could have the beefiest computer in the entire universe that God himself could not rival, that literally has the computational powers of 3 gods combined together, and it would still lag. The program itself was lagging. It couldn't handle its own functions. So the actual engine that runs the game couldn't actually procedurally call all of the things that it was trying to do. So the computer would literally go into like a lockdown state where it's like, I'm not getting any input from anything anymore. You know, like imagine you have a guy who hands you a job, and then you do the job, right? And then the guy just stops handing you jobs, and you're like, well, this is odd. He's not handing me jobs anymore. The game engine just stops handing the computer jobs, and your computer just goes into like a sleep mode because there's no more jobs to be done. And then eventually the game engine kind of like eventually hands a job to the computer, and the computer's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll get it done for you real quick, and it gets it done for it real quick, right? And then it's like 10 minutes before it gets another job. It's some sort of like defect within the engine itself that it can't handle the number of computational tasks that it's trying to hand off to the CPU to do. And it seems like the CPU could do it if the game would hand off the task properly. But the actual engine of the game won't hand off the task.
It's funny, if you go into the classic graphics while playing a Mosaic Sin, all you get is a white screen.
What? I never even thought of doing that.
Did you ever go into the cow level? Cows start to disappear.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yes, sir. It stops rendering stuff. I just got an Andes off of Diablo. Let's go.
What? Chill.
Why not, dude?
Hacker.
Why not? Screw it. It's an 8 life leech, but you know,
oh, man,
30 to strength, 30 just garbage, trash.
Garbage. Lift to 15.
Garbage. Can I go collect some ears? Is anyone doing PvP?
Here. You're mean.
Gotta go do it anyway.
Script for Jaw 320. Shoot us.
Hold on, are you playing right now? What?
Yeah, I'm on D2R. I'm just goofing off on my non-ladder characters. I have a ladder necro. He's level 7.
What? Do we play?
We can game a bit.
Don't get me started. Don't you do it.
Well, I'm gonna save my energy for ladder. Otherwise, I'm gonna burn out. 'Cause this game, I pour my heart and soul into this game. Everybody knows.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I mean,
yes.
well, technically, you don't have any soul left, so.
No, I am mostly squid, so.
Oh, I remembered
Listen
something
here.
while I was in the kitchen making a sandwich. So there was another reference. There was another reference in the BG3 books that Vlaakith obtained the prison that she needed to imprison Orpheus from Raphael. So that's where she got the prison from in the first place.
It's totally, yeah, it's his, he's the bad guy.
He's like the mastermind, like the big brain. He was literally just behind the schemes, just plotting everything.
And then we just stroll into his house, steal all of his stuff, and murder him.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love it. I wasn't even level 12 yet. That fight actually took me probably 2 hours where I was at. Especially because you can't leave. So I couldn't
I
rest.
enjoyed it. It was a fun fight. I had to do it twice though because Hope died, and I didn't want Hope to die.
Yeah, you gotta save Hope. What helped me to save Hope, if you want a cheesy method, if anyone's listening and wants a cheesy method,
I put her
If
outside the
you're-
door and shut it.
yeah,
Legit.
that works too.
Legit. I put her outside the door and shut it. And I was
So-
kind of upset though because when I put her outside the door, you know the fancy music where he starts singing and
Yeah,
everything.
it all stops.
It
yeah.
stops when you leave the room.
Yeah,
It's
I
tied
know.
to the
They
it's
should
tied to
fix
the
that.
room.
Yeah. Actually, there's another funny bug where if he leaves the room to attack someone outside of the room, at least this was what it was a week ago. But if he leaves the room to attack someone outside of the room, the fight instantly ends and he dies. And you get no experience for it or loot. But I found it kind of jarring where he just like flew out of the room towards like I think I had Astarion outside of the room like sniping people, and the fight just ended, and I was like, "What? Hello?"
I never had that happen because I used the wall of ice in that fight. It was how I prevented him from absolutely destroying everybody while I was killing his minions. And funny enough, because I had to reload it because of Hope, right?
Yeah.
So I reloaded it, and you know how you can try and talk your gear into like joining your side,
Yes. Yeah.
and the check is pretty high. I nat
it's-
20'd it.
Very nice. Yeah, I think it's a 25 or like maybe a little bit higher than 25% check.
It was kind of rough, but I got it, and so he was on my side for the second try. Dude, he kicks butt.
He's awesome.
But yeah, I put
And he
a
joins you in
wall.
the final fight. If
But
he
I put
lives.
a wall. Yeah, he did. But I put a wall in between us so that Raphael was kind of like excluded from the from the minion battle. So he couldn't do anything for like half the fight because he was stuck on the other side.
Yeah.
And then I had my boy Minsk set up with the throwing setup, so he had the 34 damage hammer tosses, and he would just sit there and he would just throw the hammers at the. I gave him a speed potion. He would literally, in one attack rotation, 4 attacks, he would take out each pillar. So
Yeah.
4 turns, he took out all 4 pillars. And then once I killed everything, then I worked on Raphael, who by that point was outnumbered, surrounded, and getting pounded on by Yurgir. Yurgir did some attack. I don't know what he did, but during the fight, he did some attack and knocked Raphael across the room, and he smacked into the wall and then fell prone, and I was like, holy crap, Yurgir.
Yeah, right. How come you were so easy in the Temple of Shar? Like, what happened?
Dude, I didn't even
Got a
know.
buff?
I didn't even know it was him.
Yeah, it was the same. It's the same guy, right? Well, the same devil, I guess. Not the same guy, but
Funny thing happened to me with that fight. So, you know how he's up on this like platform? Well, for some reason the way that I encountered him was I encountered him where I was like down at the bottom, and they wouldn't wouldn't come down. So I used my mage and cast the sleet storm up there, and the sleet storm is basically like infinite as long as he doesn't get interrupted or his concentration broken. So I basically just moved him kind of underneath the platform so that he couldn't get his concentration broken. And they were all just stuck up there in a perpetual sleet storm, just dying. And I'm like, you guys want to stay up there? I'm like, you guys go ahead and stand there in the horrible sleet storm of doom.
Yeah, there are some funny ways you can break the fights.
And they're just all up there, just dying slowly, like it's slipping and falling in the ice, you know, because they keep going prone. And I use some of my archers to fire up some of the like the acid pools and like some of the other things, so they can take even more damage.
Yeah. Yo. What did So Hope has this special ability when you control her. She has a special version of the banishment skill. For those of you guys who are maybe struggling or like want an easier way of dealing with it. So she can straight up just dismiss one of the minions per turn in the fight against Raphael by banishing them. You don't get any XP for it, but yeah, she just deletes one minion at a time. But yeah, so I just cast Sanctuary on her so that she wouldn't get targeted by enemies. Super OP skill, by the way. I talked about it earlier.
I didn't have any trouble with the minions because of Blood of Lathander, keeping them all nice and blind.
Yup.
That thing was OP for that fight. It even blinded Raphael, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're blind too, haha.
It was fun. I took the Illithid powers, so I ate or whatever. I opened my mind to the astral tadpole. So all of my characters also had fly, just as a natural ability. So I had Karlach flying from pillar to pillar, pulling aggro, and just like two-shotting the pillars with her massive hammer. Raged up, so she takes 50% less damage. It was a blast. And then he goes full demon mode and starts shooting hellfire balls all over the place. And there goes all my concentration checks. But,
Oh yeah, at one point he just hits everybody for like massive damage.
Yeah. It was a very cool fight.
I don't know what that
enjoyed
fire was he put on the ground, but it really hurt.
it. It did very, very much hurt.
What I did with
It's-
Hope was I pretty much just used up all my spell slots on the heals. I just let
Yeah.
because she's got those massive heals, so I just let her do her thing. She just spam heals on everybody.
She also has her divine action, which is like basically gives everybody a long rest. So I spammed all of my smites as early as possible on my paladin, gave my paladin a long rest, and then smited everybody again. It was so much fun. Yeah. It's if you do decide to revisit it, I definitely recommend going a little more in depth into the will fight because you get a really fun fight at the end of it, like an interesting boss fight and some good loot, of course. But and you get a little more lore on the Emperor and why he is the way he is, or it.
I'm still not convinced he has a soul.
He's a mind player. He has no soul. It was taken away from him.
The way I see it is, even if they do have a soul, it's not the soul of the original person who belongs in the body, but all the memories and everything of the previous person. It's like copying your mind into like an android or something, or like a robot.
Yeah, if you watched Westworld, it's like that, right?
I mean,
They belong.
I mean, it has all your memories and it has all your, your.
Actually,
I guess
my
would make the same decisions you make, I suppose, but doesn't have your soul.
my favorite comparison, I think, is like they become like part of the Borg.
I think the Borg still have souls though, some. Because if you free a Borg from the collective, they still have their soul.
Yeah, the one Borg. That one guy that Picard saved.
His name was One.
What do
Oh,
you
was it
think,
Hugh?
Doug?
It was Hugh, wasn't it? Hugh?
Yeah, it was Hugh. And what is what's Picard's name? I am
Locutus.
Yeah, Lucretius maybe.
No, Locutus. It was Locutus.
Locutus.
I remember. I remember.
That was a fun whatever mini series, I guess, if you want to call it.
Well, I like the
Oh, plotline.
There was a game you play. I can't remember the name of the game right off the top of my head, but it's one of the Star Trek games. I think it might have been Armada. I don't remember.
Okay.
But you, at some point during the game, you are tasked to go meet somebody at Wolf 359, which is the place where the battle took place, where Locutus basically killed everybody.
Over.
And you go there, and it's insane. I mean, being able to fly around in that, in the Wolf 359 is nuts. I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about basically every ship that the Starfleet could muster
Starfleet had to throw,
at that particular time. They threw at the cube and failed. But it's not necessarily the scope of the battle so much as when you fly around and see the remains of all of the ships, because they literally go through the process of putting all the ships in there that were, part of the battle, and you're just flying around the remains of all of the ships that were destroyed because they're all still there.
Mhm.
It's basically just one giant ship graveyard. And it's kind of blows your mind back. You're like, oh dang, like they killed a lot of people.
Yeah. Dubs is a bit of a Trekkie, right?
And then you understand why.
Nah.
Then you understand why Cisco is so crazy. Because he was in the fight.
Maybe a little bit of trauma. Maybe a little bit of trauma there.
A little bit of trauma. I mean, Locutus killed his wife, so.
Damn her.
And then he meets Picard later, and he wants to hate him, but he knows it's not his fault.
Hmm. They lean into that pretty hard in the new series. I don't know if you watched it, the Picard series.
A little bit.
It was okay.
I think I got to the point where he transferred into the android. That was where I left off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I won't spoil too much.
I haven't watched past that episode where he gets transferred into the android. I just haven't caught up with it. It's on that special, what is it, like CBS All Access or whatever, and I don't think I have access to it anymore.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's fun. It's more cheap entertainment than what Star Trek used to be. Like, as too many shows have become.
You went a little Star Trek androidy there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's vaping. Yes. No, it
I
turned
am
into more
recharging.
it turned into more cheap entertainment as so much modern shows have become.
All
Well,
of them.
I mean, not Jean-Luc Picard. Patrick Stewart. He actually, he's a classic.
He's a thespian.
Stage thespian, classic
Yeah.
stage thespian. He I don't know if you've ever actually looked into any of his interviews and stuff, but he actually said he was deathly afraid of taking the role as Picard. He said that as a stage thespian, he felt that TV
thought it
shows
was
were
gonna
cheap,
ruin his
gimmicky,
career.
would ruin his career as a thespian or whatever. That he was basically going to be doing nothing more than like a cheap television show. And he said he was pleasantly surprised to find that it was so much more than just a cheap television show. It felt like it was, well, a lot more than that. And he said as the time went on and as he got more accustomed to his fellow actors, he said and I think a lot of people will definitely see that if they ever watch the show, is that the first couple seasons of Star Trek Next Generation it's not the greatest, but it definitely picks up steam pretty fast, and before too long it feels like they're all working together fairly well, and the show starts to come together quite well, like into the second season and the third. It's pretty high quality as it goes forward. Although there are some episodes I did not enjoy.
Yeah.
Most notably, I think one of my least favorite episodes was the one where Riker goes insane. That whole episode, I didn't like that episode at all.
Yeah. Riker didn't make a good main character until I don't know, season 4 or 5 maybe for me.
This one might have been pretty late in the show, and I'm not saying I dislike Riker. I just dislike that episode. The whole insanity thing. I don't remember which episode it was that Riker went insane in, but he's in a padded jacket, in a room, insane.
Yeah.
And it starts out as part of a play or something where he plays a character who is insane, and then very quickly it turns into much more than that.
Yeah, there's some infection, or he's
I can't remember. I think he might have been hijacked or something. Didn't he get hijacked by some aliens or something?
Yeah.
I don't even remember. But it just wasn't a very good episode, I don't think, as far as... Every time I'll even watch the whole show. I watch every episode occasionally. It's just a ritual. Every certain number of years, I just will watch the whole thing all over again. And every time I get to that episode, I just skip straight past it. I don't even bother to watch that episode anymore. I'm yep, this is the episode I hate.
I like rewatching the Q episodes. Q is a fun character.
Q is the best character on that show.
My boss was talking about Q the other day. I haven't heard of the series, but he was talking about that in particular.
Q is definitely one of the best additions to the series, and having him appear on the other series was brilliant because it basically just ties them all together in a very interesting way. When he appeared on Deep Space Nine, when he appears on Voyager, Temps. It actually builds credence to the character too, because if Q had just shown up in Voyager and tempted Janeway with Earth like he did, Janeway might have been, skeptical that he could actually even provide what he was saying, right? But because Q was a character that existed within the show to the point that she had actual, factual knowledge, and captain's briefings, as she said in many of the episodes, that the captains were actually briefed on Q's existence specifically in special meetings and things like that. So she knew without a shadow of a doubt the power of Q, and that Q could deliver exactly what he was offering. And it brought so much more to the story than just simply a random deity that may or may not provide what he's actually stating he would provide, right?
Yeah. Q, yeah. He's... Honestly, Raphael reminds me a bit of Q. Without the kind of silliness that Q has, that kind of...
Well, without the evil. I don't necessarily think Q is evil.
No, he's not evil. He's more just in it to find out what happens.
Well,
he's chaotic, but he's not evil.
Well, what I get from Q is that Q is bored. He's all-powerful, and he's bored. He's very bored. He's extremely bored. And the only thing more powerful than Q is basically 2 Qs. So
exactly,
so,
more Qs.
Yeah, so more Qs. So the only way that 1 Q is overpowered by any others is literally for all of them to get together and use their power on the remaining one that's disobeying. And so he's just bored. And I don't think he's necessarily evil or even... I don't know if I would say he's good, but he definitely exists in a space separate from normal humans. But it's interesting that every time he was made a human, he would generally choose good.
Yeah.
So when placed under the limitations of a human, But I guess the old adage, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. He's as soon as he gets his power back, he's like, he's like,
I'm gonna turn the universe into squirrels.
done. Turns the ship into an ornament and pretend and holds it in his hand.
Yeah. Welcome to the Star Trek Christmas special. Oh yeah, he's a great character. But yeah, whenever he's placed in a position where he's vulnerable, he tends towards good. But obviously, he's influenced by Picard.
I think Picard is, I don't know, like the movie The Untouchables. Picard is just the guy who always makes the right choices, It's like it's like he puts Picard through a whole bunch of mess, and he puts him through all these different scenarios. Only to every single time he does so, Picard comes out on the other side.
Yeah,
he's like, yep, solved your puzzle.
Is there a word for Mary Sue, but for moral righteousness? Because that's Picard.
I don't know. I like Picard, but there were several times he like for instance the episode where Spock is trying to convert the Romulans, remember? And he scolds Spock, and he tells Spock that there's no room for cowboy diplomacy anymore in Starfleet or something like that. And I really kind of disliked Picard at that moment because I felt like that while yes, Picard often approached things in a way that was more reasonable and in general would solve things without violence, he still did violence when violence was necessary, and I feel like in some situations Picard had the same cowboy diplomacy that Kirk and Spock did, but only when he was forced to it.
Yeah.
And I do feel like in that particular situation with the Romulans, especially with how hostile they are towards Starfleet, that the cowboy diplomacy was warranted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he definitely gets. You know how we were talking about how lawful good paladins aren't allowed to.
So he's basically a lawful good paladin who's not allowed to break the law, even if he knows it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. Or
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Whether or not he knows it's the right thing to do, his moral righteousness doesn't allow him to do it. So sometimes he's blinded by that lawful goodness.
So there's an episode that would support your claim too. You remember the episode where there was an infection within Starfleet? There was that bug creature or whatever that was it was, I think what was it, attached to the back of the brainstem or whatever, and one of the captains tried to come to Picard and get Picard to basically join her side of, absolving Starfleet of the anomaly. And Picard was very skeptical and very abrasive toward her, despite the fact that she was telling the truth. And it wasn't until her ship got destroyed that he finally started to investigate, remember? But he was completely unwilling to hear that Starfleet might potentially have an issue. So his lawfulness was preventing him from exploring even the possibility that something could be wrong.
His greatest weakness is his hubris, right? That's like his major character flaw. Is how flawless the system is and how, if you want, invested he is in not the way things are, but in
the butcher. Oh
structure.
My god.
Have fun, dude. You got this.
Do me like that, baby.
Get the cleaver, dude. It's the best weapon.
He's dodging my bone spears, this mother. As his shield was down. This freaking guy.
I'm gonna go use the Gentlemen's room. I'll be right back.
I appreciate the effort, Dubs.
Yeah, sorry. All right.
At least they made it so you can get your procs off on his shield now. It used to be that whenever you hit a barrier, because he has that barrier that constantly goes up. So whenever you hit a barrier, you wouldn't get any kind of proccing effects or anything. You have to hit their actual raw HP before. Now you can actually get the effects while you're hitting their barrier. It was a change they made a little while back. Oh, Valley of the Snakes.
Guide my way in this accursed place.
Fall Viper Temple. Time for some more smoting. At least this one's not entirely, it's not entirely, non-undead. I'll still have a bunch of undead to holy bolt and fist to the heavens. Kubis, would you like some fritos? Would you like some fritos? Okay, well, don't take them then. He's laying down and I threw the Fritos right in front of him, but he can't reach him. And he's contemplating life on whether he wants to get up or not. It's hilarious looking.
I can relate to that.
He's like, I don't know, it's only 5. He's like, I'll get up for anything less than 6 these days. Muhammad Ali shirt? No, this is All Might. All Might. From My Hero Academia.
No, there's a big difference between that generation of making shows where I think actors were really allowed to just be actors. Like, Picard is a character. No one wants to be Picard.
Well, you know what
You're not
happened.
supposed to relate to him.
You know what happened, right?
What happened?
So, Gene Roddenberry, who's obviously the one who created Star Trek, was not a good storyteller. He was good at creating a show, and I think at the end of the day, he definitely made a very interesting world. You know, kind of like crafted a world for us.
He's the producer, right?
But he was not good at actually making the show. So the first episode, did you ever see the first episode of Star Trek, the one with Pike?
Not for a long time.
Well, it's not very good.
You have to remind me.
It's pretty bad.
Okay.
The pilot basically got rejected.
It was a hard sell.
It wasn't a good pilot, and the studio rejected it because it was terrible, and rightfully so. It was not a good episode. And anybody who watches it today would probably agree it's just a terrible episode in general. And what happened was after they got rejected, they looked at a new captain instead of Captain Pike. They started looking around, and that's when they found Shatner. Now, William Shatner decided that he was not going to take the role unless they allowed him to have creative license. So the original Star Trek TV show is actually his creation. It's Gene Roddenberry's world. Yeah. He created the world and everything in it, but Kirk was the one that decided the direction of the show. Yeah. And that's why the show ended up succeeding, because he took it in the direction that brought it success. And I think Picard, or rather, Picard. I think
Next Generation.
Why can I not remember his name all the time? Patrick Stewart. I'm pretty sure Patrick Stewart was also given the same creative license with the direction of Next Generation.
Yeah. And if not the whole show, at the very least the character.
I
right?
can't.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had more creative license than what you would normally think. And also we also have
You
freaking
see in a modern show,
we
like
we also have
anyway.
Lucy to thank. Do you know about Lucy?
It's been a little while.
Desi Lou Productions.
Okay, you're gonna have to remind me again.
Okay, so you know I Love Lucy, right? Literally Lucy
Yes.
and Desi
Yes,
Lou.
yes,
So
yes.
she married into a I can't remember what the name of the guy was that she married, but he had a studio or a like a production facility or whatever you want to call it, and he died or failed at the business or something, I can't remember, and left it to her. So Lucille Ball became like the owner of the company. And when Star Trek was presented to their company, all of the investors told her to say no. There were actually 2 shows at that exact same time that Lucille Ball greenlit that ended up becoming extremely popular. One of them was Star Trek, of course, with William Shatner at the helm, and the other one was Mission Impossible.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no wonder
So
her
she-
name is familiar.
Yeah, so she actually is the reason why we have Star Trek, and she's also the reason why we have Mission Impossible, both of them. And it was against the better judgment of her investors. Apparently, all her investors told her to say no.
Well, stick it to the man, I guess. Like, good job. 2 incredibly successful franchises.
Incredibly successful franchises.
Yeah.
I was actually really surprised when I heard about that with Lucille Ball and the. I mean, it makes sense because she's not exactly an executive producer or anything like that. She wasn't. The company wasn't hers, so the decision she made would be different than what you would normally get from a, somebody who's in the business, in the biz, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, and she like apparently, like, if we're going by investors' judgment, she took 2 massive risks and they really paid off, right? So
Oh
really
yeah,
cool
they
to
were
hear.
they were absolutely, I think, 2 of the best products that they made.
Oh.
Desi Arnaz. Yeah, Desi Arnaz. American television production company founded and co-owned by husband and wife Desi Arnaz and Lucille Ball. Of course, they made I Love Lucy, The Lucy Show. They also made The Untouchables, Mission Impossible, and Star Trek.
Oh wow, yeah. Untouchable's a great movie too.
Well, I think this was the
People are
TV
looking
show.
for-
This was the TV show that took place from, I think it was 1959 to something like 60 something, which the movie was based off of the TV show.
Yeah.
Love the movie, by the way. I never saw the TV show.
Probably worth a watch.
Later, dudes. Have a good one.
Take it easy,
Alright.
envious.
Let's see. Ball's role in the company. Ball's contribution was more on the artistic side. She was skilled at proposing new programs that were popular to broad audiences. Successful in both their original broadcasts and syndication reruns. Before I Love Lucy, she starred in many B movies and had a good idea of what television audiences wanted. She approved the original production and concepts of The Untouchables and Star Trek for development into a broadcast series, assessing how the public would enjoy them and their potential for long-term success. This led to the continued profits from the programs through reruns, which would recover their high development and production costs, even decades after the absorption of Desilu Productions and the production end of all original Desilu approved for development. Some series, obviously, achieved enduring success. Yeah, it was when she was the sole owner. So during Ball's time as the sole owner, Desilu developed popular series such as Mission Impossible in 1966, Mannix in 1967, Star Trek in 1966,
Yeah, we don't have those kinds of bold investors anymore. I don't know. And you compare, like, Sir Patrick Stewart's performance or William Shatner's performance as captains in Star Trek to.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that Desilu became Paramount. I didn't know that. In 1967, Ball agreed to sell her television company to Gulf and Western, which had only recently acquired Paramount Pictures. The company was renamed Paramount Television.
Nom nom nom.
So Desilu Productions became Paramount, and then, yeah, okay. Right after they produced Star Trek too. So 1966 they produced Star Trek. 1967 she sold it to become Paramount Television.
Hey, I mean, I'm never gonna blame anyone for a cash out from a big.
I mean, at that point she was old. Her husband was, I think dead at that point, and I don't know. She probably had other concerns. I don't think she ever wanted the. I don't think she ever wanted the company anyway, from what I understand.
You out, Dubs? What's going on?
I'm just saying she was tired of running it. She's just over it, sold out.
Yeah, I mean, right?
I will never. She never wanted to be.
Blame anyone.
She never wanted to be a company owner.
Yeah.
From what I understood, it was pretty much just Arnez that was running the company for the most part, and she just kind of had to take over because he died. So she was on the bill, so to speak.
Yeah.
No, and so what I was getting at was comparing the performances of Sir Patrick Stewart and William Shatner as captains on the Enterprise compared to, like, let's say in modern TV you got why can't I remember his name? Geralt, anyways. Where they were allowed creative license or some freedom in defining their character and defining the direction of the show, and you see their success. And then you see where The Witcher is going, and you're like, like, okay, The Witcher had source material to base their show off of, and Star Trek was completely new IP. But you give talent, those talented actors who are very invested in the role, or at the very least being an actor, you give them the freedom to play their role, and it can be really attractive to consumers.
Well, when it comes to a story, one that's already pre-written, it's been my experience that a lot of the times they F up the story by changing it for no other reason other than just to change it, and it always kind of bugs me. I never really understood why companies do that. You could have the perfect story. I mean, just every single line, every single, like sinew of the story is just absolutely perfect, and they will just, for no reason other than just to do it, they will just change something because they're like, oh, well, we can't just make a story that's already written. We got to change something.
Yeah, it's especially tough to justify a show where they have, many hours of content. Like, let's if we look at The Great Gatsby, which is the book cover to cover is like 120 pages, and they cut content out of The Great Gatsby book to make the movie. But that was more for like timing or a structural purpose.
Well, I mean, we could take Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is a good choice. So they
Of course.
removed certain bits of Lord of the Rings for a very specific reason.
They deleted entire characters.
Well, okay, so Tom Bombadil wasn't in the book, and also
No, but
they
Eowyn's brother, right?
they screwed up Faramir completely because reasons, right? And I started to piece together the reasons, and also found a quote from Jackson, Peter Jackson.
Peter
right?
Jackson. Yeah.
He actually said that the reason why they left Tom Bombadil out, and the reason why they ruined Faramir's character, was deliberate. The purpose of it was actually to to remove any element that lessened the impact of the ring. So they felt like Tom Bombadil was
Too big.
too big, too powerful,
He was too
and it made the ring seem insignificant, and they didn't
Small,
like the
yeah.
fact that it seemed insignificant. And
Dubs
Faramir, who was the only man to overcome the
yeah.
power of the ring, because that's one of the things that really pissed me off, because Faramir, the whole line, it's time for Faramir to show his true colors or something like that, or his what was it, his worth. Faramir was the only one to actually resist the ring. He resisted it completely and utterly and shook it off as if it was nothing. And they didn't like that, so they ruined his character to increase, the power of the ring. They wanted the ring to seem more powerful.
They built the movie around the ring, is what it was.
And also, not only Faramir and Tom Bombadil, but they also ruined Isildur's character. So Isildur is not the character that they portrayed him as.
Yeah.
If you actually read into the story in the books, according to what it says, the scene, that whole scene where Elrond is like, cast it into the river, like he's cast it into the mountain, and he's like, no, it's mine. That never happened.
No, yeah. No, of course.
How it really happened is nobody knew what the ring was. Elrond didn't even know what the ring was. He was still young at the time, and they had not learned anything. Isildur was in possession of the ring, and he took it home with him, and he started to learn what it was. He started to research it. He put it in the fire. He realized there were writing on it. He talked about how it was cold to the touch, how it grew to his finger, all of that stuff, and he wrote everything down in a journal. That was what Gandalf reads in the movie. He reads about the ring, and those writings are literally what Isildur wrote down, because he was the only one to actually have the ring and touch it and hold it. And if it wasn't for
Sauron himself,
yeah,
right?
apart from Sauron himself, and if it wasn't his, if he hadn't done that, there would have been no record. Yeah. So at a certain point in the story, Isildur realizes that the ring is evil and it must be destroyed. He contacts Elrond to figure out how to destroy the ring, and this is when Elrond tells him that the only way to destroy it is most likely to throw it back into the fire from whence it came, which is what Isildur does. He then takes the ring and his closest compatriots, his sons, and also the warriors that are closest to him, and he makes out for Mount Doom to destroy the ring. Only the ring doesn't want to be destroyed. It senses that Isildur is going to destroy the ring, and it calls forth orcs to attack them, which in the process, which ambush them. And in the process of this ambush, his sons are dying one by one. So Isildur is losing everything he's ever built up. All of his family is dying before his very eyes. And his sons are begging him. His sons are pleading with him to put the ring on and escape. And he won't do it. And finally, his last son dies right before him. And he finally puts the ring on and he gets away. And the ring literally leaves his finger deliberately because it knows that Isildur is going to go destroy it. Now, it slips off his finger into the water and he has no choice, right? So he can't find it. He tries to find it and he can't. When Bilbo took the ring off, when Frodo took the ring off, when Sam took the ring off, there was this residual trace of, evil, like influence that affected him. Yeah. Isildur had the ring for longer than just about any of the other characters. And when the ring left his finger, Isildur said he felt momentarily drawn to find the ring, and then it passed immediately, as if he didn't care that the ring existed anymore. He was not only almost completely resistant to the effect of the ring, but he shook it off as if it was nothing. Mm-hmm. Now, the only failing I think Isildur made was that he didn't actually try to find the ring. But if you really think about it, he was under assault by the orcs. The orcs were chasing him, and he was trying to get away. And he no longer had a magic ring that made him invisible.
He just watched everyone around him that he cared about die.
Yes, he watched everyone in his family die. So it's understandable that he ran. But the whole scene that he didn't want to destroy the ring and the ring was affecting him and he turned and
That
his
was made
mind
up.
changed, it was
All
all
made
made
up.
up. He was actually the strongest individual in terms of protecting his mind from the ring. He tried to destroy the ring. He tried to do everything that was right, and it's really kind of crappy that they made him out to be this really big bad guy, because that's not how things went down.
I think for the movie, I think they did that to build Aragorn's character, so that Aragorn could be the hero that like overcame the sins of his father or whatever you want to call it. Like,
Well, that's the whole thing. Is like the whole
it's a whole big
what
Aragorn is the hero.
what was he supposed to be? The last of the men of the Numenor or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. He's the last descendant of Isildur.
So
One of the
Isildur.
last the Dunedain or whatever.
So Isildur was a Numenorian, and Numenorians are like ridiculous. They live for hundreds and hundreds of years.
They're
And
like
they, and
Ubermen.
they're literally uber men. They live for hundreds and hundreds of years. They're stronger than normal men. They can
All their
see
stats
farther.
are boosted by 3.
like they legit have like 18 in all stats.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Numenorians are OP, dude.
and that's another thing that they kind of really don't tell the whole story with like Isildur. The Numenorians were so powerful that according like in some of the previous stories, they're literally fighting dragons like one-on-one.
Yeah.
Like they're just like they're like, oh, you're a dragon. They're like, oh, who cares? Who cares? I'll kill you.
Oh, sorry, you were saying hi to a guy, but yeah, Finwë is actually a major character in the Silmarillion.
That's probably why I said hello, because we're talking about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Yeah. No, these guys they were not your average dude.
Oh no, they were not your average dudes.
Ubermen.
And the thing that really screws me up is that Aragorn and Elrond are basically like siblings, as far as I understand it.
Whoa.
In a way, yeah. I mean,
They're-
Elrond is actually a half elf. He's not a full elf.
Yeah, so there's a book that came out. It was released. It was released later. It's not one of the original books that Tolkien released, but it's apparently one of the books that Tolkien had written but never released, and Christopher put it together and actually released
It was his son, right? Yeah,
It's
his son.
called the Son of Huron. And the Son of Huron goes over the tale of Elrond, and they're basically two brothers that were the sons of Huron, and they and one of them marries an elf and has Elrond. Elrond is one of the child of those, and the other son is tortured horribly by Morgoth. I mean, when I say torture, I mean he made him forget who he was. He made his sister forget who she was, and then got them to marry each other, and then when they had a child, told them who they were so that they would literally kill themselves.
Yeah.
Like brutal, like just absolutely brutal, like horror. Like he Morgoth hated them so much.
This is a minor story in the Lord of the Rings. Well, not a minor story, but
like an offshoot is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely, it's worth a read. It's not even that long, but it's absolutely crazy.
Yep.
The Children of Huron is definitely worth a read if you like the Lord of the Rings series, because not only is it a very good story, if tragic, it also tells the story of Elrond too, which I think is really neat. And then you realize why Elrond is called half Elven, because he's half Numenorian. So he's half of one of the greatest men that ever existed, which means that Arwen. Did I get the name right? I can't remember if I'm saying it right.
Yes.
Arwen is also part Numenorian, because Arwen is Elrond's daughter. So her staying behind and marrying the last Numenorian isn't exactly a terrible thing, because she's also part Numenorian. So the children that they had were also mostly Numenorian.
Yeah. They're the only two people on Middle Earth that could lead a great dynasty of men. in the future, like essentially. They're like the destined ones or whatever, if you want. Yeah, Finway. Yeah, exactly. And his brother became the first king of the Numenorians.
So about
And,
Numenor.
and his wife was an eagle, right? If I'm not wrong.
So can we talk about what happened to Numenor?
Oh yeah, how they all followed like a.
So Sauron decided he wanted to manipulate the Numenorians, right? And he wanted to basically get the Numenorians to go to war against the Undying Lands, I think is what it was called. So he tricks the Numenorians into attacking the elves, right? Sauron thinks there's going to be this long, drawn-out war. The elves nuke the island. I don't know exactly what they did, but they basically just and Sauron is surprised by this because he didn't expect this, but literally like the Numenorians didn't even stand a chance. They just got absolutely obliterated from the face of the planet, and Sauron's like, well. That was
a dent in my plans.
That was not what I expected.
Not exactly, though. Not exactly. I think Sauron was more.
I mean, he wanted them to destroy each other, surely, but I just don't. I just think he wanted more. He wanted more collateral damage.
Maybe, yeah.
He didn't expect both of them to just.
So
Yeah.
before the sinking of Numenor, the world the world was flat, basically.
Oh,
Where
there's
you could
there's tons of stuff that goes on like in between them, like the lamps and all the other stuff, and they put out the lamps and I don't know. It gets kind of crazy.
Angels and mortals lived on the same like plane of existence, if you will. Oh no, we lost Dubs. We're going too deep.
It's upset I don't like this Lord of the Rings talk. It's trolls.
But yeah, so when Sauron set the Numenorians against the elves, he really sent them against basically the kingdom of angels, if you will. And the kingdom of angels were like, yeah, you guys want immortality or whatever, you're jealous of the elves, how about you all sink because of your hubris or whatever mortal qualms you have.
It was a bad idea, is what it was.
It was a bad idea.
Just don't mind. I mean, yeah. Sauron did a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah.
He did a lot of bad things. He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy.
Yeah.
Although it's funny because Sauron is, and that's kind of one of the things that they hit on in some of the stories is they're basically like, yeah, we know Sauron is really big and bad. He's the strongest person on the planet, blah blah blah. It's like, but compared to Morgoth, Sauron is basically nothing. It's like you don't understand what we went through before Sauron took over. Like before Sauron took over, we had Morgoth, and Morgoth was about 1 trillion times more powerful than Sauron ever was. So he's basically God.
Yeah. Well, right, Morgoth was
To give you a really good idea, in Lord of the Rings, they fight Sauron, one angel, which is a Valar, which is Saruman, right? And they also fight a Balrog, right? So one Valar, Sauron himself, and a Balrog. That's basically the 3 major threats, besides all the little peons. Before Sauron takes over and Morgoth is in charge, there are literally like
dozens.
Hundreds of Balrogs, and people are riding them as if they're horses.
Yeah. And also dragons and
and there's also this really interesting bit of trivia.
Also, Morgoth's a pansy.
There's also this really interesting bit of trivia in there about Galadriel. So a lot of people don't know this, but so Gimli asks for a strand of Galadriel's hair, and in the movie they don't really talk about this.
It's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal. But let me just say that the entire world got destroyed the last time somebody asked for Galadriel's hair. So the story is actually really interesting, and the fact that she actually gave Gimli her hair is crazy. Because so I can't remember the name of the character. God bless it. The name of the original person that asked for Galadriel's hair, she didn't like him. Apparently he was just evil, and she turned him down. And because she turned him down, she started a very big war. And we're talking Balrogs everywhere, destruction of entire cities, all sorts of things, all because Galadriel didn't want to give this guy her hair. And then Gimli, a dwarf, asks for it, and she gives it freely.
Yeah. No, her hair is supposed to have like the aura of the lamps itself, kind of thing. Like the vial that she gives Frodo that has the special water.
Feanor, that's the name of the person who asked before. Feanor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They also completely deleted her husband from the show and the movies, but I mean, you know, like if they had actually done a like almost paragraph for paragraph recreation, they would have a multiple, like hundreds of hours show instead of a trilogy.
You're talking about the one on Amazon?
Yeah, the Rings of Power. I mean, I consider that more fanfic than.
I mean, it's interesting. They changed some details here and there, which I would rather them not have changed. But, like, for instance, Sauron appearing as a human instead of as an elf.
And
it seemed like a rather odd choice.
Going to Numenor at all, but anyways, yeah. But yeah, no, I consider it more, again, this kind of cheap entertainment rather than actual dedication to the.
I liked it. Have they continued it at all, or is it just completely dead at this point?
It was fun to watch. I mean, they have to continue it. There's no way. They paid so much money, right?
So who do you think the wizard is? I know it's not Gandalf because Gandalf comes last. Unless they're just changing the story entirely, but if they follow the story, it can't be Gandalf. It could be Saruman. It also could be
that maybe it's Saruman.
It could also be Radagast.
Yeah, it could also be a completely different wizard that we weren't introduced to.
But then there's also so there were also the blue.
Not happy about.
There were also the blue wizards.
Yeah,
which came before everyone else. They're all Vyar. Every single one of them is Vyar, and they're all sent by Manwë.
Well, okay.
Manwë sends them specifically.
I will correct your vocab. They're Maiar.
Maiar, not Vyar. My bad.
Maiar. Vyar are like the upper echelon of angels, like the first tier.
You'll forgive me.
Maiar. Yes. But yeah.
But basically, they're just they're all angels.
They're all angels.
It's just Gandalf was the last one they sent, and apparently Gandalf didn't want to come. So
yeah, Gandalf was sent by the eldest.
Manwë. He was sent by Manwë.
Yeah, I can't remember if Morgoth or Manwë was the firstborn. Finwë might be able to correct me, but either Morgoth or Manwë. Manwë is the leader of the Vyar.
The blue wizards were the first ones that were sent.
Yes.
And that's why I was thinking it's the blue wizards. If you look up the blue wizards.
Yeah, they arrived
in Lotro. One wiki to rule them all.
The gentlest of gentlemen, how do thine be this evening?
Oh, doing all right. How about you?
We're dipping our whole feet into Lord of the Rings lore right now. That's what's happening.
Squiddy got me into fucking RuneScape, dude. And now I can't stop playing.
Mind your language, sir.
Into what?
I'm sorry, into RuneScape. I'm sorry.
My apologies for dipping you into RuneScape.
Dude, you've ruined my life.
But I've also fixed your WoW addiction.
No, you didn't. You just gave me a worse addiction.
Well, what is it? What is it exactly that ended the Second Age anyway? I thought it was. I thought the
was
Second
the
Age
war.
ended when. Technically, didn't the Second Age end when Saruman's ring got cut off? Wasn't that the end of the Second Age?
Yes, and Gandalf and Saruman, like the Order of Wizards was sent after that in order to keep Saruman in check.
There was only 3 wizards, wasn't there?
Well,
Like,
not necessarily after that. So what happened was there was really nobody left on Middle Earth to challenge Sauron. This is basically how I remember the story as it was told. So I mean, imagine you have a god and a god fighting each other, right? And the two gods kill each other.
They're angels. They're angels, right?
Well, I'm talking about Manwë, Morgoth, and all these
Morgoth,
others.
yeah.
So they're basically gods or like half gods or whatever you want to call it, because they're direct creations of the one, right? And then from there it just gets worse and worse and worse power wise. But those were fighting each other, and at that point there was always another god to challenge Morgoth. So there was always an equal, basically, right? And from what I understand of the story, the reason why the wizards were sent at all was because at that point Sauron was on the Middle Earth with no creature in direct opposition to him that was anywhere near close to his power level. Kind of like, putting Goku up against like Tien or something and expecting a good result. So they threw in like a Vegeta, and they're like, okay, we need a Vegeta to counter the Goku. And that's basically what they did, was they were trying to counter Sauron, but the blue wizards weren't enough. Radagast wasn't enough. Saruman wasn't enough. And they needed to add in Gandalf into the mix too, where they basically forced Gandalf down. So I mean, I don't know if we can really say that the age ended as soon as the wizards showed up, because they were kind of put there specifically to fight against him.
No, the ages were are better defined by when like the great battles happened, right? Like the first age ended when Morgoth was cast into the shadow and like never to return. The second age started when Sauron started building power, and then ended with the first great battle between when Isildur cut off the ring, and that's the beginning of the third age. And then we don't know the ending of the third age because we haven't seen it yet, or that's kind of where we are contemporarily. But yeah, the wizards were, so after the first age, after the devastation of Middle Earth during the first age, when Morgoth was actually being fought like god to god, right? Manwë versus Morgoth. Manwë was the Valar were forbidden to directly interfere with the goings on of Middle Earth. So that's when we get the story of Huron and Feanor and Finwë, and where you have elves and men fighting like basically demigods. Okay, yeah, that's when the third, with the crowning of Aragorn. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
We don't have
that's
any
when I
content
thought the third age ended too, was the crowning of Aragorn.
Okay, yeah, and we don't have any content after that. So.
Well, the fourth age of men is basically the elves are retreating, so the elves are no longer there. Basically, all the elves for the most part leave, with the exception of Arwen, who only stays because of him. Doesn't Arwen eventually go on the boat too, like hundreds of years later after Aragorn's dead and all her children are gone?
Oh, I thought she just died slowly and alone.
I thought she eventually did take the boat. It was just a really, really long time later.
Yeah, so it's like the good demigods aren't allowed to interfere, and then the bad demigods get like free reign over sentient beings, if you will. She dies in Middle Earth. Yeah, that sounds
Not very
like
long
what I
after.
heard.
She dies of grief. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
She's sad.
Not very long, only a couple hundred years.
Only a couple hundred. It's no big deal.
Um.
I always take great pride in the fact that I know the stupidest bit of trivia about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
So
it's
so in
super
the
fun to play.
so in the
the
in
world
the
he
s-
created.
in the story,
No.
the elves
Elves
are the first things on the earth, right?
Mhm.
And if you read the Sameliron, you find out that the the elves were not the first things on the earth. Apparently, the dwarves were. So there
Yeah.
was I can't remember the god who created the dwarves, but she did it in secret underneath the mountain. And apparently, when she created them, they were not complete. They were kind of like automatons, from what I understand, like soulless or something. But she had created them, and I can't remember if it was Manway or whatever, but one of the gods discovers what she's doing, and
Gets really
chastises her
upset.
basically. Yeah, gets really upset and chastises her. But then he sees the creations in the kind of half-made form, and he breathes life into them. Right?
Yeah, they work together, right?
But the thing is he goes, but elves still have to be first, even though your dwarves came first. Elves still have to be first, right? So he basically forbids the dwarves from coming above the ground until the elves are created and and do their
Yeah.
thing. So the dwarves don't
Yeah,
get to
but-
come out until later, but they were actually first.
If I'm allowed to nitpick, and it kind of, from my background, like, where did they wake up? Did they wake up on like this massive volcanic rock that erupted from the crust of the earth? No. What was first? The forests were first.
Well, I'm talking about like the races. They were
About-
talking about
Yeah.
the races, which race would be first,
I know,
and they were bragging the elves
nitpicking.
were first.
I'm nitpicking, yeah. But what was really first? What about the plants?
Yeah, Iru did that. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the god that actually created the dwarves, though.
It was
It was a female, wasn't it?
It was Tolkien's version of Hephaestus, right? The like smith god.
All the Smith. Yeah. All AUL with a E with a little doojank on the top.
Aule, yeah.
With the doojank. He didn't do a very good job, what I understand.
Didn't he mold them from rock itself?
From rock, yes, from actual
Yeah.
rock.
Yeah.
He built them out of rock and then was like tried to breathe life into them, and it didn't quite work the
He
way
was-
he
"Hey,
planned.
I've created the form. The form is great. Look at them. They're short. They're stocky. They're
Yeah,
resistant to
Natural
all damage.
sprinters.
And then his girlfriend was like, "Hold on, we can do better than this."
I like the fact that Morgoth was afraid of the other gods. He was more powerful than most of them, but he was also afraid of them too.
Yeah, he was a big baby.
What was that? I can't remember the name of the one that was really strong, but he knew for a fact that this guy could like womp him into the
1v1
dirt. Yeah, 1v1 him into the dirt. And so he used all sorts of tricksy ways to get around him because he knew he couldn't kill him.
Yeah, no, Morgoth turned out to be like a big old pansy, which I don't know. I found a little bit.
I honestly don't even understand why Morgoth was there, other than just to Because there's this whole thing in the the song or whatever that creates the universe, and Eru is literally singing the song, and Morgoth keeps trying to interrupt it, and every single time Morgoth interrupts it, Eru just sings louder or whatever. And then there's like something at the end where Eru does some note and ends everything, and Morgoth leaves upset because he feels like he lost, and he did. Like, and it was basically him losing the song. And he already knew the ending. Like that was literally the ending to the entire story right there. And it's almost as if Morgoth knew he was going to lose before he ever did anything that he attempted to do. Just from the song.
Yeah.
But he still tried anyway.
I mean, origin stories can get silly. I mean, in any case. Yeah, Sauron was the apprentice of Aule, and that's where he learned. He was also a master smith. That's where he learned to craft the rings. And then he poured his malice and his hatred into the One Ring.
Yeah, I feel like that's one thing that the Amazon show really kind of failed at, is they didn't really portray Sauron quite as well as they should have. The whole thing with Sauron being able to shapeshift and change forms, and I mean, there's the entire persona known as the Giver of the Gifts. It's basically an elf that goes from like elf village to elf village and gives gifts to other people. And he learns a lot during that time period too. He's not just giving gifts, he's also learning what he can from like Celebrimbor and everyone else.
He can manipulate
exactly.
Yeah, right.
And during that time period, I feel like they missed out on all that juicy manipulation, because Sauron did a lot of manipulation during that time period, pretending to be an elf and pretending to be good. It's just they just ruined it. They're like, oh yeah, all right, Celebrimbor, bam, rings, bam, all right, oh they discovered me, oh no. It was all way too fast.
Yeah, the new show, I don't know. Whatever. We'll see where it goes. Like, I consider it more cheap entertainment than actual dedication to Tolkien.
Antheron, that's his name. Antheron. That's the person that he pretends to be. The giver of gifts.
Yeah. I will be right back. Give me just a moment.
Let me see if I can find this in here. Is that dual tank in here? I hate how my Merc gets stuck here. He's back there hiding in the corner. I wonder if I shouldn't just farm the frickin' Canyon of the Magi in Nightmare. I mean, as a Fist of the Heavens Paladin, it's probably one of the best places I'm going to get EXP for quite some time. Plus, skillers can drop in the Canyon of the Magi tombs. I'm fairly certain skillers can drop there. Only in the tombs, though, specifically.
Well, I'm pretty sure if you do bail, you should be able to get terror zones, right?
Oh no!
And
Once I do
then
bail, it's over. Oh, you're talking about
you're in
Nightmare.
hell.
You're talking about Nightmare Terror Zone.
Yeah, I'm talking about Nightmare. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could go back, but I was talking about like as I'm going through Nightmare difficulty, I could probably use the ridiculously high number of undead in the tombs to level up rather quickly.
Yeah. Oh, Tombs is fantastic all the time.
Well, especially since I'm North Star Smiter, which is
Just chew them up and spit them out.
Literally.
No, that was something that playing hardcore gave to me, if you will. But yeah, no, spending some time in Nightmare Terror Zones was so worth it.
Arcane Sanctuaries. There's only undead and demons here. Ever.
It's a beautiful place.
So I just fire my holy bolts down the hallway and kill everything.
For photons, you know.
Yeah. If only I could get my mercenary to stop getting stuck on everything.
Heli staff is nice here too. I won't, you know. I won't lie.
Crown.
You're nice, Squiddy.
Oh.
I'm not as think as you drunk I am, Squid.
Happy Friday, Ellie. How are you?
I'm messed up.
What did you do?
I was gonna say a bad word, but I can't. Stinky would reprimand me.
That's right.
Surely.
That's right. Gotta put
But-
$5 in the swear jar.
Okay. I don't want to do that. That sounds expensive.
It can get real expensive real fast.
For me, it'd be like, fuck. Dude, there it is, $5. Sorry. There it is, dude. That'd be like $600 a day for me.
It's terrible.
We had
I drop-
dubs in
dude,
here.
I drop
Even
F-bombs.
I owed the swear jar a couple bucks.
I drop F-bombs so casually.
It's funny. I did like some research into trying to find like maybe a tool that could help me like do like auto bleeping or something like that, so I wouldn't have to worry about it. And it's funny because down in the comments, there's always like one guy in there who's kept the smart comment, right? And it's like in every single one. It's like, or you could just stop cussing. And I'm like, how dare you be logical? How dare you?
I'm the oldest of like my generation, so all my cousins, all my siblings are younger than me. So for me, and I also used to be a camp counselor or whatever. So for me, it's a lot easier to curb my language than for some others. But yeah, like
Bro,
if you let us off the leash.
I ain't never had to take care of no kid. I ain't never had no. I've never been in a situation where I've had to watch my language.
Yeah, exactly, right?
If that makes sense.
For someone who never has had to.
That's why it's hard to like come hang out with Ginger sometimes for me, because it's just like I can't.
Hey,
stop.
I was in here first.
I know.
Ginger came to hang out with me.
I was in here
I know.
first.
I know, dude. You're always in this. It's your Discord.
Yes, it is my Discord. That is correct.
You can ban swearing all throughout if we want to. If he wants to.
And on voice chat.
Don't ban me. I'll just leave.
I don't care if you curse in regular chat. Nobody sees Discord chat. Drop your F bombs all you want there.
I'm just pulling his leg. Well, he's under some kind of influence.
My thoughts on D4. We're gonna talk about D4 like all day, Mr. Roper.
I don't want to talk about thief.
I mean, you want my thoughts, so I'll give them to you real quick. But I mean,
Go ahead.
It's just yeah.
Hit me, Ginger.
Scroll back about 4 hours and you'll get plenty of thoughts.
Oh
about
yeah,
D4.
we were talking about it like for hours. Honestly though, the short sum of it is it's an unfinished game that really needs some polish, a lot of polish. They need to just empty the whole bottle of polish on there. They just get to scrubbing, because it's one of those things where you show up and like they're working on your house or something, and the guy's like, yep, it's probably gonna be about 3 or 4 days before we get this finished, and you might want to go get a motel somewhere. And you leave, and you go get a motel. Diablo 4 is in its current state. I would honestly just recommend people wait, and just about 2 months from now, 6 months from now, they might finally fix everything, get everything done. I don't know. I'm looking forward to Season 2, because they've made a lot of promises on Season 2, although I'm not like, I don't think it's going to be like the magic season or anything, but they definitely have made a lot of promises of like, hey, we're gonna get to it, and in Season 2, when we get to it in Season 2, like we'll fix resistances in Season 2, so maybe by Season 2 we'll have a workable game.
I hope so.
And like, if you're enjoying the game, play the game. No.
Play the game. Yeah, play the game. How dare you?
Exactly. Play the game. You're having fun. Play it. No one's gonna chastise you.
Do I play PD2?
How dare you?
No.
Come back to D2R and get to farming so we can trade you.
I will say, however, and this is not about Diablo 4, but I will say that when I came back to Diablo 2, it was such a pleasant change of scenery.
Yeah.
The zoom out, the graphics, the audio, just all of it is a delight. It's so delightful.
It's such a pleasant experience.
It's like, I would never say that margarine is the most, like, the nastiest substance on the universe, but once you've tasted butter, you don't really want margarine anymore. And I went and I played Diablo 4, and I played the game, and I gave it a fair shake, and then I came back here, and it was like I'd been eating margarine for months, and all of a sudden I got my first taste of butter, and I'm like, oh my god, this is delicious. Why was I eating that nasty margarine? Why? And then I went full Gollum, and I was like, my own, my precious. Okay. What's going on? Why are you so hard to kill? Oh, your name is Black Killer. Well, that's racist.
Wow. He's magic resistant. That's the problem.
I don't think that affects Holy Bolt.
Does it not? Well, even better then.
Because Holy Bolt it completely bypasses undead resistances.
Melt his booty with Holy Bolt.
He was just really tough. He's a toughie. He's like beef jerky.
I love beer.
Have I done a Holy Grail? Yeah, I've done a Holy Grail. I think I'm missing a couple items from the Holy Grail, but I mean, good luck. I'll find them eventually, I guess. I think I was missing Soj for a while until I finally found one from Durville. But I found, I think, every single item with the exception of God, what is that one item? Yes, I remember. That really rare elite shield, the Spirit Ward shield, the one that everybody thinks they've found, but they've never found it because they're always thinking of the normal difficulty one, the one that is the Gothic shield. It's not the Gothic shield. It's the It's not the Radamant Sphere. It's the this is the elite version, and chances are, if you think you found it, you probably haven't, because it's extremely rare and it's hard to find. It's an ancient shield, and sorry, a ward. It's a ward shield. It's called the Spirit Ward shield. And it has fade proc on it.
If you found it, you would never remember that you did, and if you haven't found it, it is a pain to find.
It's this one right here. The special effect that this one has is it literally has a 5% chance to cast level 8 Fade when struck. It also has cold absorption and all res 40, and it's insane. I've always wanted to find one and just like build a character around it just for lulz, because it's an amazingly good shield. It gives you 40 all res and gives you level 8 Fade also, which is pretty nuts. And then on top of that, it also gives you 11 cold absorb, which again is nuts. And then you can socket it and you can throw like another like freaking Umrune in there for another 22 res. So you can literally have, what is it, 52 all res plus the level 8 Fade, which I don't know what the level 8 Fade resistance is, but it's still pretty high. It's a very high resistance shield. But I've never found one. I for some reason I can't find one. I'm pretty sure it's the last item I have on my Grail too. Can you swear if it's super chat? I guess that would technically be considered paying the swear jar. So yeah, I guess so. You literally just walk over to the swear jar and you just be like, and just put the money right in. You have it already in your hand, ready to go.
That's funny.
Like on Time Cop when he walks up to the find machine and he just starts cursing and he uses it as toilet paper.
Oh no, what is it? It's Stallone in it's got Wesley Snipes.
How did I get my intro music on YouTube?
Demolition Man.
I paid for it. I paid for somebody to craft me an intro. Yeah, Demolition Man, you're right, yeah.
Great movie. If you want just some laughs.
I mean, they most likely didn't, like, create the music, if that's what you're wondering. They created the intro. Generally, when I order a product, they usually will source open source music. There's a lot of sources out there that you can go to where they're basically free to use or whatever. I don't know where they found this particular one, but I guess they told me, they sent me a couple websites actually and said I'll pick one from one of these, and it was like open source free music or something like that, and it came from one of them. So it might, I'd have to take some time and like look through them and see if I could find the source.
I want to give Icewind Dale some love, but I'm having a hard time after Baldur's Gate 3.
What do you mean?
The micromanagement is totally different. Obviously.
Oh, you mean you want to play? You want to replay?
Yeah, yeah. I want to play some Icewind Dale right now.
No, you gotta play Shadowrun Returns.
I have to buy Shadowrun Return.
That's probably cheap as all get out. It's a 2013 game. You can probably pick it up for nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely deserves some love as well.
They probably got a pack. I would imagine that there'd be a pack. You could probably just pick up the whole lot of them for next to nothing.
I think the whole pack is $45.
And that's like 2 different games. I think it's Shadowrun Returns, and then it's what, Hong Kong something, and then
Shadowfall or Daggerfall or something, or
I think it's
Returns.
Shadowfall. Yeah, but
Dragonfall.
Dragonfall. Yeah, there's like 3 games, and they're like I think I paid freaking like $60 for them when they were brand new. So you could probably get all of them for less than what I paid for one of them.
Very tempting.
I would even check Good Old Games and see if they have any discounts every now and then, because a lot of the times there's they got like little sales and stuff. It might be on Good Old Games. I don't know. Let me check GOG. That's where I have all my
It's a nice
That's
site.
where I got
like
all
that.
my D&D games. I got like all the D&D games, Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate, Plants Game Format. I got them all like really dirt cheap there.
Yeah, I actually got a lot of them for free from Amazon Prime.
Good Old Games.
They had
gave away some of
Icewind
them for free
Dale.
as well.
Yep. It's if you're paying attention, you can get a lot of those very high quality games for free, which is cool.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if they were up there. GOG.
I'm looking at my Steam library. I see Kingdom Come Deliverance just shining like a bright light in my eyes too.
What the hell is with this GOG website? Is it broken? It seems to be broken. Shadowrun Trilogy. No, the website seems to be broken right now. That's great. It's like not loading properly for me at all. But yeah, all 3 of them are for sale here for $55. That's not exactly on. You said you saw them for $45, so yeah, I already seen them cheaper somewhere else.
Yeah, the Steam pack was super cheap from what I saw.
Dude, I freaking love that series. I kind of wish sometimes that I had made my YouTube channel sooner, because I really would have liked to have had some of those on the channel. Although I'm perfectly honest, sometimes I was a little horny bass. And you know, those games had some pretty good romance options. So
Well, I'll tell you what, Baldur's Gate 3 gives you the romance options you didn't even know you wanted.
I pulled up the picture of Gale giving you the picnic basket earlier to demonstrate just how ridiculous he looks at you during that scene. He gives you the goo-goo eyes.
He's like,
He gives you the goo-goo eyes.
he's like, but what if you could be my Mistra for a night? Listen, Gale.
Hi, Gale. Gale. Gale, can we just back up here just like 7,000 paces?
No, I want Bob to get on so I can get back on my pro build. It's so silly. Just like picking up enemies and throwing them into other enemies for massive damage. It's so much fun. It's so silly.
Is Pally good? Yeah, Pally's amazing in Diablo 2. Have you never played a Paladin before? A Paladin? A Paladin? 75% have voted Paladin. You 25%ers and your Paladin. Paladin always makes me think of whenever people say Paladin. I'm always like, a whole new world, a fantastic place you never knew.
That's Gale and the picnic. Whatever, the picnic.
And a picnic basket.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, that's legit. When that scene happened, I had no clue what was going on. I didn't even know that scene was even coming. Like, he asked me to go talk to him somewhere, and I was like, okay. And the next thing I know, like, Gale's gazing at me lovingly from a picnic, plank it, and I'm like, Gale, bro, stop.
So funny. It seems excellent. Oh man. Like, alright, I'm gonna send you back to camp and we're just gonna do magic for a little while, alright? But like the kind of magic that kills enemies.
He just said he wanted to show me something. He just said he wanted to show me something. I feel violated.
Turns out it was a sausage.
Next thing I know, he's rubbing my shoulders and there's something poking me in the back, and I'm like, Gale, stop it, Gale.
Stop it, Gale, please.
I will kill you. I will remove you from this group.
Will smite you where you stand.
That's when Bazel shows up.
Ishtik.
Dude, Bazel cracked me up. So you know the whorehouse in Baldur's Gate 3, and there's the two drow, and at one point or another, they basically give you a free ride with the drow, and you go in there, and I just wanted to see what it was about, and they're like we do a group rate or something like that, and they're like, your girlfriend can come too or whatever, right? And she's like, I do not share.
So like, come and try it. Yeah, she's great.
No, she literally was like, I do not share what is mine. What she says, I do not share what is mine. She was unwilling to share me. Do I wish that I lived in the Middle Ages? No. No.
What?
Have you ever actually sat down and thought what it would be like to live in the Middle Ages? Have you ever sat down and actually thought about it? I mean, like, just put some actual thought into it. I mean, first off, there's no toilet paper. Right? Second off, what are spices? You're lucky if you get salt. Alright, salt. That's about all you're getting. Some salt.
Third of all, like, third of all, that's it. Half of your family died of dysentery.
Third of all, soap hasn't been invented yet. Alright? And while that may not sound too terribly bad, imagine getting with a lady who has never washed.
Ever.
When she asks you to go down on that, you're going to say, hell to the nizzaw. You ain't cleaned that thing since dinosaurs ruled the earth. Got some crusty butthole, too, because they ain't got no toilet paper.
And then if you're not coming at this from a male perspective, makeup was mostly paralytic. All the things you put on your face was poison.
Still is.
Still is.
Kill Juriel.
You can't imagine getting with a lady at all.
I mean, I would assume that's why nobility even existed in the first place, because nobility probably were the cleanest people on the planet. And that's still not very clean. Let's just say that if you were trying to and get together with a noble lady, and the noble lady was not even clean enough for you, then I can guarantee you that the average common, like, gutter tripe, yeah, syphilis, fleas, probably everything in the world that you could ever not want.
You could drink wine and feast, though. But I can also drink wine and feast now.
We could drink wine and feast. I mean, maybe. Or you would die. One or the other.
I drink wine and feast all the time. What are you talking about?
I mean, in the medieval days, you might die.
Yeah, well. Yeah, there's no promise that the meat you have is rotten. is not rotten.
Well, and also that it wasn't cooked properly either. I mean, they didn't have thermometers or anything
They
back then,
They had no idea.
and they didn't know
what
that
cooked
you needed to
properly
cook
was.
food a certain period of time, and they also were really unaware that food left out for a certain period of time would go bad. Hey, what is the time period for like chicken? Like if chicken is left out, you're supposed to throw it away after a certain period of time.
I don't know the actual whatever the federal
If
the
raw
FDA.
chicken has been left out at room temperature for 24 hours, it is not safe to consume and should be discarded to prevent risk of foodborne illness. And I guarantee you people were eating food that was left out longer than 24 hours.
Yeah.
Salmonella poisoning, all sorts of stuff. Good luck staying alive.
Mm. No, I mean, so they didn't have the same issues that we do with the modern meatpacking industry. However, the famous 10-second chicken rule. That's hilarious. Yeah, no, the Middle Ages wasn't just knights in shining armor, and also, if you want to read about the kings
Yeah, it
of
was
the Middle
mostly
Ages,
bacteria and death.
yeah. If you want to read about the nobility and well, if like the Middle Ages spans a broad era of history, and
It's not as long. It's not that long.
it's not that long.
We couldn't
Yeah.
wait to get the hell out of that.
Most of the nobility was inbred. They spent most of their time killing each other, and also setting people on fire because
Which
they
is-
didn't agree with their religion.
You weighed more than a duck.
I can't carry anymore.
We still do that.
If you weigh more than a
Still.
duck, you obviously are a witch. So
How much has actually changed?
also no toilets, by the way.
I mean, we have toilets and stuff now, which is cool.
They didn't have toilets back then. No
That's
no
true.
indoor toilets. No
We
outdoor
should-
toilets either. You're pretty much using a chamber pot for the most part.
There's actually some funny medieval toilets where it's like you poop and then it falls out the side of a wall on your castle. There's like poop chutes built into castles.
What was I playing? I can't remember what game I was playing, but I think it might have been an Assassin's Creed game or maybe a Thief game or something. But like, one of the ways that you got into the castle was to crawl up the one of the poop holes that was carved over a cliff, and you basically just pooped off a cliff. So you just sat over a cliff and pooped off the cliff. And your way into the castle was basically just to crawl through one of the poop holes in the cliff.
Yeah. No, we may enjoy fantasy games and the medieval setting, but do we want to actually live during that time? I would say no.
Maybe I'm thinking it's worse than it was. I don't think I am thinking it was worse than it was. I mean, if you really put your brain to the thought process, I think you'll find that it's pretty darn horrible. I mean, let's look at it even further. Why not? We're already on the topic. So, transportation. No cars, right? No bicycles. What do you got for transportation? Well, unless you're rich, your feet. That's it. So how far can your feet get you? Have you ever tried to walk anywhere in this world? I mean, with
The world
roads,
didn't get smaller.
with roads, let's think about it this way. So we'll even cheat. So with roads, how far can you get in a day? Like just walking, and then basically probably cut that by half because during that period of time, good luck if there was roads. Maybe a dirt road, and if you were lucky, and if you were not lucky, just basically wilderness with
By the way, you
wolves
gotta
and
carry
and freaking coyotes and all sorts of other crazy stuff and
you gotta
boulders.
carry all the water and all the food that you're gonna take on that journey on your back.
And think about this. So in modern day, if I wanted to walk somewhere, there's a very good chance that I might come across a gas station or somebody's house or something, right? And I could stop and I could ask for a drink of water, or I could maybe ask for some food or buy some food, right? in those days, you might travel for miles and see no one. You might not see anyone at all. And you'll just starve to death in the middle between two towns. Like
Or
you
get
find some
assaulted by bandits
you
who
find
don't
some-
care if you live or die at all. Not
Which-
even in the slightest.
which is where the highwaymen came from.
Don't have to worry about gangs and rap music. I love that. That's funny.
So actually, you kind of did. So back in medieval times, there was actually a whole bunch of people who would sing songs, and they were not so nice songs, and they were often sung about the king of that particular area, because of course, you know, you may have been under the king, but that doesn't mean necessarily that you liked the king, and so they would sing these horrible songs about the king, and they would actually censor themselves when they knew that someone who knew the king was in the tavern. So let's say you were singing a song, and maybe the song goes something like F the king and F is, you know, true. Fa la 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 la. They would actually use fa la 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 in the place of the obscenities towards the ruling caste. So they would just be like they would be like, you know, going down to the tavern, you know, fa la 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 la, instead of actually saying all the bad words, because they didn't want to get beheaded.
No, it's a fun thought to entertain, but it's like saying, do you want to live in the ancient era? Do you want to be an ancient Greek? No, yeah, I really don't. As much as it's been romanticized, being a pioneer sailor for the ancient Greeks and just like leaving a shore that you don't know if you're ever gonna see again.
Well, it was actually a lot of people don't even know, but there was a point in history where people didn't even ever take showers or anything. It was
Well,
actually
showers didn't
I
exist.
don't
Yeah,
even
but
mean
the
baths.
plumbing.
I don't even mean baths. Apparently, what they would do is they would just coat themselves in oils. It was a whole thing for a very long period of time. Is instead of actually cleaning yourself or, you know, making yourself presentable, or, you know, washing yourself off in a river or whatever, you would just coat yourself in oils, and that was it. Just yep. All right, I'm clean now. I coated myself in like olive oil or something. Like you're like you're gonna go baste out in the sun. Let me baste my chicken.
I'm not gonna live long enough to worry about skin cancer. I'm gonna just roast. Trading an arachnid mesh for a load? That sounds pretty good to me.
Depends who's getting the low.
You can make a grief for a 40.
The tepidarium was the place where strigling often took place.
Strigling.
The Roman habit of using a curved metal tool to wipe oil, and with it sweat and dirt, instead of using soap. Roman bathers would cover their bodies with oil to loosen dirt and then wipe off the mixture with various striggle devices. And when I say striggle devices, I mean a big giant thing that kind of resembles like a knife or something. Like you ever seen that thing that people sometimes use to like scrape their tongue? Like imagine that, but much bigger. So instead of scraping your tongue, you're scraping your body. This is what they would use right here. It's a striggle device. And it would literally they would cover themselves with oil, and then they would take this device and they would just like scrape their body to get like the dead skin off.
Yeah, that's clean enough.
It's clean. That's clean. It's cleanish. It's cleanish. And clean-ish is as good as clean. Okay? That's as good as clean. That is, you know what? That is better than clean. Clean-ish. Clean-ish is the best kind of clean.
If I may play devil's advocate, a lot of modern soap is just lye and oil in a more sophisticated
Well, it's
form.
fats, which trap the dirt and cause it to be. It actually traps the oils and dirt, and some modern soaps actually have oils and things in them to help moisten the
They
skin.
should.
But I
They
would
should,
assume that
exactly.
older soaps were pretty much just stripping your body entirely of the oils.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the exact opposite, whereas soap would more or less strip you of oil, whereas what they were doing would obviously add lots of oil. They probably had very soft skin, let me say that. So they're very soft, but very smelly skin.
But yeah. No, the mixture between lye or potash and oils has been used for a while. And if you get into modern soap making, as my hippie family did, you can make some really fun,
Oh, yeah,
like
soap
handmade
as
soaps.
soap as an invention was a huge success across the entire world.
Yeah.
There's actually a statistic. I can't remember the exact numbers, so forgive me for not knowing the exact numbers. But it's something about women's death in childbirth. And you look at the numbers, and the death in childbirth for women was like 70% or higher percent chance that you would die from having a child. And then there was the invention of soap, and they show it on the list. And it's like, and after the invention of soap, women died. Like, it was like 20% or less. Like, the death rate for women in childbirth went down dramatically as soon as the invention of soap took place.
Yeah. Imagine hygiene being a good thing.
Hygiene! We need to be hygienic.
Yeah, and then all of that went down the drain during the Middle Ages. Yet another reason why I don't want to live during that time. And was reborn in the Renaissance.
Soap is not even really that complicated of an invention either. I mean, it's basically what? It's fat, and you put it into a. I'm trying to remember the exact procedure. It's a pretty simple procedure, but I can't remember it right off the top of my head. Would be nice to know if I ever go back in time. That way I can invent soap.
You make it with lye.
The movie, what was it?
What it is.
Fight Club. Remember Fight Club? He was stealing the liposuction bags, and he was making soap out of the ladies' fat, and then he'd sell it back to them. I don't know if you remember that. That was actually the whole movie was based around him breaking into the garbage bins at the medical place and stealing the liposuction bags, and then he would use the fat from the liposuction bags to make soaps that he would then sell back to the rich people because they were like the best soaps. And the reason why they were the best soaps was because they were literally made out of human fat. I mean, he didn't kill anybody to make them, of course, but... Hey, that was a pretty easy Duriel kill.
Lucky.
Take that back, sell it.
I am overburdened.
He got me 2 scrolls of town portal and a bunch of garbage.
I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back.
Greetings. I shall honor Tal Rasha's sacrifice by destroying all the prime evils.
Greetings.
I mean, if any of you guys are interested in the whole soap on childbirth thing, far be it for me to give inaccurate facts. So let let me produce an article so you guys can read the article. That is the article I'm talking about. Goes over the importance of washing thy hands in childbirth and how the mortality rate diminished as more people started washing their hands. Actually has real numbers as opposed to my fake numbers.
Yeah. Oh, I saw someone had a good comment about it, talking about how a 50% mortality rate would end our species.
Well, eventually, yeah, one day.
Well, so the problem is that we're not talking about infant mortality. We're talking about childbirth, right? Where the mother dies.
It's usually the mother dies, yes.
Right? So
yeah, so it's not the child, it's the mother. So if the mother dies in childbirth and the child lives, then one person dies and one person replaces them. So it doesn't end in a negative. It actually is just a wash.
Yeah, did you ever see House of the Dragon?
It's actually a really fun mathematical question, right? And it's not as simple as generalizing mortality rates in that way, right? Because especially if you take it contextually, where kings and princes of whatever realm were looking for fertile women or whatever, where some women would give birth to 10 plus kids, right? So it's a fun question if you want to look at childbirth and humanity in a mathematical term rather than a humanistic term.
I also worry that sometimes with those statistics,
dehumanizing.
Well, sometimes with those statistics, they don't really include some of the more nuanced things about childbirth, also, which is some women are just better at it than others, genetically, not skill. I don't know if there's any skill involved, but basically, like I could take my two sisters as an example. I would have no idea. Yeah. I can take my two sisters as an example. One of them, literally, when she has a kid, it's so quick and so painless that the doctors are honestly surprised at how quick and painless it is. Like, literally to the point where I remember one time she said the child popped out like a football and the doctor had to catch him. And then my other sister, who literally was in labor for many, 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 many hours, a difference. So when you have a woman like, and I'm not going to name any of my sisters' names because I don't want to embarrass them, but when you have a woman like the sister A, which is, having kids ridiculously well and easily with hardly any complications whatsoever, versus someone who's in childbirth for 10 plus hours, is a pretty big difference and a pretty big, the
statistics stop making sense.
Yeah, because
you compare it that way.
Because one person is she might have like freaking 10, 20 babies for all you know, and never have a single issue, whereas someone who's in childbirth for 10 hours might have trouble just in the one baby.
Right. And then if we're looking at the death rates of mothers, like, you're not going to compare like each. It's not that. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on how the statistics are measured. Anyways, it's a fun math problem if you want to get into the specifics of it.
But the fact of the matter is the invention of soap and washing of hands. And it was also, that article goes over, did they actually wash their hands? Like, just because soap exists doesn't mean people actually wash their hands. And it talks about how basically people washing their hands did actually change the mortality rate significantly. And as people started to wash their hands more and stay cleanly during those processes, things changed, and there were less deaths. I am going to restart this and not get all beasts in my spider forest.
Get out of here! Get out of there, dude! What's going on?
No, I just mean it's all non-undead, non-demons. It was all non-undead, non-demons. I'd rather give me something. Give me at least one of the three.
Yeah,
I would have been smiting for a while there. I know there was no flayers. Like, it was all bugs and apes. Yeah. Okay, there we go. See, now we got some fetishes. All right, see?
Yeah, exactly.
See, as long as I got at least these guys, I'm fine. I can deal with everything else, but if it's all bugs and apes, it's scary. That's scary.
It's not going to be fun.
It's just going to take me a really long time. I can do it. You're gonna.
It's gonna be
You're
really
gonna.
painful.
I'm gonna be working on the railroad. Blah. I'll be working on the railroad all a little long
No
day.
one wants a 3-hour act 3.
12 hours later.
Exactly.
Oh, Mike. What's up, buddy? Even firing holy bolts at these guys is painful because they're just all over the place and there's so many of them.
Perhaps I could trade this for something.
Yeah, if they squeeze up, it's not. The melee ones aren't bad.
Yeah, it's the ranged ones, the spitters. It's the spitters that are bad.
Yeah.
I call them spitters. That's their official designation. I don't care what nobody says. They're spitters.
Yes.
Is Diablo
Yeah.
Jr.? Well, Diablo Jr.? Who's Diablo Jr.? Time to get a speech by Deckard Cain. Dude, his speech is so long. I feel like I'm getting talked to by my granddad about like the war and why I'm a horrible child. Y'all think I'm joking? He pretty much just scolds me. It's the whole thing is him just pretty much scolding me. I did something for myself and he scolds me. I'm gonna let you guys listen to it. Why not? Here you guys. I'll turn the volume all the way up. You guys can just listen to Deckard Cain scold me for like 20 minutes because he doesn't stop talking. You ready?
Great. Never forget that your ultimate purpose here in Kurast is to destroy Mephisto. The ancient Horadrim imprisoned the Lord of Hatred inside the Guardian Tower that is located within the temple city of Travancore. Know this, friend. The only way to gain entry to Mephisto's prison is to destroy the artifact known as the Compelling Orb. Mephisto used this device to control the Zakarum priests and their followers. The orb can only be destroyed with an ancient flail imbued with the spirit of the one incorruptible priest. Soon after his imprisonment, Mephisto
Yeah, so everyone
worked
who
his
hates Act 3, didn't you guys listen to his 5-paragraph essay about how to solve Act 3?
To his dark ways, save one, Khalim, the K. Hagen of the High Council. Mephisto directed the other council priests to slay and dismember Khalim, and then scatter his remains across the kingdom. Priest Santakur succeeded Khalim as K. Hagen, eventually becoming the embodiment of Mephisto here on the mortal plane. The corrupted High Council fashioned an orb to control the rest of the Zakarum faithful.
Our
and
walkthrough,
used their powers
hell,
to hide the
hardcore.
lair of their master from mortals.
That was crazy.
Your task is to collect
Yeah,
the
we were
scattered
going like
relics of
corner,
Khalim,
like it was some
his
kind of
heart,
tactical
his brain,
like
and his
shooter.
eye. Then, using the Horadric
Us
cube,
against the suicide
transmute
dolls.
Khalim's
Like,
flail with
it
his
was so
relics.
nasty.
Once this is accomplished, you must destroy the compelling orb with Khalim's will to open the way into the corrupt
novel.
sanctum of Mephisto.
You guys thought I was joking. So you guys thought I was joking about the literally lectures me for like an hour and a half. Like, boy, I get the whole story. It's literally he literally scolds me for getting because what happens is you find the jade figurine and then you trade it with Mashif and you get the golden bird and then you give the golden bird to what's his face and you get the potion, right? And he basically scolds you because you did something for yourself. That's the whole purpose of it. He's like, never forget. He goes, you shouldn't be serving yourself. You need to be killing Mephisto. How dare you do anything? And then goes through the process of telling you everything you need to do again.
Yeah, but I want my plus 20 to life, you old bastard.
Oh, you got your plus 20 to life and a lecture from Deckard Cain.
Exactly.
It's like the Christmas Story when he finally gets his BB gun and they're like, "You'll shoot your eye out." You finally get your potion of 20 life and he's like, "Never forget."
Never forget. Your purpose here is to destroy the prime evils.
But like, dang, Dicker Kane, I didn't know I knew you like that. All right, like first off, like what the hell's going on? You just barking out orders like this.
The temple of Zakarum has been infested.
Look, I'm a paladin of the Zakarum. You don't think I know this? I am a paladin of the Zakarum.
Paladin.
Paladin.
Can't carry it.
I need to make a spirit sword, but I don't wanna. I made a spirit shield. I'm using it for buff. I'm using it for buffs. I use it to cast my holy shield, and then I switch back.
Maybe you can make some blood gloves for crushing blow on your gloves, and then swap to a spirit sword. But I don't know.
It's not enough CB.
Blows is hard too. Yeah.
It'd be nice if I could find like some G-toes or a G-face.
Yeah, that would be definitely quite nice.
Hey, I found the Great Marsh. It's my favorite.
Is there life or reincarnation after death? Dude, I will tell you when I die.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you when I die too. Just just let me. You just.
Or do you mean in game?
Yeah, or do you mean in game? Because in game, I mean.
I just spawn back in town. Or my deeds of valor will be remembered.
I'm not entirely sure how it works in the game, to be honest. I know the demons can't die, and I know the angels can't die, but as far as the humans go, I don't know. I really don't know.
Science and spirituality, man. You gotta ask people with PhDs that question. They're still working on it, man. We don't have an answer.
Well, what's the difference between science and magic? Marvel movies approach this from a very interesting perspective. Basically, that magic is nothing more than just a really advanced form of science that we don't understand very well.
Oh no, it's fun to think about.
At some point or another, they probably cross over. And the funny thing is that if magic really does exist, science would prove it. Because science doesn't care. There's no bias in science. The scientific method simply seeks to prove whether something is factual or not. So, for instance, if magic did actually exist, science would prove that magic exists.
By definition, outside the bounds of physics. Does something exist outside of physics? Well, there's a logical problem there. Not to attack you, but
nobody says magic exists outside the realm of physics.
Well, Mr. Roper is insinuating that magic exists outside the bound of physics, but the problem is that physics is a rule set that we understand the universe as at this moment, but also changes.
I mean, I like to think about, was it the Godzilla Netflix show? I don't know if you've ever seen the Godzilla Netflix show. There's a Godzilla show, and in the Godzilla show, what's his name? What's the three-headed dragon that attacks Godzilla in the movies? It's what was his name? Gogira. Why am I not remembering the name of the Godzilla character? Godzilla monsters. Ghidorah. That's right, King Ghidorah. So anyway, in the Godzilla Netflix show, they summon King Ghidorah, right? And King Ghidorah is a three-headed serpent. He's attacking Godzilla, and Godzilla can't fight back. All the instruments cannot detect King Ghidorah. He's basically there, but he's not there, and he's killing Godzilla, but Godzilla can't fight back. And one of the scientists actually says the reason why our instruments can't detect him, the reason why our instruments don't know what's going on, is because he's from another dimension. And in this dimension, the laws of physics, as we know them, do not apply to him. He is in a completely different dimension where the laws of physics are different than ours. And he is still attached to his dimension. And he says, but something is tethering him to our dimension. And he points out the fact that neither Godzilla nor King Ghidorah can see each other or even interact with each other because they're both from different dimensions. However, because someone in this dimension is sending King Ghidorah the images of Godzilla, King Ghidorah is then attacking the image that he's seeing that's being transmitted to him from this dimension to that dimension. And then they have to actually hunt down the person who's transmitting the images to the person in the other dimension and kill him, basically. That's what they do. They kill the guy who's essentially feeding the information to the other dimensional being. And then what happens is very interesting. So when they kill the person who actually summoned him in the first place and the one who was transmitting the images, apparently King Ghidorah falls into our dimension. And once he's in our dimension, he's subject to our rules. So the rules of our dimension. And then Godzilla actually fights him on even footing in the movie, which is it's kind of interesting to think about from that perspective. Is that, you never know. There might be hundreds of different dimensions out there for all we know, and in those dimensions, the laws of physics are different. They don't function the same way they do in ours.
And they might not be able to interact with our world in the same way that we perceive it. I can't believe you kept Razan alive.
Kept my Merc alive?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because I holy bolted him.
Through the amp damage.
I holy bolted him. I holy bolted him. My goodness. The first time I fought the council, I literally just let my Merc fight, and I just stood back and just holy bolted him and just healed him. It was like my whole job. My whole job was just to be the heal slave.
Poisoned and amp damage, and he lived through that. I'm very impressed. Physics are consistent across all dimensions. We don't know that. Well,
yeah, you don't.
Physics.
How many dimensions have you been to, Mr. Rover?
Physics is our best measurement. Is our best representation of current phenomena that we can measure using mathematics. It's a very fun discussion, but it's best discussed.
I feel like he's deliberately moving it toward what he wants to move it toward.
I will not be baited.
Or is it jubaited?
Look, I've done a lot of math. And a lot of reading and listening.
Nerd.
Nerd.
Honestly, I don't even know where you're getting that information from, Mr. Rover. There's no guarantee that magic isn't just a manipulation of physics. You're under the assumption that magic is something that exists outside of the rules of physics, which is not necessarily the case. Magic could very well just be fancy manipulation of physics themselves. I mean,
plenty of dimensions on
let's look at let's look at microwave radiation. So microwave radiation can cause the excitation of hydrogen molecules, right? Of H2O, and it's invisible. And if somebody could emit microwave radiation, it would seem as if magic. Oh, look, I can light this thing on fire just by pointing my fingers at it.
No,
how
dude.
is that magic, though? If somebody is using microwave radiation, and now to that person it might seem like magic, they may even claim that it's magic. But if you analyze it, you figure out what they're doing, you can meter it, you can see how they achieved the goal, then what is magic to them can be scientifically proven. And in that case, if that is what is considered magic, then science proved magic to be real. But magic just turned out to be microwave radiation, which is then quantified and named and titled and everything else in the world.
No, by Mr. Roper's definition, magic is just what we haven't measured and quantified yet.
I mean, and that's really the thing, isn't it? So if magic exists, if somebody has magic, right? Let's say Merlin showed up to this very day and he had magic, right? If Merlin subjected himself to be tested so that we could try and figure out how his magic works. So he sits in a laboratory, he performs his magic, we use our tools to try and determine what the magic is that he's using. We check it with, infrared scopes. We look at it with
all of the tools possible.
All of the tools that we possibly have at our disposal.
We put him inside of the Hadron Collider.
Exactly.
And we shoot super fast particles at him.
And eventually we figure out how he's pulling off his magical tricks, right? Then that means that science then proves that magic does exist. We figure out exactly how his magic works. And then by figuring out exactly how his magic works, guess what else happens? Once we figure out how it works, we potentially have the ability to reproduce it.
No, but then we shift the definition of magic to be the next unexplainable phenomenon, right? That's what Mr. Roper's getting at, I think.
He's working off of a very odd definition, which basically says that magic is unexplainable. But that doesn't necessarily mean that magic is unexplainable. It only means that magic is unexplainable at the moment that you see it.
Yes, which is another fun thought experiment.
I mean, it's basically the definition of magicians on television, right? So they have TV magic where they make a whole van disappear or an elephant or something, right? Just because you don't know how it happened doesn't mean it's magic. They call it magic because they want you to believe it's magic and they want you to have fun watching the television show, but there is a logical explanation to how they achieve what they're achieving.
Yeah.
The goal of magic is to make you think it's unexplainable. That's the goal of most magic, is actually to make you think that it's unexplainable, even if there is a legitimate answer.
And no, it's a fun thought experiment. If there's an explanation, then it's not magic. Exactly. And therefore the scope of magic shifts every time we develop a new explanation for phenomenon that we experience.
Too many bramble hulks. Where's my gloams? I was expecting gloams. They're undead and I can kill gloams.
You stupid bramble hulks. How are you guys not demons? You turn into fire when you die.
Either that or I burn them, one or the other.
Something like that. Magic is a craft that deceives your perception. It's an interesting... It's one definition. I mean,
Honestly, the term magic, and I think that's what you're really trying to argue, is the term magic. I feel like the term magic is just something that people made up as a word to explain the unexplainable, but it does not necessarily mean that it is unexplainable. If I am a farmer on a farm who's never seen anything in my life other than cows and pigs, and somebody shows me a television, I might call the television magic, and to me, it very well might be magic, but it's not unexplainable. It's unexplainable to me.
I'm glad that you're having fun, Accurate. Yeah, no, these are some fun thought experiments, right? But by that definition, right, we can shift magic every time something new is explained, right? And the definition of magic can change for every person.
Oh, thank you for the memberships, Acrid. Kyle got a membership. Audio Didact, Grim,
Wow.
Jesvin, and Brandon Vic Boss.
Hey, what a nice. Hey, what a cool guy.
Sweaty.
How does our intoxicated friend think about all this?
I lost my pet kitten and I can't find it.
You lost your pet kitten?
Yeah, dude. I don't know where he went.
You didn't feed it, dude. You didn't feed your pet kitten,
So-
and now it ran away.
So the
No.
actual definition of magic in the Oxford Dictionary is an extraordinary power or influence seemingly from a supernatural force. And I think the key word here is seemingly, because seemingly does not mean that it is definitely unexplainable or explainable. It means so as to give the impression of having a certain quality or apparently, which means that when you use the word magic, you're not necessarily meaning that it is unexplainable. You're meaning that it seems to be unexplainable.
At this particular moment in time, it cannot be explained.
And that does not mean that it is unexplainable. That only means that it seems to be unexplainable.
Right? And by that definition, future phenomenon can be defined as magical. But, for a long time, for example, lightning was magical. The human race couldn't define how bolts of lightning could fall from the sky and
And as it turns out, they
cause
don't.
destruction.
And as it turns out, they don't even fall from the sky.
Yeah, exactly.
They actually shoot up and down at the same time.
Yeah.
As it turns out, once they measured it, they realized that the lightning bolts didn't actually come down. So what happens is they actually meet in the middle. So a lightning bolt actually forms in the cloud, and a lightning bolt actually forms from the ground, and they actually meet in the center. So for years and years and years and years and years, they thought that lightning bolts came down from the heavens and hit the ground. But as it actually turned out, they were going up and reaching the heavens. They were actually coming up from the ground to the sky and meeting in the middle between the two. So it was just something that they didn't understand.
Right.
You're not an appropriate definition, Mr. Rover.
Not an appropriate definition. I love it. All right, let's move the goalposts in your direction if you so desire. What's amazing is the speed of light. It is amazing. Well, if you want to, if you want to go, if you want to bring it a little bit closer to home, what's more amazing is that we were able to measure the speed of light.
I think what's more amazing about the speed of light is that it is constant and also instantaneous. So when you turn on a light switch, it doesn't accelerate to the speed of light. That's not revving up its engines. You don't go vroom vroom vroom. All right, I'm gonna start out at 0 and we're gonna work our way up to the speed of light. No, when you turn on a light switch, the light is already at the speed of light. It is instantaneously at the speed of light and proceeds at the speed of light and does not slow down or speed up. It just is the speed of light.
Yeah. Oh, did my internet poop out?
That'd be like if you tapped the gas pedal on your car, and the second that you tapped your gas pedal, you were immediately at 120 miles an hour. No acceleration from 0 to 120. Just you touch the pedal, and you're immediately 120 miles an hour.
As soon as it's emitted. Yeah, Hausmeister is going to have fun with this conversation as well.
Yes, double slit experiment, also known as Schrodinger's cat. The cat that is both dead and alive at the same time has kind of disproven a lot of what we know about physics.
Yeah, yes and no. They were different experiments, but yeah.
Yes. I mean, the quantum physics is just kind of a whole ball of wax. But basically what I'm getting at is that the whole entire idea that the result can change just simply because you're measuring it is silly.
Well,
it's like a
it's as silly as it is true as well.
Yes, and it is true.
A wash pot never boils, brother.
Another very silly, thing they found out about physics is got to be one of the craziest that I've heard so far, which is, so apparently, let's say you have a, I don't know, hydrogen atom or whatever, right? H2O. So, how many electrons are in a hydrogen atom, right? So hydrogen atoms are a. I'm brain farting.
In
here.
water, there's two. In water, there's 2 hydrogens and an oxygen.
Well, no. The number of electrons that are in the hydrogen atom itself. So it's what is it, 1, right?
I need a table.
So 1. Hydrogen is 1, right? Or am I wrong?
Yes.
Yes, 1.
Yeah,
okay. So hydrogen has 1 electron that floats around it. Okay, and that's what makes hydrogen because it only has 1 electron. Well, scientists found out that apparently, because of this whole quantum physics thing, where the result changes depending on whether you're looking or not. Apparently, there are certain time periods where you'll have, say, like a cluster of hydrogen atoms, and say, for instance, you have 10 hydrogen atoms, and there's supposed to be 10 electrons floating around all 10 hydrogen atoms, right? Well, apparently, there's something that goes on where apparently, if you're not looking, the result is different, and some of the hydrogen atoms are sharing an electron. So you have maybe like 8 electrons for 10 hydrogen atoms. And then when you measure to see whether or not they all have electrons, the 2 that don't have electrons, that are sharing electrons with the other hydrogen atoms, just die. They're just like, oh, you caught me. I don't have an electron. My bad. I'm dead.
Whoops. Poof.
Whoops. And they talk about this in teleportation and how teleportation could potentially not be possible, because if they measure all of the atoms in your body, they are then, just this in the same thing as quantum physics, measuring your body, your entire body as a whole. And what they found out is that apparently there's a lot of atoms in your body that are just randomly sharing electrons for no reason, and we're not supposed to know this. But when they are measured, all of a sudden they just self-immolate. They just die. And so if they measure your body to be teleported, you die immediately. You basically just like all of those electrons that were sharing, that were sharing between atoms, all those atoms that were sharing electrons just spontaneously combust, and you basically just die. That's the theory anyway, because as they measure the things, they are noticing the sharing of electrons between the atoms.
Yeah, it's a very hard concept to relate to, because it doesn't scale up in the way that we're insinuating. Like, first of all,
we don't know how many are sharing and not. You'd have to actually measure it, right?
Well, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to measure all of the electrons that are being shared in your body, right?
Well, that's the thing, is a teleportation device would have to account for every atom of your body, though, right?
Right. So, yeah, within the context of a teleportation device, yes. But the way that we're measuring these things right now is on
microscopic.
Infinitesimally small scale.
Exactly.
So, yeah, like when you're looking at 1 electron or 1 molecule, or maybe 1 molecule, because I don't think, maybe I'm out of date, but I don't think we're looking at 1 molecule at a time. But yeah, when we're looking at, 1 atom at a time, when we're looking at 1 molecule at a time, and we're, shooting very, very small particles very, very fast against each other. Anyways, it
gets interesting. It gets interesting.
It's really interesting. It's really fun. It's really fun.
Well, it's quantum physics, and I may be oversimplifying this entirely, but quantum physics makes me think. It makes me think that it's almost like someone has pulled the wool over our eyes. Like imagine if the rules of the universe are actually different than what we see, right? So someone just kind of like changed the rules.
Yeah, like imagine if we could
like magic. I don't know, or a god
Imagine
somewhere
if we
or
could
something.
throw
So like somebody just
fireballs
changes the
at
rules on us, right? They changed all the rules all over the place, and the real rules are still there underneath, right? But we can't see them. But through the let's just pretend for a second that the process of the slit experiment exposed the rules that were underneath of the rules that we're actually looking at. And for all we know, there may be a whole nother set of rules underneath of the rules that we're actually looking at that actually govern the universe, and we're just looking at the fake set that somebody's showing us.
Well, we're using the best set that we have available
The ones
to
that we
us
can
right
see.
now. Yeah.
And
that we can observe and measure.
And this is where the box theory comes in. So there is a theory that basically states that you can only measure and observe so much from inside of something. And at a certain point, you have to be outside of it to really get a good grasp of what's going on, to see the entire picture, to see everything that's going on. And because we're inside of it,
a really fun conversation.
Because
I am loving this.
Because we're inside of it, we can't see from outside the box. We're not outside the box to look in. You know what I mean? Like we're not like standing over top of the whole universe as a whole and going, okay, oh, I see. That's how it works. That goes over there, and that hits that, and that goes this way, and the black hole's in the center, and that's why all the gravity's going this way, and so forth and so on. And you get the big picture if you were looking at it from outside, and we might just not be able to see everything from where we are, from inside the box.
No, and what's even more fun and interesting is that different rules start to break at different scales. So if you start looking at really, really small things, the rules that apply to normal sized or very big things don't apply the same way, or at all even. I'm enjoying Hausmeister's discussion here as well. But yeah, so when you start to look at really, really small things or really, really, really big things is different. But when you start looking at really, really small things, rules start to break. So, and maybe we don't have tools that are sharp enough in a way to measure those things. You know, like E equals MC squared, bros. And if we want to talk about black holes, I mean that's a completely different discussion as well, because black holes are massive and we actually haven't really been able to measure one properly. God, I'm getting so... when did I get so nerdy? Why am I so nerdy tonight?
It's fun to learn these things. It's always been fun.
Yeah, of course it's always been fun. Yeah, I mean, like,
I used
questioning the reality of our existence.
I used to listen to a podcast by was it Physics for Presidents by what was his name, Mueller or whatever. He's like a professor over at like Caltech or something like that. And it's just fun listening to some of the podcast. I used to just listen to the podcast while I was at work. And he would talk about all sorts of things like physics and like basically everything that he felt like a president should know, which I thought was pretty neat to listen to.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's tough. What do we think the president should know? But
well,
yeah,
he talked about some very interesting things that I think everybody should know, like the difference between uranium and plutonium, and how one is deadly and one basically isn't. You can pretty much hold one in your hand safely, and the other one is very deadly.
Yeah. Don't try to hold plutonium in your hand ever, please. Without a lot of safety gear.
Well, there was one, I can't remember the name of the guy, but he actually went to a place and held one of them in his hand, and they were, they came out with like lead suits and everything and like all sorts of stuff, and they were all scared of it, and he's like, just put it in my hand.
Yeah.
It all has to do with the type of radiation that comes from from it. It's there's type A, there's B, and what is it? Alpha, beta, and
Gamma.
gamma. And the three radiation types are
major. Yeah.
there's a thought formula that's supposed to teach you about the types of radiation and how they work, and it basically goes something like this. It's like if you have a radiation proof box and you have 3 objects that emit radiation, an alpha radiation object, a beta gated radiation object, and a gamma radiation object. Which one do you put in the box? Which one do you eat? And which one do you leave on the table or something like that? And if I remember correctly, the correct order is you put the beta in the box. The gamma one stays on the table because apparently the gamma radiation goes through everything and doesn't matter. And the alpha radiation one is the only one that you could safely eat without potentially dying.
Mm. Yeah. No. Going back to Buddy. I don't see his name anymore, but E equals MC squared, right? So we're talking about the energy capacity of wavelengths, right? So shorter wavelengths. I'm not gonna get into it that much, but you can have a really high energy wave that travels a really short distance. Sorry, I'm getting feedback from Hausmeister here. These guys are getting into it. But yeah, no. So yeah, I don't really want to get into the specifics because I could be wrong and I don't want to spread misinformation.
I actually had a theory a while ago. Maybe somebody else has already thought about this. I never really looked it up, but
let me get some water because all this talking's getting my throat dry.
It is a really simple theory. So when it comes to traveling close to the speed of light, time alters, right? So there's a whole theory of relativity and how someone traveling close to the speed of light could potentially experience time much differently than someone obviously that's not traveling the speed of light. But as the term goes, it's all relative, right? Well, how fast are we traveling? That's kind of my thought process on this. I mean, are we already traveling the speed of light? And then in that case, well, what's our time frame then? I mean, you got to think we're traveling around the Earth, or around we're on the Earth, which is spinning, right? The Earth is spinning around the sun. The sun is traveling somewhere as well. And how fast is everything going? And I guess it's relative to some point, but the what is it? There's a model of the solar system.
So to build off of that idea, time is just one way that we measure our experience or the phenomenon that we experience, right?
So this is what the solar system actually looks like. A lot of people think it's just like a circle and everything's just sitting there and we're all just in space sitting in one little spot. We're not sitting in one little spot, okay? The sun is traveling somewhere. So we are spinning around the sun and the sun is traveling somewhere, and for all we know, the sun is orbiting, say like a black hole or something like that. And the black hole may also be orbiting something as well, perhaps a greater black hole. And we don't know exactly how fast we're going. How fast are we going already? We could be traveling the speed of light already.
Mm-hmm. We could be, if we want to go really hypothetical, we could be on the event horizon of a black hole currently.
I mean, our time dilation could be so crazy that everybody else might be in the real world and we're in some sort of time dilation thing, and we're just
and
what is it? Our 1 year is the equivalent of right? a million of theirs.
Mm-hmm. That's like simulation theory and stuff, right? Yeah, or inside a black hole. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck is 2 a.m.? Good night,
Bedtime.
Mr. Roper. Good fun. Enjoy the talk.
I don't know. But I don't know what the consequences are of us being in a already traveling speed of light. Maybe we're just really far behind the rest of the universe. You ever think about that? Like maybe the whole rest of the universe is like they're traveling through the world. They got like Star Wars level technology, and we're stuck here. And like they see us every now and then, like on the edge of a black hole or something, and they're like, "Ah, those poor people."
No, the real consequences are negligible. Like they will not affect us or our grandchildren or our great grandchildren. Like these are mathematical problems that maybe could be solved.
Well, I think about it from a different perspective.
The lifetime of our species.
As
Maybe.
you say it doesn't affect us, right? Well, imagine there's some sort of, I don't know, friendly alien species out there that's trying to say hello to every, other alien species that they come across, right? Well, what if
out of an event horizon?
Yeah, well, what if they can't contact us because we are in a situation, an event horizon, like time dilation, speed of light scenario that they just can't solve, and so we are just isolated from the rest of the universe forever.
Yep.
And they're just like, okay, well, those people are they're stuck there. There's nothing we can do about it.
So according to our current mathematical perspective of the universe, if you want to call it, we are isolated to
Or like the
we
arm.
are isolated
Or
to
the arm.
Just simply because we cannot measure anything faster than the speed of light. So anything that we can't see, or any kind of electromagnetic wave that we can't measure right now, is only getting farther away from us because the universe is growing at a faster rate than the speed of light.
Yeah, I read about that too. Of course, that always begs the question of, can you get faster than the speed of light?
Right, that begs the question, exactly.
So if I'm on a spaceship that's going the speed of light, and I turn on a light switch, and the light travels at the speed of light, does the light then travel 2 times the speed of light? I mean, what's going on here? I mean, if we are traveling the speed of light, and light can't travel faster than the speed of light, then that would assume that, well, then it would just be permanent darkness, right? Because light would never travel faster than how fast we're going, so...
Yeah.
It would still go in the opposite direction.
Yes.
It would be a really weird world where light would only go in one direction.
No. Obviously, light doesn't go in one direction, right? But the way that we measure time only goes in one direction, right? And then we assume time is like a dimension in the world, right? We measure things in intervals of time, but what if that's not really how the universe works? Or, what if there's a better way of explaining it, is maybe a better term.
I don't know.
And
I'm waiting.
And again, sorry.
I'm waiting for them to show us our past using light. I want to see that.
I'm waiting for them to show us the aliens they found.
There's a whole theory. It involves sun, like a sun, and the way that light curves around the sun. That basically you could potentially, if using a powerful enough telescope, that you could potentially look at the curve of the sun, which then causes the telescope to loop backwards, allowing you to basically look at yourself. And because light only travels a certain speed, you would be able to look at a past version of
exactly. Within current theory,
you.
if we could send a telescope outside of whatever our measurable existence
and look back at ourselves, we would see the past.
Exactly. That is currently absolutely possible, minus the technological requirement of sending a telescope. Yeah, sending a telescope that goes out faster than the speed of light, and also sending us data that comes back faster than the speed of light. But yeah, in theory, there is a reflection, or the easier way of describing it is that when we look at the night sky, we're seeing the the stars are sending light.
Yeah, the stars are sending light. The light only travels at a certain speed. So if you're far enough away, the light literally just doesn't travel that fast. So you're looking at older light. A lot of people will say it like this, and it's the easiest way to think of it. Let's say you see a star explode in the sky. Right? How far away is the star? Is it 300 light years away? Then the star probably exploded 300 years ago.
300 years ago.
300 years ago, the star exploded. You're not seeing the star actually explode. You're seeing the light finally get to you and show you that the star exploded. That took 300 years to get to your eyeball.
That's it. So from the other perspective, right? If we could be 300 light years away from Earth, we would see the past of the Earth because the light would just be reaching that point.
Well, and the cool thing is you pick a star, right? How far away is the star? If it's a 20 light years away, 10 light years away, you can choose the star that you want and literally see the past that you want. You would literally be able to see 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 200 years ago, depending on if you have a star that's the appropriate distance away.
And that's our current understanding of space. Well, maybe I'm not up to date with whatever gravity waves and all the nuance that has been developing over the past. I don't know when the last time I studied this was 10 years ago. But yeah, so things may have changed in the field, but that was our general understanding of space and time.
Space and time.
Yeah. And all of this is with regard to the speed of light being a constant. That's
why Star Trek always goes into tachyons, because tachyons are the only thing that's faster than the speed of light.
You gotta have something, right? Some little spooky thing that allows us to go faster than the speed of light. There's gotta be something. Otherwise, I mean, it wouldn't work.
Well, I mean, there's always the possibility of a trick.
Something we haven't measured yet.
Well, I mean, there may be technicalities we don't understand. Like some people say, there's nothing faster than the speed of light, or you can't go faster than the speed of light. Or the Star Trek explores potentially going faster than the speed of light. But if you follow Star Trek, if you listen to what they say, warp engines aren't technically faster than the speed of light. It's a trick. It's a way that the warp engine basically bends the rules essentially to achieve something that's impossible. And there was a whole episode. It was around this.
Even with our current understanding, it's the fact that we can't measure anything faster than the speed of light.
Yeah. Well, even
the problem may or may not be with our tools, but with our current tools, we can only build our constants around this, like the speed of light being a constant, Planck's constant being.
What's that one
constant?
What's that one math form? I always hated it. Is it trigonometry or? It's the math that revolves around the process of measuring things when you don't have a basis for measuring something. Like, you know how we say like miles per hour, or we say, like in a certain number of minutes or whatever, but there's a whole math form that basically I think it's trigonometry, right? That literally revolves around measuring things that are unmeasurable, like when there's no basis for reference.
Yeah.
And that's where things get interesting. I'm not really a big trigonometry person myself, but I can understand how the lack of a reference would cause issues.
It's not that there's issues. It's that we have to find these reference points to measure everything else from. Otherwise, we can't build a foundation for mathematics, right? And that's where string theorists and all these kind of advanced I don't even know the word right now for them, but all these people who are trying new systems of measurement are coming from.
Well, it's actually interesting that you say that, Hausmeister, because from what I understand about the way that light works is that light actually travels at the speed of light no matter what media it travels through, and that we only have photons apparently when it's traveling through like air, for instance. But apparently, when light travels through a vacuum of space, it actually converts into waves as opposed to photons. It actually changes its form to accommodate the media in which it's traveling through.
That is the common understanding of light, right? And that's our best interpretation. And that's why we can't do better right now.
Well,
but that's not
that begs the question of, does light change even more when it travels through different forms of media?
It does.
I mean,
the speed of light through water is not the same as the speed of. Well, no, sorry, it is. Sorry.
Sound is. So you're thinking of sound.
Yeah, sorry.
Sound changes depending on the speed of sound changes depending on the media which it travels through, which is something I've explored too.
Yeah, sorry. The speed of light, it's interesting because the speed of light, if you curve it across gravity, like if you take 2 points that are longer, like let's say you try to curve light around Jupiter, and you measure those 2 points. Oh god, it's so hard to explain. It's so hard to explain. But yeah.
Well, with something as fast as light, you would need grand scales to even see anything, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if I turn my light switch on for 2 seconds, I mean, how much are you going to be able to measure in 2 seconds?
Yeah,
but if I let light travel across the universe, in like 300 years, you'd be able to measure more accurately. Like, for instance, if you could measure a beam of light across the entire universe, you might even come across some idiosyncrasies in the way that it performs. It might not always be the speed of light over 300 years traveling across, like, all manner of various forms of phenomenon, radiation types, gravity wells, all sorts of other crazy things. There may be times when it slows down, for all we know.
And like, we do have to recognize the limitations of our corporeal beings.
Yeah.
Like, we are humans. We are hairless apes.
You dang.
And we have done the best with the tools that we have, but like, things may change, which is it's very fun to think about.
Well, I think given humanity's history, I think we should always assume that we don't necessarily know the answer.
No,
even if we think we know the answer, I think
not.
we should always just assume we don't know the answer, because I mean, look at how many times we've been stupidly wrong. Oh, the Earth is flat.
Questioning reality has brought us so far. Like, are we gonna stop now?
Yeah, just
Definitely
keep
not.
questioning. Just keep questioning it. Just keep questioning. Just keep it up.
Very fun conversation. And then if you want to engage in another fun conversation, right? So all of these things are very mathematical and logical, and they conform to a set of rules, right? So then what do we do with this information? Is there like an objective truth of our reality? Is there something, we can get into the philosophy of what to do with this kind of information where
I don't know. I always think about the Star Trek episode. It was a very interesting episode. So Star Trek goes through the process of talking about all sorts of things like evolution and gods, and there's creatures so powerful like Q that can literally like wish you out of existence.
There is no spoon. I love it.
And then they have that whole episode where they start doubting things, and they're like, wait a minute, they're like, we found a code inside of our own DNA. And then they put together the code and come to find out there was like one all-powerful race that existed before everything else, and they were like, we're lonely, and they seeded all the planets with genetic data, and they basically became the forefathers of everyone, because they literally created all the races because they were lonely. They were like, yeah, we traveled the galaxy and there was no one, and we were like, why is there no one?
Our quest for humanity's quest for self-actualization, is that the right phrase? But
well, I mean, it was just
like,
it was a funny episode.
Why do we exist? Right? Sorry. Yes.
the reason why I think it's funny is just simply because they kind of like hit both things at the same time. They're like, hey, we evolved, and then they're like, oh yeah, also there was an alien race that kind of planted our DNA on the planet, but
Exactly. Did we really come from the biological soup?
well, I mean, it's interesting to think about. I mean, an alien race could have come a long, long time ago and just been like, hey, all right, this planet looks good. Some dinosaurs
Surely.
here, but you know, let's go ahead and just put some smuts in the dirt here, and
Or-
that'll turn into a
yeah,
person in
or-
6 to 8 billion years. You know, no big deal.
Or oh look at this volcanic mass of ash and energy. Let us put just some proteins.
I mean, it could be in a simulation. Yeah, I'm the Ginger Gaming Mentor simulation.
Math didn't develop from goop. Are you sure about that? Math mostly developed from human brains, which are extremely flawed.
Brains.
Brains.
I don't know about the whole goop thing. I was thinking about that, and I'm like, okay, well, if it happened randomly, we should be able to make it happen, deliberately, right?
It's a very interesting
and
experiment.
I just feel like, in general, somebody somewhere should be able to make it happen deliberately. They're like in the, what was it, in the amniotic or amniotic fluid or whatever? I don't even remember the exact term they used. But they're like, and then the two proteins
Hanzo.
became a you know, linked together, and they became this, right? Well, if we can do it deliberately, then it can happen randomly. But as far as I understand it, no one's been able to do it even deliberately.
I want to make a very big distinction here with Hanzo, where he says there's math all around us, and like that is a way of looking at it. Amniotic fluid, yeah. As Akrid's got the right term for me.
So,
but
I will
there's
agree
math
that there's
all
math
around us.
I will agree that there's math all around us. I think this thing really kind of hit home for me.
We created the math that's all around us.
All right, so this is one of the things that really blew my mind.
We defined the patterns that define math.
So I've had this theory for a long time that literally humanity has not invented anything that didn't already exist in nature. And there was this find a while back, you know, like gears. Really, gears don't exist in nature, right? You know, like bronze gears, like that we put in clocks and things like that.
Yeah. No,
It turns out we're wrong. Right here. Apparently, when they were inspecting a grasshopper, this particular grasshopper known as the Issus caulopetratus actually has gears, toothed gears, inside of its body to coordinate the jumping of its two legs. And there's an image. I have an image on screen right now of the picture of the gears in his legs. And it made me think to myself, I'm like, okay, well, maybe my theory that nothing that we've created actually doesn't exist already in nature isn't so far-fetched. It seems to me like we've just been mimicking what we've seen anyway. A lot of the things that we do, like solar panels, is really just a mimicry of photosynthesis.
Absolutely. I'm not.
We're trying our best to create new things, but I feel like somewhere along the line, all we're really doing is just mimicking what we've already got.
Yeah, no, maybe creating is the wrong word for it, but mathematics is the way we measure the patterns that we observe. Does that make more sense?
I mean, at a certain point, I feel like mathematics is really just our interpretation of what we see, right? So we see a flea, right? He jumps in the air. How high does the flea jump? Well, the flea jumps at a certain height, right? We don't need to measure that, but as humans, we measured it and figure out what it was. But the flea always jumped that high. Nothing changed. We just measured it.
Yeah, right. And then we define parameters, and then we try to create an abstract model on it, based on it, right? So if this flea jumped this far, and then we measure the physics of its legs and try to define how far it can jump based on its strength or whatever, right? We can create models based on that.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, all we're really doing is measuring what already exists and giving it a number. But the number was always there. We basically just write it down. We're like, okay, let's figure out let's use reference points, let's use all this other stuff to try and actually quantify it. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's already been quantified. There's already an answer. It was already there. We wanted to know for ourselves in a way that we could understand. And I feel like mathematics is nothing more than that. It is literally just us trying to explain to ourselves how something works.
Exactly. And so with our logical brains, we try to assign like a finite number or something, right? We try to put this
fathoms.
Yeah, right? Or nautical miles or whatever it is, right? We do our best to measure it. However, we are as flawed as our tools, and mathematics can only do as much as our tools can.
Well, and that's where the standard of measurements comes from. So, like we had to at some point. For the longest time, we were measuring things. One guy was measuring by fathoms, and one guy was measuring by feet, and there were like 6 different measurements of feet. And somewhere along the line, somebody's like, "Hey, look, we got to all be using the same foot. You can't be using your foot that's 13, and I can't be using my foot that's 12. We got to be using the same foot."
So Pursuit makes it an interesting. I'm going to try and relate to that point where math is like oxygen. We didn't always know what oxygen is, right? However, we will never be able to accurately describe what oxygen is, as hard as we try. And this is more of a philosophical question than an actual mathematical question, right? In terms of mathematics, we can do our best using our current tools, but we will never actually be able to determine what, like, we might be able to determine what this specific oxygen molecule is, or atom, sorry.
So I had a funny theory about all this, and it's kind of a really silly,
really fun thought experiment.
This is a really silly thought experiment that you guys might actually like. Okay, so a dog is intelligent to a degree, right? Would you say a dog is more intelligent than a spider? Right? Is a dog more intelligent than a spider?
Yes, in general, yes.
Okay,
of course.
So what the dog perceives,
of course it is,
is more intelligent than what the spider perceives. So the spider perceives heat, he perceives light, and maybe he perceives bugs and knows where to find his prey. But for the most part, maybe the spider only thinks of nothing. There's no brain matter there, right? The dog, however, is much smarter and can perceive much more, but far less than, say, a dolphin. Let's say a dolphin is more intelligent than dolphins are actually pretty intelligent. They're actually scarily intelligent to the point where they do crazy things like masturbate using blowfish, which that's totally a real thing. You can go look it up. You're welcome. But
other things using blowfish too.
But the thing is that are we really so much more intelligent than a dolphin in terms of what else could potentially be out there? We might be to someone else, for instance, to a higher, I don't know, let's just pretend there's some other alien race out there and they come to our planet and they look down at us and they're like, "Oh, they're so cute. They're about as smart as our pet Targ." And literally to them, we're no better than the dog is to us by relevance. And they see the universe in a much different way than we do because they're more intelligent and they're more aware of everything that's going on than we are. And we think we're intelligent the same way that the dog might think he's intelligent. For all we know, the dog thinks he's very smart. He's like, look at that stupid squirrel out there. I'm way smarter than that stupid squirrel. And we're like, oh, I'm way smarter than that stupid dog. And then the aliens are up there. I'm way smarter than those stupid humans. And somewhere along the line, we might not even be perceiving anything correctly. We think we're perceiving everything correctly, just like the dog might think he's perceiving everything correctly.
Yeah.
And at the end of the
what?
day,
There's a
maybe
whole
we're
world of color.
and maybe then we're not seeing anything correctly. One of the things that really blew my mind was birds. Have you ever looked at a bird and go, oh, that's a really bland looking bird? You know, like, oh man, he looks like brown, like a turd or whatever. You know, like it's an ugly bird. Well, apparently birds have more cones. They have more cones in their eyes than we do, and they can perceive more colors than we can. And to a bird that looks like garbage to us could be absolutely beautiful and mesmerizing, because they can see so many more colors and so many more nuances than we can in the field of color, for instance. The same way that, you know, some people are colorblind, there are also some people that are called superchromats, and they can see much more color than we can. And certain birds that look very boring and drab to us, to another bird who has those ridiculously large numbers of cones in their eyes and can actually see all the nuanced colors, the bird looks magnificent. There's a whole scientific article on the whole thing with birds having more cones in their eyes and being able to see more colors than we can. Like, you ever look at the computer and you're like, you know, like 32 million colors? If we can perceive all 32 million colors, imagine that the bird can perceive a billion different colors, different shades of everything, and the world just looks so much more bright and vibrant to them than it does to us. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is that somewhere along the line we don't know what it is that we're not perceiving. Maybe we don't even have the elevated mind enough to even perceive outside of our little bubble. I mean, they may be the smartest thing in their reality. They might look at it and be like, I am the smartest thing. And dogs might even perceive us as dumb. Did you guys ever consider that? That to a dog, we might be idiots. In their world, they have a certain perception, right? They have a certain order to things. Food is very important. You know, sleeping is important, so forth and so on. And who knows? To them, we might be idiots. They're like, look at this guy staring at a monitor all day long. He's an idiot. He should be out there hunting. Doesn't he realize we're all going to starve to death if he doesn't get something to eat? And then we magically come home with food, and they're like, wow, he actually learned to hunt for once. I guess even a broken clock strikes twice. If it's Cody making the criticism, you're fine with it?
I'm fine with it. I love it.
All right. Well,
I love it.
Kubus will make some criticisms. I don't know why I keep these humans around. I can't imagine what cats say. God, we probably get crap talk all day long. They're like, these stupid humans. Don't they know?
Let me chug this elixir of animal speaking real quick.
I don't want to know what Kubus is going to say. He's probably just going to be mad at me. How dare you eat that taco in front of me?
Dirty, stupid owner.
Oh, come on. Kubus loves you. That's why he's licking the doorknob and not biting your ankles.
I think dogs and cats represent probably the best argument of what I was talking about earlier. The best example is that I think dogs and cats are about equal intelligence, but they are in two completely different spheres. What a cat deems as important and what a dog deems as important seem to be two completely different things. For dogs, it's chase and play, and for cats, it's sleep and clean themselves. I mean, and somewhere along the line, I get they probably have some places they overlap, but
No, and that's something where us as humans stand alone on our planet, is that we don't have an equal to bounce ideas off of
yeah, and
or compare ourselves to, or whatever.
or at least as far as we know.
Yeah.
There could
the dolphins could be making fun of us underwater.
Well, yeah, there could be something potentially smarter than us. We just don't know, and it doesn't necessarily have to form in the same way that we have formed. Like, it doesn't need cities or, I mean, like, take octopuses for instance. Who knows? Maybe octopuses are smarter than we are, or octopi. Is it octopi? Maybe they're smarter than we are. They just like to live in the water, and so they just never really bothered to, form a society and make rules. Maybe they just decided they were just going to live their life in the ocean. It reminds me of did you guys ever watch Stargate Atlantis?
I did not.
So in Stargate Atlantis or Stargate, the ancients essentially at some point or another their city gets destroyed or is going to be destroyed, and they evacuate, right? And they go to Earth, and they live with the Earthlings, and they are an advanced race of beings that has the ability of, like, telepathy. They can heal people. They're basically gods, like, as far as we're concerned. Like, and their intelligence level is off the charts. And they come live with us, regular humans, and I can only imagine that that's exactly what it would be like. That they're so intelligent and so far beyond us that they would look down at us and be like, "Aw, he discovered math. Aw, he's a good little boy." And, it's like your dog bringing you a toy and being all excited about it.
But yeah, and if you want to ask, if you want to try and, if you want to ask yourself, how does this relate, or how can I apply this to real life in my current existence? Like, it doesn't matter at all.
Well, I like to think about it from an interesting point of view, which is, let's say, for instance, Kubus is an intelligent being. I mean, we don't know. We can't quantify it, right? We don't know. And even if he is, he might be, as Albert Einstein said, if you judge a fish by his ability to climb a tree, he will forever live his life believing that he's stupid, right? So we don't know the intelligence level that dogs have. Maybe he is intelligent. Maybe he's sentient. Maybe he's sapient, for all we know. But he might be beyond our level of understanding. And maybe he's just at the cusp of brimming over the edge like a boiling pot, and maybe just a little bit would push him over. But here's the reality that you can take home, right? If you're not sure whether something is sapient, whether it is sentient, treat it as if it is anyway. If you treat it as if it is anyway, and it is, well, then you've done the correct thing. If you treated it as if it is anyway, and it isn't, then you've done nothing wrong.
You've done nothing, yeah.
So if I treat Kubus as if he is a sapient, sentient being, and it turns out that he never is and never was, then I haven't done anything wrong. I've just made a fool out of myself talking to my dog. But if it turns out that he is, then I haven't made a fool out of myself now, have I? It's a win-win situation. You just treat them as if they are anyway, and then you don't have to worry about it now, do you?
No, exactly. And that's why I walk the earth pretending all other humans are sapient, sentient humans.
And if you're wondering what the difference between sentient and sapient is one is the ability for something to potentially be self-aware, and one is actually that it is self-aware, which is a whole other thing. It's it's kind of complicated, but I don't really want to get into all that.
Another fun discussion to have.
That's a whole discussion there.
Best test? Well, not our best, but one of our current tests is the mirror test, which is very fun.
Yeah, the mirror test is good as long as the creature doesn't rely on another sense, which kind of falls into exactly what I was talking about earlier, which is we don't know how a creature perceives the world. For instance, dogs, for instance, which I think is the easiest example, is that I'm fairly certain that dogs perceive the world through their nose more than anything else. Everything is filtered through their nose. They smell you, they smell themselves, they smell other animals around them. They can smell, when something is burning. Apparently dogs can also detect, things like Alzheimer's. Apparently that's been proven. That dogs actually can smell the Alzheimer's on you, the effect of that happening. There's actually people that apparently have been known to be able to do this as well. It's like a smell that comes off of the person, and they perceive the entire world from their nose, right? So how do we, as people who do not perceive the entire world through our nose, even begin to understand how an animal would perceive the entire world through that media? Now, granted, they also have some of the same things that we do, sight and hearing and whatnot, and they use those too. But I think it's very obvious that dogs, specifically, follow their nose, literally. That's a quote Toucan Sam.
Yeah, no, I mean, where do we begin to even quantify this, right? Create a special sensor that can measure smell particles.
Another problem with the mirror test is some animals avoid eyesight. So in the same way that a dog sees the world through his nose, some animals also avoid eye contact. It's like a thing within the species. Gorillas are one of those. They avoid eye contact at all costs. It's something ingrained inside of them. And so the gorillas often fail the mirror test despite the fact that they should probably succeed it. Just simply because they won't look at the other gorilla that's in the mirror. It's some sort of thing. Ooh, a Lemrune. Oh.
You take Lemrunes.
I like Lemrunes. That's a treachery right there.
Hell yeah.
So, that's a whole other thing, is that some animals just don't appropriately attack the mirror test. But it's funny though, only one bird has ever passed.
The way our measurements are flawed.
Only one bird though has ever passed the mirror test, and that's very interesting because I would definitely say that most birds are very sight based, and the only bird that ever passed the mirror test apparently is the magpie, which is a relative of the crow. But the crow didn't. The crow didn't pass. Only the magpie did. If you guys have never seen a magpie, magpies are very beautiful birds.
Yeah, but awful to live with.
Well, the thing is that now we know why they're awful. They're awful because they're so intelligent. And if you think about it, an intelligent animal is going to offer much more nuisance than an animal that's not. So magpies are apparently one of the most intelligent birds in the entire animal kingdom, passing the mirror test where most other animals don't. Well, actually, no other birds don't, as far as we know so far. I would assume that crows could pass it too, but apparently crows and magpies are related, and magpies are just more intelligent than crows are. Magpies have been known to be horrible nuisances for a very long time too, and it's kind of funny to think that the reason why magpies are horrible nuisances is because of their intelligence level. Kind of like getting hunted by a wolf, right? If you were hunted by wolves in a forest, you would be pretty pestered by the wolves. They would hunt you and dog you, literally dog you, no, to no end, because they could follow their nose and hunt you no matter what, right? So you'd be pretty hard pressed to get rid of a pack of wolves that are hunting you on your trail. But I think here's the most important thing, though, to really know about the mirror test, is that the mirror test does not prove intelligence based on human levels.
Oh, it's a self-recognition test.
So here's the most important thing: if you do the mirror test with a human, you can get an age of what you potentially think the mirror test actually represents as a intelligence level, and most children can pass the mirror test at 18 months. So how intelligent do you think an 18-month-old child is?
Yeah, relative to, yeah.
So if you think about that in terms of what passing the mirror test means, is that a magpie is as intelligent, but we cannot say more intelligent, but as intelligent as an 18-year-old child, an 18-month-old child.
At least has the capacity to recognize itself.
Exactly.
Sorry, at least has the capacity to recognize its reflection as much as an 18-year-old, right?
The 18-month-old, yeah. So it's like a year, what is that, like a year and a half? A year and a half?
Yeah.
So a year and a half to 2 years. So even if you said that a dog passes, which by the way, dogs don't pass the mirror test because, and again, people are very sure that that's because of the scent thing. The general gist of the reasoning is that, well, okay, so even if they did pass the test, what does that mean? That means that a dog is essentially as intelligent as like a 2-year-old,
right?
basically.
That's not what the test actually.
Yeah, it's not what the test actually means. But what I'm saying is that as a human, if you use that as a reference point, a human can't pass the test until they're at least 18 months old. So we can't pass the test either until we gain enough intelligence to self-recognize.
Yeah. And it's a purely light or reflection-based test, right? I mean,
well, it's like there's a baby.
The test has flaws in its own way, right?
Well, the funny thing is that the children that are younger than around, I think it's 14 months is like the bare minimum that children usually pass the test, is that there's a thing that animals do that is very obvious, that they don't recognize that the thing in the mirror is actually them. And it's very obvious because what they do is they look behind the mirror. Because, well, obviously the animal is there. He must be hiding, right? And they don't realize that it's themselves. There's no self-recognition, so they look behind the mirror. Well, one of the things that the young children do when they can't pass the self-recognition test before they realize that it's actually them and they're old enough to, process it properly, they look behind the mirre. The kids look behind. The kids look behind the mirror too because they don't realize that the kid in the mirror is them. So just like the kids, the animals also look behind the mirror.
Right, and that's just one way that we try to measure intelligence. Right.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows how to properly check dogs because they would need some kind of equivalent test to the mirror test, which would be scent based. But then how do you tell whether a dog smells their own scent and then recognizes that it's their own scent?
You take a tuft of their hair and then put it in a foreign environment and then see if they can smell themselves or something. How do you test that? It would be difficult. Right?
And then how do you recognize that they actually recognize themselves?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's strange.
That's the problem with all these tests of intelligence and things. How do you know we're not being tested?
Well, animals are capable of learning a lot. I mean, you can teach animals a lot of things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have the intelligence levels or even self-awareness. It's just motivation. Like if you can find what motivates an animal, and then put them to the
pattern
test.
recognition.
How does the animal get the item? I mean, it's almost like the crows using tools. They have a lot of videos on like crows using tools and things like that. Well, what is the crow using the tool to get? He's using the tool to get his food. It's a motivation. The food is the motivation, and the tool is the means to get it. And using the tool is definitely, an indication of some form of intelligence, or it may just simply be that they learned the behavior from something else. I mean, if you show them how to do it, they may just simply be replicating what you showed them.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at when I just blurted out pattern recognition, right? If they see something, monkey see, monkey do kind of behavior where...
Well, yeah, like horses, for instance, just follow each other around. It's if you've never ridden a horse before, you wouldn't know, but I have. And if you ride a horse with another horse nearby, horses are more often than not just simply going to follow each other around. It's just something that they do. One horse will follow another as sure as the sun rises, and you don't have to tell the horse to go. The horse will just follow it on its own.
My brother had the best description of horse intelligence I had ever heard. He said, horses are smart enough to open the latch on their gate, and then they will use that intelligence to walk into the middle of the road. I was like, that is hilarious and super on point. Like, yeah, they can figure out how to operate whatever, a latch or simple machinery, whatever you want to call it. Like, and then they will use that basic pattern recognition to walk into a busy fucking road and walk into a road and then get hit by a car.
Well, I mean, there's also something to be said for the fact that they're just really big, and I think horses are in that subset of animals that has very few predators, and they don't really tend to be as fearful of, I don't know, other animals, like big animals, although they seem to have an ingrained fear of smaller animals like snakes and things like that, which I think is probably due to the fact that they die a lot from poisonous snakes. Which makes sense, because poisonous snake bad.
They'll open up the grain bucket and eat themselves to death.
They will. They totally will. Animals don't have any compunction of not eating themselves to death. I've seen videos of like puppies and things like that literally will break into like the puppy bag, like the food bag, while their owner's away, and they come home and the puppy's just like completely bloated to the point of looking like literally if you touched it too hard it would just explode. And the puppy's just still eating, just still steady eating. He's just like, this I gotta eat all this is delicious. And from what I understand, if in a situation like that, if you don't stop them, they actually will eat themselves to death.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's like, intelligence is a lot more complicated than the way we measure it today, right? Human intelligence, at the very least, is very hard to measure, and it's very
well, let's use scent as an example, right? So, are dogs, would you consider dogs to be the most intelligent animals on the planet in the terms of pheromones, scents, like the ability to identify smells from the air? I mean, they can literally smell Alzheimer's. They can literally smell cancer. Like they have the ability to sift. We can't do that. We can't sift through the air and pull the smells out of the air and identify whether someone has cancer using scientific tools. So they have the ability to do something that we cannot.
Yeah, but like, do they have any use for that information?
I mean,
do they have the capacity to interpret and then turn that information into something useful? Beyond what we taught
I would
them.
say, and this is reaching a little bit, but I would say the fact that they ended up as domesticated animals would say yes.
I can't carry anymore.
They used their nose. They followed their nose to us, to our encampments. They had to have been able to tell the difference between, for instance, cooked food and carrion, or like just something that's dead on the side of the road. So they followed around humans long enough that eventually they became domesticated. And the domestication process, I would definitely say, afforded them a better life than what they had before.
Yeah.
So it has actually afforded them, and they used it in a way which was to their benefit.
Right. So if we take that as a measurement of intelligence, now how do we take that and then measure a crow's intelligence or a magpie's intelligence to that, or a penguin's or a fish's intelligence?
So
right?
I've been thinking about that as well, and this is a very interesting thing to think about, is that humans are not exactly the easiest creatures on the planet to get along with. We have a lot of problems, right? We mow down trees, we kill stuff on a regular basis.
We're very self-destructive.
We're destructive in some ways, and we build in others. But we have our specific way that we do things, right? But some animals have interacted with humanity differently than others. Some of them are almost completely and utterly incapable of absorbing themselves into what we would consider humanity, right? Whereas other animals, like let's take for instance the squirrel.
Well,
the squirrel has thrived
have been
on
able
humanity.
To adapt to
not
the
just
human influence on.
Well, not just surviving. So I'm not just talking about surviving. I'm talking about thriving. So squirrels are a very good example of this. Squirrels have not only survived, they are literally thriving under humanity. Honestly, squirrels, I think the population of squirrels has increased dramatically with humanity as opposed to without it.
But is that intelligence? Or is that simply adaptation?
I mean, is it
natural selection?
Well, see, evolution, adaptation, natural selection, I think all that stuff doesn't really apply in the short term. Because we're talking about, I mean, humanity has only really existed for maybe like at max, let's just pretend like 2,000 years, and even then, modern civilization has only survived a little less than that. So the squirrels have adapted themselves to humanity over a very short term.
Yeah. Or have we provided an environment where their niche is?
I mean, they live in trees. We cut down their trees. They live in our houses instead.
Yeah.
they're like, oh, you cut down my tree? Well, I'm going to go in your attic. How about that?
Is the telephone pole that far from a tree? I mean, do birds live in telephone poles? Yes, also. Certain ones do. I mean, it's more nuanced than... But in terms of intelligence, like, how do we measure intelligence?
I mean, yes, rats and mice have thrived under us as well, despite the fact that we've tried to kill them off. Honestly, I think our existence has multiplied them dramatically.
I'm obviously not an expert. We're not we're not biologists or
we're not.
I'm not a rodent psychologist, but mammals definitely have an advantage in the intelligence department from what I've been able to discern from modern science. Like the mammalian brain is more adaptive and resilient to change than many others.
Mammals definitely do have more, but then again, it comes right back down to like, okay, let's use lizards as an example, or reptiles. There are some reptiles out there that seem to be pretty dang intelligent. I mean, and one of them has lived for literally hundreds of thousands of who knows
I'm not
who
saying
even
that they're
knows
not
who
intelligent.
even knows how long they've lived. But crocodiles, for instance, or alligators, they're so old it's not even funny. There's got to be something to them more than just simply raw beasts.
Yeah, I'm not saying that those aren't intelligent, right? These ideas aren't mutually exclusive. However, the rodent brain, the rats, the mice, squirrels, raccoons, they have been much more. They have adapted much more easily to human influence, and we cannot diminish our influence on the environment. Like, I'm not, whatever.
Well, I mean,
like,
the
I'm not
prevailing
trying
theory that what's domesticated dogs was literally was literally accidental selective breeding, which is completely different than evolution or adaptation or natural selection.
Well,
we basically
yes and no.
we
Yes
basically
and no.
accidentally selectively bred them. It would be like me taking Kubis and like he's a big dog. Okay, so I'm going to breed him with another big dog, and I get an even bigger dog. Well, the accidental selective breeding that took place is the dogs that followed the armies and the people around. Well, the wolves that were mean and nasty and aggressive and hurt people and kill people, they would either get killed or chased away.
They died,
And the only ones that stayed were the ones that were nice and kind and didn't, eat your children.
Yeah,
and so eventually, through that accidental selective breeding, you ended up with domesticated animals.
Is that accidental? Or is that
They didn't do it on purpose.
They didn't do it on purpose, but are we not also a part of nature? Right? Is that selection not based on animalistic or natural phenomenon, right?
Well, here's the thing, though. Okay, so in this
we're
goes back to the
separating
intelligence
ourselves from nature.
But this goes back to the
in that
intelligence
case.
argument, right? So did dogs have a part to play in this through the intelligence that they have? So, for instance, why didn't squirrels become domesticated? Why didn't foxes? Why didn't elephants? Why didn't so forth and so on? Why didn't they self-domesticate themselves? And it could very well be that because dogs had the intelligence level through their nose, because they're very smart when it comes to their nose, they had an intelligence level that was smart enough to know that, hey, humans have some good food. Let's follow these humans around, and they followed their nose like Toucan Sam until eventually they became domesticated. But we have to give the dogs some credit too, that potentially their intelligence is what led them in that direction.
Yeah, and also early humans, like, we're not that far from early humans, but humans' intelligence as well to recognize that dogs were also useful.
Oh yes, dogs became very useful as guard dogs. Humans, it was symbiotic in a way, because once the dogs stopped killing you, once the wolves stopped killing you, once they weren't eating your children,
that's it. They'd start barking when bad guys showed up.
Exactly, they start barking when bad guys shows up, and you're like,
okay, maybe we should listen to these guys or whatever, right? Oh, they're really good at they were good at hunting.
Again,
we
were
can
good at all sorts of
selectively
things.
breed them. Yeah, exactly, right.
You could take them with you on a hunt.
Yeah, so no, for sure there was symbiosis as well, but we do have to recognize our we can't separate ourselves from the animal kingdom. And we do have to recognize our influence on to say that they were accidentally selectively bred, or that we selectively bred them for something. I almost find that not disrespectful, but just not inappropriate, but yeah, of course we're gonna selectively breed things. Nature is selectively breeds in general, and we are the dominant species right now. So yeah, the plants that survive are the ones that are the most useful for us. The animals that survive are the ones that are most useful for us. So yeah, Okay, and this is a discussion
well,
that's
I think that's the entire
separate
thing.
from intelligence.
I think
as
that's
well.
the entire thing, though, that really comes into play, because what you're talking about is something different than I think what I'm talking about. Because humans undoubtedly selectively bred the wolves once they became tame enough that you would consider them, as actual pets, right? But there was a certain point there where I'm pretty sure none of the wolves that were following them around were kind enough to be considered pets, right?
None of
So
the
none of them.
horses,
Which
none
means that
of
the
the
humans
wild birds that we now call chickens.
Which means the humans were killing them. But that's probably what was happening at first, was the humans were literally killing the wolves because the wolves were hunting them and trying to eat them. And then eventually what ends up happening is the humans actually forced the initial selective breeding themselves by killing the aggressive of the pack.
Right. But we can't separate ourselves. Excuse me.
We can't separate ourselves from that selective process as if we aren't animals ourselves either, right?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the argument, right? Did intelligence play a hand in what was going on, or was it completely random just by nature's
It was
hand?
absolutely not completely random.
And I think that's what I'm trying to say, is that I think the dogs themselves may have played a part in their own intelligence in their own way, and without their intelligence acting in accordance with our intelligence, it never would have occurred. Which is similar to, say, squirrels, for instance. But like, you could take another animal like turkeys. Turkeys are really dumb animals. They're very, very dumb animals. There's actually a quote about turkeys that literally says that turkeys are so dumb that if they look up while it's raining, they can drown. They can drown, and it's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. They literally can drown by looking up when it's raining. And turkeys are extremely reclusive. They just happen to be extremely reclusive animals, unless they're domesticated. And if they're domesticated, then they become very aggressive and very mean animals. There's some places in this country where they are very aggressive, very mean. But if you live in any kind of like wild area where turkeys, aren't domesticated,
wild turkeys exist.
They do not show themselves. You could have turkeys living next to your house and never know that they're there, because they're so reclusive. It's not even funny. But as soon as they become domesticated, they'll fight you in the street. There's literally I can't remember the place right off the top of my head, but there's an area where the turkeys have just been too... I would say, honestly, it's probably the same thing that happened to dogs, where dogs were kind of like not domesticated yet, but they were used to humans to the point where they were no longer scared of us.
Yeah.
And they literally will chase like the mailman around and like literally try to fight the mailman. There's videos. You can look up videos on the internet of this place where the turkeys are just so mean. They literally, like, the mailman will try to kick the turkey away, and then like a whole posse of turkeys will show up and try and fight. It's hilarious.
Your dogs just want love and not to be abused, right? I mean, yeah, like 2, 3, 5,000 years later, like, yeah, of course.
Well, I think that's
They've been domesticated.
Well,
there's a difference between a wild dog or a wolf and then a pet dog. Like,
I think even wolves enjoy the safety of the pack, and they like to be one of the pack. I mean, I think it's just part of the package, right? Yeah. And we're just part of the pack, but that comes into play with not intelligence but nature. So I'm not sure if you ever noticed, but have you ever looked to see how many animals we keep as pets? And then think about all the animals that we keep as pets, all right? Just think about all of them. How many of those are animals that already, in nature, live in some sort of social hierarchy, right? Dogs live in packs. Cats live in prides. Even rats live in colonies, right? Yeah. But there are animals that don't live in social structures, right? Hamsters are evil little cusses that will bite your finger and eat their friend. Like these are creatures that don't have social habits already ingrained into them. So dogs already have social habits ingrained in them. It's part of who they are. It's part of what they are, right? And it's very difficult to make an animal a pet that does not have social habits. If an animal doesn't have social habits, it's next to impossible. Either that, or it's just not even a pet.
Because we are also animals, and we live in a social structure, right? And
socialist.
we need to.
You're saying we have socialism? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying to be able to incorporate a pet into like regular human lifestyle, like it has to be able to adopt
Squirrel?
similar...
Question mark. What?
Well, I'm a squid, so it's very different where I'm from than all y'all humans. Weird, hairy mammalians.
Some squirrels are social creatures. Like flying squirrels, for instance. Sugar gliders. Those are highly social squirrels. I think your average tree squirrel, like your like in the United States, like your common squirrel, I don't think they're actually social creatures. I'm pretty sure they actually hate each other and they chase each other through the trees all the time and they're mean. I literally see them, they're always being mean to each other. They're like, this is my tree. Get out of my tree. This is my tree. What are you doing to my tree? And then they peck at each other.
I think it's mostly I want a bone. I want a bone. Did I see a female tail? I want a bone. But yes, also maybe that.
Oh, man.
Indeed, yeah, I feel the same way. I have
pierce the heart of evil. I am overburdened.
Or, you know, it could be that we have a lot of really intelligent creatures on this planet that have no way of
communicating.
I wouldn't say communication, but more so passing knowledge down from one generation to the next. Let's say, for instance, at some point or another, a squirrel figured out that you could use, you know, like tie a rock to a stick and make a hammer, right? Okay, so now you have a really smart squirrel who knows how to make a hammer,
That's a real
right?
fancy squirrel. All
okay,
right.
I'm just saying he knows how to make a hammer, right? All right. Well then, what if he dies and never tells any other squirrels, you know, about his invention? Never teaches any other squirrels about his hammer, and he doesn't write it down. And he doesn't write it down anywhere. He doesn't have any kind of written form of language to pass down his knowledge from one squirrel to the next. We never know. You know, you never know. Maybe there might be some little animals out there that come up with epiphanies, like really intelligent. Maybe there's like the Albert Einstein of squirrels, and he's like so intelligent that he literally makes his own rocket ship in his tree. But he didn't leave that knowledge for any of those squirrels or teach any other squirrels anything. So he just died with his knowledge, and he's gone.
Discovers the magic of nuclear fission.
Exactly.
However,
and he doesn't teach us. He's like, those stupid humans, they don't know how to do nuclear fission. I mean, in many ways, I think that human civilization was stifled by that as well for the longest time, not having an accurate way of handing down knowledge from one generation to the next. So even if something was learned, it would then be lost, right? So, you know, when that person dies and takes the knowledge with them, well, it's just gone.
we all need to rewatch Planet of the Apes.
I mean, the Planet of the Apes literally covers that, doesn't it? Where the humans forget that they were once intelligent.
And none of the apes have a written language type of thing. Oh, alright, I'm doing a birthday party for my grandma tomorrow.
Alright, well go to sleep, Squid.
Yeah. It's been a blast. I think we outlasted all the other homies.
Oh, yeah. I made it to Act 3 in Nightmare difficulty. I'm doing good. And I found a Lemurine.
That's right. That's a wealth or a treachery now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of a treachery. That nice 45% attack speed and the fade sound really nice for a solo self-found run.
Beautiful. All right. I will catch you soon. Good chat. It's been a blast. Good night, Ginger.
Night. Are you guys not entertained? Huh? Are you not entertained? I think, and this is something I didn't touch on before about intelligent creatures, is that I also think there's something going on with instinct versus intelligence. And I think this is a very interesting topic and something you guys can think about, perhaps. So, this one's kind of complicated, or at least to explain, anyway. So, instinct is something that is ingrained in you, right? It's something that you just have. You don't need to be taught it. It's just automatically there. You might have the instinct to run when you're in danger. You might have the instinct that, you know, darkness is bad. You might have the instinct that, you know, I don't know, to you know, mate with your opposite sex or whatever. There's an instinct. It's an instinctual thing that exists within you, right? Instinct can often override intelligence. And this is something that I've often thought about. Does instinct override intelligence to the point that an intelligent being that could otherwise make an intelligence choice can't, because their instinct is stopping them, right? So I might have to actually write this down on a notepad to get it into like actual form, right? So let's say that you have an intelligent thought, right? But your instinct to flee, for instance, let's say run, because fear is a very powerful instinct, overrides it. Okay? In this situation, you may appear to not be intelligent. You might appear to not be intelligent, despite the fact that you have an intelligent thought, because your instinct overrode your intelligence. So you think, you know, something inside your brain goes, okay, I should stay here and watch and see what's going on. This is important. But then your fear triggers an instinct in you, which forces you to run and overrides that intelligent thought. And I think some animals fall into this category, that even if they are intelligent, even if they have intelligent thought, their instinct is overriding it. You know, like a cat. Like, let's say you're looking at a cat, right? And what happens if you, like, dangle something in front of the cat? The cat starts going... Right? You've now triggered the cat's instinct. The cat's instinct is now at the forefront. It is now overridden every aspect of the creature. It doesn't matter if the animal has intelligent thought, because the instinct is overriding it. And some animals might fall into this category that even if they do have intelligent thought, they may not ever be able to display it because their instincts are overriding everything. Which begs the question, is an animal only intelligent because it can suppress its instincts? So suppressing your instincts might be the first step to any kind of intelligence whatsoever. Because if you cannot suppress your instincts, and your instincts govern every action that you make because you can't suppress them, then you're stuck, right? You're never going to be able to ever do anything at all because you can't even control your own actions. Instincts are, very simple things like dogs chase. It's a very strong instinct in animals. In dogs, they love to chase things, right? Anybody who's owned a dog knows that if you run away from a dog, they chase you. It's a very strong instinct in just about every dog species, breed out there. Weakness is also a very strong instinct in dogs. If you fall down and you display weakness, animals like dogs are very apt to take advantage of that weakness that you've displayed. It's a trigger for the dog to attack because you've displayed weakness. You fell down, you hurt, you're crying. All these things trigger that instinct within the animal, right? But an animal that can suppress the instinct would be considered more intelligent than an animal that succumbs to it. Learning is a factor, yes. But how are you able to display anything that you've learned if, for instance, you can't control your own actions? So let me give a more clear example. Let's say I learn that fire is hot. I shouldn't touch it, but I can use it. I can use it. It does things. It has purpose, right? But as an animal, I might be fearful of fire, just in general, right? So when I see it, I run away, despite the fact that I know better. It's now impossible for me to manipulate fire because I'm succumbing to the instinct to run away from it because I'm no longer in control of my own actions. There was an Animorph book. So I don't know if you guys ever read Animorphs, but Animorphs was a thing all about like changing into other animals. Like you could touch an animal, gain its DNA, and then change into that animal. And when you were in the form of the animal, you could in the books. This is obviously a story, but in the books they talk about how they can feel the mind of the animal and what the animal wants and the instincts that the animal craves. And in one particular book, one of the characters transforms into a shrew. A shrew is a very small creature, very, very much so at the bottom of the food chain. If you've never seen a shrew, it's kind of a cutish little animal. It sort of resembles a mouse. It is not a mouse. It is actually a predator, but it is one of the smallest predators that you have ever seen. They prey on insects, and they actually prey on mice as well. But in the book, the character transforms into the shrew, and the shrew is so overwhelmed with instinct on what it has to do that she can't control the shrew. The shrew's instinct is so powerful and so almighty that it overrides even her own intelligence. And even though she knows better, even though she knows what it is that she needs to do, and she tries to force her will onto the critter, she can't override the shrew's directives. It's instinct to do what it wants to do, or rather not what it wants to do, but what the instincts tell it to do. And they're always so very simple. Like in the book, the instincts are always very simple. Hide, run, predator. Hide, run, hide. Flee, food, eat, and the they're so simple and they're so powerful that they're uncontrollable, right? And that's the general idea. The general idea that I'm trying to get across is that perhaps these instincts in the animals are so powerful that they don't have the ability to override them. I mean, we have instincts too, right? We override them. you know, we might have the instinct to do something, and we'll be like, no, I don't want to do that. That's stupid. I don't want to get fat. They're like, eat until you pop. And you're like, no, I don't want to eat until I pop. That's stupid. I'm going to eat a sensible amount. Have an ice cream cone. What's up, Shiki225? $13? That's going to be the best $13 you've ever spent in your life. Diablo 2 Resurrected is an amazing game, and you will not be disappointed. If you ever want some help, I do have a channel. Obviously, you're on Twitch, so let me go ahead and link my YouTube channel for you. But I have over like 2,000 videos going over various mechanics and tutorials on Diablo 2, going over every unique item, pretty much everything you would ever need to know about the game. It's up to you how much you want to explore. One of the coolest things you can do, because I have an entire archive of unique item videos, is you can just simply, whenever you find a unique item, just pull up the video. And then you can get an idea of what that unique item is good for. You played the game around 2002. Well, there is a lot that's changed since 2002. Definitely. Not just in the Resurrected. So, when the game came out in the year 2000, which was a long time ago, I'm old, I know. The game started as Diablo 2 Classic, and then eventually led into Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, which was around 1.07, I think. And as the game progressed, 1.08, 1.09, 1.10, 1.11, 1.12, 1.13, 1.14, etc., there was a lot of changes, a lot of additions, things that you may or may not know and you might have to catch up on. It's a lot. The game definitely has changed a lot in the time period between 2002 and today. Not trying to overwhelm you or anything, but there definitely have been a lot of changes. It's just something that that you got to deal with, right? But Diablo 2 Resurrected definitely represents the definitive, I would say, the definitive edition of the game at this point. So if you're looking to play or get back into Diablo 2, Diablo 2 Resurrected definitely is the right choice. I really need to max out Holy Shield, and then I can work on the rest of it from there. There's so many items that I wish I had. A nice pair of Goblin Toes would go a long way right now. Some plus to skill on my armor would be really nice, although gambling for armors is horrible, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's not a good idea. Well, I got the brain and I got the eye. So. Oh yeah, the graphics on Resurrected are amazing. It's definitely an upgrade in the graphical department. I think at the core, though, I think you'll find that Diablo 2 still represents, or Diablo 2 Resurrected still represents the original game very well. The truth of the matter is that the original game is still right there underneath the surface. They actually didn't re-engineer the game so much as what they did was they took the original game and then they built a kind of like a puppet show over top of the original game. So the original game is still there. This is the original game right here. And you can still play in the original graphics with the original mode if you want to. Or, you know, you can play in the new graphics. But the original Diablo 2 is still underneath the surface, which is probably why this game is so well done. Stop rezzing everything. I wonder if maybe with my massive wealth, should I try and gamble myself an amulet? I don't know. I'm level 60 right now. I can't gamble +2s, I know that much. I might be able to gamble a decent +1. I could also potentially gamble myself a +2 tab skill, which, I mean, +2 combat would actually be really nice. That would help both the smiter portion of my build and the holy, you know, doojank part of my build. Holy doojank. Might have to do some gambling. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. I mean, what's the point of all this gold if I don't do a little gambling? I've been steadily chunking up gold as much as I possibly can, so... I could wait till I get a little bit higher level, though. I'm not really having any trouble right now, so there's no rush to gamble. I mean, in the future, I might have trouble, I don't know. Alright, Hanzo, you have a good one too, man. I'm probably hopping off here soon myself. I've been up way too long. Where the hell is the city at? Have I not had the city yet? Oh, there's the city. Okay. Alright, I had to ask for it. Gangbang this Thrasher before his boss gets here. Oh god, oh god. Pain! Dang you and your cursedness, and then also your stupid frenzy. Mom's a hoe, how about that? Haha, I killed your friend. Punks! Ain't no more cursed for you, I killed your boss. I killed your boss!
Yes?
I killed your boss, boss, boss. I killed your boss. I killed your house, house, house. I killed your house.
Now that
Yeah, conviction is nice to run for that, but I'm not building that part of the Doojank, so I'm not really going that route specifically. I'm building a slightly different character, which involves my North Star Smiter build, which is basically a pure smiter that also runs Fist of the Heavens, mainly just for the magic damage, not the lightning damage. So I'm not really running the lightning damage portion of it. So I'm not going into Holy Shock, for instance, or anything like that. Well, dang, alright. Freaking wreck my boy over here. Folks. What you got? Extra strong cold enchanting? I was looking for one of the huts that has a single door like this, so I could just take these guys out one by one. Steel Eye the Slasher. Get gangbanged into the wall, sir. Ooh, fanaticism, go away. To paraphrase your own people, go away! Go away! Go away! Go away! Let's go get my merc back. Can't believe I'm almost through Act 3. It's not bad.
good day.
I mean, I have been playing for like 11 hours, but still. Oh yeah, I gotta go all the way over here to repair my sword. I need an eye ogre in so I can make a black. Trying to gamble a pair of G-toes wouldn't be absolutely awful either. Honestly, just getting a better pair of boots than Saigon's would be nice. Not that I horribly dislike Saigons or anything, but I mean, yeah, I could get better boots than Saigons. Let's cross purpose here. So let's just try and gamble a pair of light Greaves, which could potentially be Goblin Toes, but also could potentially just simply be a nice pair of rare boots. I believe unique-wise, there's 2 different boots that it could potentially be. Although I doubt I'm going to get the unique version. I'm much more likely to get a decent pair of rare boots, but... There they are, light-bladeds. 10% faster recovery, no faster run walk. Pretty garbage overall. Both terrible. Dual res, cold and fire res. I don't need fire, and these already have cold, so kind of useless. No run walk, so those are pretty terrible. %, faster run walk with 2 decks and 3 resistances, although they're all very low and kind of not really all that useful. Those are battle boots. Faster run walk with nothing else. Not really having much luck here with the boots. Alright, let's try some amulets. I'm still using a Nokazin Relic. 63k a pop. I really should make a bow if I want to do the amulets. I think I have a 3-socket bow in here, which I was going to turn into a edge. So I can get the discounts. Definitely don't want to waste my gold. It's a finite. I mean, I do have 25 million, but, you know, just, or, yeah. Tier Tal Am. Okay. Tier. This is my 3-socket, right? Yeah. Alright, tier, and then a Tally Wally. And Am. Alright. That way I can, if I'm gonna buy amulets, at least I'll be able to do it in a way that doesn't involve me losing every penny that I have. A little bit of a discount, at least. Nice little 15% discount.
Greetings.
Alright. Absolutely terrible amulets. I'm gonna budget an exact amount of how much I'm gonna spend on gambling amulets. It's about 50k a pop. So let's budget 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 10 amulets, so about 500,000 gold. Sounds pretty decent. So 500,000. Yeah, 500,000 seems like a pretty decent amount to gamble on amulets. 2,500,000 is how much in there, not 25 million. The hell was I smoking? Alright, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. +1 summoning skills. Oof. +2 offensive auras. 80 life. Well, I mean... There's really nothing else good on this amulet besides +2 offensive force. Well, 500k down the drain. I got one amulet with a paladin skill on it. I guess the question is +2 to fanaticism worth losing a bunch of fire resistance? How much am I losing, by the way? Let's take off the bow. Can I maintain my fire resistance with my shield on? So if I take off Noka's and Relic, I am sitting at 58% fire resistance. Which is still a pretty good amount of fire resistance. I lose faster hit recovery, though. Which may have brought me down below my 48%. It did. I mean, but that gives me level 13 fanaticism, as opposed to level 11, which is 1% attack speed increase. It's not really worth it. Sadness. Alright, I need some spending creds.
I need a key.
Ah, you know, you non-undead, non-demons. Oh! Buggies! I don't want to fight you, Buggies. You guys are mean. Get in my hair. You bite. You're biters. You bitey bites. I don't like bitey bites. You guys are mean bitey biters. Don't like you. Don't like you. Mean bitey biters always trying to bite, and I don't like it because they're mean bitey bites. Trying to see if I can find the waypoints. I'm running out of steam myself here. But I'm in the city and, yep, Grouse Bazaar. Nice. Looks like there's the book. You have found the book. Ray Killer the Mauler. He's got some killer life leech. Keeps almost full healing every single time he gets a hit off. Alright, Acrid. I'm about to head off soon myself, man. I only got an hour before well, less than an hour before I hit VOD corruption, so I gotta hop off. I got no choice. Oh god, super fast. Whew. That was scary. I was scared. That was scary. Poor Merc got.
I am overburdened.
I found the book.
Found the book. It should give all of us here some insight into the nature of the prime evils. Ah, but as for you...
May the Black Book deliver us from evil.
$30K in the bank. 30K in the bank. 30K in the bank. 30K in the bank. Alright, guys and gals. I'm going to call it a night. I need to get some sleep anyway. 11 hours of streaming. I'm starting to feel it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. Tomorrow, I'm sure we're going to make a treachery for our boy here, because we found a Lem Rune, and I'm super excited about that. I don't always get to find a Lem Rune on my runs, but I did today. Yeesh. We just need to find an appropriate base. A nice 3-socket armor, obviously, that we can put it in. But that's a challenge for tomorrow. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.